Oh, hey, what's going on, everybody? Patrick here with Caesar for the first annual National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day. Congratulations to everybody up front. You guys are all in this right now. You guys are working with us all day long. We're going to have a massive jam-packed day of pure education, and we're so excited. Really quick, is our buddies over at Heat Transfer Warehouse, are they up yet? Just want to see if they're up. There we go. We got Kirk. Kirk,
what's going on?
what's up? God, you look. You told me yesterday. You're like, I'm dressing up for this. You look dapper today, dude. I like it.
Well, I pulled out all stops. I'm going all in.
That's awesome. Well, let's address really quick the elephant in the room. The new backdrop looks incredible, by the way.
Yeah, that was all their idea. I just
That's awesome.
Call it. So
that's very cool. Well, listen, we're here. We're finally here. This brainchild is now grown into something really awesome. It's National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day. It's something to get excited about, man.
It's gonna be a good day. I'm excited. This is pumped. We've been thinking about this, talking about this for years.
Yeah.
About we should have a National HTV Day, and so I'm proud that we're gonna do it. It's happening.
Well, and what's really cool is that the trajectory of the decorated garment industry and what we've seen has been really awesome to see. But to come back to the root of all decoration in heat transfer materials and being to educate all day, I did the math today. 2 companies, Heat Transfer Warehouse, Caesar, and 14 educators total today are going to be teaching classes throughout the entire day. And we have some people that in the industry really well. We have some faces from Heat Transfer Warehouse, from Caesar that's going to be in today, and we're just really excited about it. I mean, I'm pumped on this one.
It's gonna be great. I mean, I'm just blown away about the amount of talent we have today, and really celebrating something that's truly iconic. That
Absolutely.
Everybody owes to get into the decoration industry.
So. Yep, and I think it is notable that this event, once we get to the finish line, because I don't think people realize this event is running from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern. Now, I corrected myself from this morning, Kirk. 12 p.m. Central to 8 p.m. Central. And this is going to be a really fun day. But I thought what we would do first, I think it's only right, let's put down all the ground rules for the day, kind of go over the day really quick, and maybe we do a quick little blurb on both of our companies, kind of get everybody warmed up for the event, and then we can kind of set this off the right way.
Absolutely.
Cool? Awesome. So for anybody out there that has heard of National HTV Day, knows about it, has seen kind of the schedule, we have a ton of educators throughout the entire day, not only from our company, we have from Heat Transfer Warehouse, we have a ton of our friends that are brand partners and influencers in the industry and educators in the industry that will be doing various different topics all throughout the day, and I'm really excited about it. But the ground rules are really simple, guys. We want your feedback during the event, so we want you guys to ask all those questions. We want to be able to answer anything that you have, technical or just for funsies. We want to know where you're watching in from. We want to know what your favorite sessions are, and you guys already know there's giveaways throughout this entire thing. But one notable is today is the 13th. So I believe we're doing something over at Heat Transfer Warehouse website of maybe a little discount all day today. Is that right, Kirk?
Well, yeah. How else are we in honor at National HTV Day? All Caesar products is 13% off all day today, and we're excited about that. So, like I said, You can check out all this stuff we're gonna be doing today. You need to get those supplies. It's gonna be on special price today.
I love it. All right, so why don't we do this? Why don't we open up? You can do a little company history. I would love to hear, maybe if you have a vinyl story or a heat transfer story that's kind of impacted you in ways, and you do a ton of outreach too, Kirk, in your community. So I'd imagine that there's a lot of really cool things that you get to experience every single day with this material.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, HTV is obviously, it's the grassroots where we all started from, and Heat Transfer Warehouse literally started, it's hard to believe it's going to be almost 15 years come up in March, with the sole premise that we were going to be all things heat transfer, and really all things heat transfer vinyl. That's all we sold. So you think about that, we started over 14 years ago, and really our whole premise was to be community-based, based on our communities and helping those around us.
Yeah.
Think about that is that we were able to, every year, we interact with McKinley School, and we help those kids and all the staff and everybody else, and we make just shirts for them. So they have school pride every year. And that is really what's fun for us as a team.
That's awesome.
As a whole, everybody at Heat Transfer Warehouse, we get to go in, we make the shirts. We also go ahead and get to hand out the shirts to the kids and just see their eyes light up, knowing that they have something that's decorated, it's personal, and it's for them with school pride on it. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. Now, what do you see when you go into those schools and you are obviously impacting? I mean, do you see afterwards as kids are, going through middle school, then high school, and even on to college, are a lot of them coming back and asking questions or like starting their own, not necessarily brand, but are they starting in the world of craft or in the world of production for themselves based on some of those things they've learned and been impacted by at that time in their life?
Yeah, it's cool because I'm also involved in the business classes at the high schools. And so when you see the kids there and they have an idea and they can turn around, they can make their own shirts and make their own stuff. It's pretty cool to think
That's
that
awesome.
We touch them there. Later on in life, they're like, hey, I have a business idea. And they were like, I want to make shirts. And I'm like, fantastic. I have a plan.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to see those kids doing that. But also it's just cool to see those same shirts being worn throughout the community. And then literally you can go over to like Ace Hardware in the community and they're like, oh, you're from Heat Transfer Warehouse? I hear you do good things. I hear you help out the schools and everything else.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And it's just cool in general to have that opportunity to make that type of impact, within the community and having some type of community outreach that really, really can set, I think, the foundation for most people to create something that is for them, and for their own. So give me one quick second here. I'm just getting a little feedback in one of my headphones and I want to make sure that we got good audio because we got a long day, guys. So I want to make sure that everything's good here. Okay, we're good there. We're good there. All right, we'll see if that fixes it. All right. Well, with that said, let's go into a little bit. I want to learn a little bit more, or let the audience learn a little bit more, as we have some people that know all of us and we have some that are brand new. Just talk a little bit about Heat Transfer Warehouse and also, like when you started. Why did you start? What was the reason, to even think of this material as something that could be profitable or something beneficial for your business?
Literally, I started it was because I came back to Fargo, North Dakota. Short version is basically I came back to Fargo, North Dakota. A friend of mine told me about how heat transfer vinyl was really blowing up and a lot of people were using it. And I literally had nothing else to do, Patrick. I needed a job.
Yeah.
I needed something to do. And so I took those kind of things and I've been, heavy into logistics and shipping. And it basically was like, I can do this. I want to be that source for everybody that, if they're looking for heat transfer vinyl, they're coming to Heat Transfer Warehouse. And so that's really how kind of we started it. And, we grew and it was me, my one dog, Dakota, and I just sat and made phone calls. You think about that back in the day. And we had a website. Yeah. We had no clue what we were doing on the website, and now today, fast forward, like the website's everything and we're not doing as many phone calls, but literally it started grassroots. We started from a small building and then we are proud to say we have 2 locations. We got a great team of around 30. And we obviously have just evolved as the industry has evolved, but grown into what I feel is quite, the creativity and allowed people to really, have the opportunity to have a home-based business, but also grow it to the point where they can actually work from a storefront and also make a living from it.
That's incredible. That's an awesome. It's like the perfect origin story, I think. And the fact that too, like you learned early on, just jumping in and starting to make those phone calls, which I know was probably majority of your time at that time, but to build and see where you've gone now to like basically a one-stop shop for all decoration has been really awesome, at least for me in the industry to see. I mean, you and I talk about all the time. You're somebody that helped me cut my teeth in this industry and learn in this industry. So that was also cool to know that knowledge has been, something you've been doing forever. So
yeah. So I want to invite a couple of the team members in, if that's okay with you, Patrick.
Yeah, let's do it.
Kind of want to get this day started. And obviously, Heat Transfer Warehouse has evolved and we actually have our own, Wally B. And so I thought it'd be very appropriate that we brought Wally B in here and he helped us kick off National HTV Day. So we're going to
Wally B is a master of ceremonies today.
A couple other team members going on. Come on in. So we got Brittany and we got G.
Hey.
So we want to officially kick off National HTV Day. So, Wally, it's official, but you need to let us do it. Just Christian us and say it officially. It is National HTV Day, November 13th. So, with that, Patrick, we're going to say it is official. We are calling it November 13th is National HTV Day.
I love it.
Okay. Can you Christian there? There we go.
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. So we're ready to get started then. We're ready to get into the day and have a day filled with education. I know that we'll see a lot of you guys back here pretty soon throughout the entire day teaching your own segments and your own classes. And I might have ran out really quick just in between about something we talked about this morning for the end, for the very, very end, because you guys, you know, I know what you normally do on Wednesdays at nighttime. So maybe we'll have to do that as a closing ceremony today.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Let's, you know, this is gonna be a great day, and I look forward to doing all that.
That's awesome.
And we're gonna have a blast. So
very cool. All right. Well, we will see you back here shortly in a little bit then.
All right.
All right, guys. We'll see you guys here shortly. All right. Well, there we have it right there. National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day has officially started. I'm going to go over a couple of little things here at Caesar. Again, we're going to have giveaways all throughout the day. So hang out with us throughout the day. And if you want to come back and view after this event, we're going to break this all down into chapters. So everything is really easy to see, easy to read. You guys are going to be able to, you know, review everything and see everything right away. But I guess that means that I get to kick it off with the first class. But before I do that, I want to just kind of give you guys, for anybody that's new to Caesar, may not have heard of our company before, just give you a little insight on who we are, where we started from, and where we plan to go, you know, throughout this journey that we're going to take you guys in today. So with us, that said, Caesar has been manufacturing heat transfer materials and pressure sensitive materials for many, many, many years. And we started actually in Vicenza, Italy, at our home there at Caesar, Italy, which is our mothership for all things Caesar. And that really helped us to kind of build, you know, an opportunity where we're creating materials for that fashion industry. We then moved it on over to what a lot of us have been introduced to, heat transfer material, which is typically your names and numbers, pre-cut names and numbers on jerseys for sports teams and things of that nature. Well, we have set a trajectory for the future since that time to allow us to create things that are literally allowing people to either set up themselves for success in the future, find some type of peace and calm in just crafting and having as a hobby, which I know some of you guys are going to tell me, Patrick, weeding to me is not fun. For me, that is the most therapeutic thing I could probably do, at least for my brain. And some of you guys that watch the lives know I love doing this stuff. And I know Kirk and the entire team love what we're doing. And so we're so happy to have a day like this. But the name of Caesar is simply that. It is Caesar. We always say it. My buddy Joe back in the day said it's Caesar like the salad. So it's actually the combination of two names, which is Sergio and Simona, who had created an incredible opportunity for all of us. It's just a brainchild of something very, very simple that grew into what we have today. And now we have 5 branches all the way across the world. But also to mention, for any of our Latin-speaking friends in the group here, on Caesar America Latinas page, one of our other branches of our company, they will actually be doing a couple lives throughout the day as well, Alejandro and Andrea. So if you do want to go over and check that out at some point today, they will be going live. Do we have, really quickly, Anna or Adam, do we have the times for Ale and Andrea handy? Okay, I want to say that they were 1 and 3, but make sure that you head over to America Latina's YouTube channel as well. You can check it out on their Facebook. I know that they posted it. And you can get into those events as well and have all Spanish speaking to learn from. So we're just trying to make sure everybody's included. We take care of everyone and we also show everybody. But I think it's time for me to open this up with a fun little project. Now, you guys know from the opening, or I'm sorry, the landing page that was built for National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day, there was a great little video that was put out there that we had made a while back of just kind of going over all heat transfer materials. Also is available over on the Caesar North America YouTube channel as well, if you ever want to check that out, just to give you a quick education on all things here at Caesar. But there were 2 at the time that we made those that I forgot about to add into that, or we didn't have those products at the time. So what I'm really excited about today is to show you two products that we have here. Number one, our Easy Glow in the Dark. And number two, the all new, fully compostable Pure HT by Caesar. Now, this was a product that we had developed for 5 years in the making with a university over in Italy. And it was an incredible journey that we were able to go through to make that happen and come up with this product. But again, a fully compostable, breaks down in the ground under 90, or I'm sorry, under 120 or 120, or sorry, 120 days. But that doesn't matter, because we actually had a plant that we buried some Pure HT into the office on a live. I opened it up after just like 35 or maybe 40 days. And already there was only a carrier left. And you guys already know with all of our carriers too here at Caesar, they're all fully recyclable too. I always say check with your local municipality as well for your recycling things. But with that, they are recyclable materials. So we are really setting up the future of what heat transfer material is and what it really should be in the new Pure HT line. So I'm going to go ahead and just get my shirt lined up, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the product while I'm applying. But the first thing that I want to do, because we're open up, oh, sorry, Johan just corrected me. Thank you, Johan, 180 days. However, like I said, the number is irrelevant because we opened it up way sooner than that. It was already all gone. So it's cool. So I'm going to set up my t-shirt. But good. Thank you for fact checking me on that, Johan. All right. With that, what I want to do too, while we're just getting my materials kind of organized here, I want to go over to comments really fast. Let's see who's chiming in, since it's a live, right? So I want to get everybody started to be involved here a little bit, and then, you know, answer any questions that we have so far. I see Angie's in here already. All right. You got it, Anna? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, we got Angie chiming in. Elly May is in the comments. We got Tony. We got Emily upstairs. Wow, this feedback isn't when I'm listening. Okay, I got it now. Rosanna Heller's in the comments saying, hey. Donald. Johan, of course, fact checking as always. Ruth, hey to Joyce. A ton of people in the comments today.
That's awesome. We have a ton of, oh, we got people from Germany. Look, we're global today. This is fun. Adam, what do you got over? Are you on YouTube right now?
Yes, I am. All right. Yeah, we have 127 people over on YouTube right now. Nice. Yeah, we have, here's Elly May from Swift Creek Customs, Courtney from the Crafty Brick, of course. We have D. We have Kristen Sensi, Cynthia, Kawanda. Man, this chat's going fast. There's so many people. Yeah.
Why don't you find that TRW name up there? Because I think we also have to do something really quick before the day gets started and we get into this. So Pyler from TRW from with that, the Rhinestone World, it is actually, if I'm not mistaken, it is your birthday today on the 13th. So I want to just give you a quick happy birthday today, because again, that's an important day as well. On National HTV Day, you will share a birthday with a pretty iconic and historic holiday for us here, at least in the decoration world. So that's awesome. So happy birthday to you. Very cool. Who else do we got in there?
We have Carolyn Hawkins from Kansas. We have Leslie Tibbs, Joyce Adams from Philly. Yeah, there's just so many people tuning in right now.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right, so let's get into the quick little project right now. Oh, yep. Pilot did just say it is her birthday. I knew it was, and I knew I saw it, and I didn't want to make a mistake on that one. But happy birthday to you. Anna, what already? We're just
one more thing, and now, because I'm so frazzled, and I didn't know if you even said it or not, so I'll repeat it. But there's a couple people chiming in. They don't know if they can tune in for the whole day, but just a reminder, there will be a replay of everything where you can jump around to different parts of the sessions, hear your favorite speakers, etc.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. So with that said, I have a pre-cut and pre-done design here with the Pure HT, and I've kind of laid all of my pieces out up over on the overhead here. And what I wanted to do just to get us started, are we a little bit out of focus? That's okay. Let's fix that because we got a long day here. There we go. That's a little bit better. And then that'll reset itself in 1 second. Boom. Okay, cool. And then we good on that one here. I can do it right there. That's actually fine. That's close like that. So there we go. Okay, so with that said, I got all of my individual pieces cut. I'm using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors total with the brand new Pure HT. Again, fully compostable. And I wanted to lay these all out separately because I actually wanted to show you really quickly how to like initially layer all of your material before we even get to the press, which will give us a much more successful press once we get to the application. So with each piece laid out, what I'm going to simply do for this, and if anybody at home has a multi-layer project, it's really, really easy and convenient to start kind of pre-layering everything. So as you can see, I'm going to go ahead and start putting each of my layers together in the appropriate order. And what this is actually going to do is it's going to do two things for me. Number one, it's going to allow me to see what that finished design looks like when we're all done. Number two, this is going to allow me to make sure that the registration of each of these layers are pretty accurate. So if I do come back to a project and maybe I made a mistake in another project and I had to resize it, I know that I have all the appropriate cuts so that I can have a really nice design and a successful design. So let's go ahead and layer that one. And then let's lay down here the russet. I love this color, russet brown. Or is the verdict was still out in my head, but did we ever confirm, is the majority of people say russet or russet? Okay, Adam, the grammatical gatekeeper says that it's russet, but I'm going to still say russet because that's the only way I know how to say it. So as I'm layering these all, or at least putting my layers together here, just want to shout out really quickly everybody in our room too, from the production side, from everyone that's kind of setting up, or maybe some faces you'll see throughout. So as you know, hitting the 1s and 2s, the 3s and the 4s as always is our very own Adam. So say what's up, Adam.
What's up, Adam?
He goes, what's up, Adam?
That's how.
I know. Your mic's on. And then next we have the other Adam hanging out, the grammatical gatekeeper himself. Say hi, Adam.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, technical. We're going to have technical stuff all day, but that's why we're here to have fun, guys. And then as always, you know, we're the maestro of the evening. And this one for a very long extended evening is our very own.
Hi, Anna. I just wanted to say that's how this started when Adam just said his own name.
Yeah.
That's how it started with me. Because
Really?
you say hi, Anna. And I said, well, hi, Anna.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why this started.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. So with that, I have my design all layered out right now. So what we're going to do is we'll hop over onto the press. Now, you guys already know when we're heat applying anything or we're working with materials, we always show you a lot of those pro tips and techniques to get a much more successful press. Now, with most materials, or sorry, most garments, what you're going to do is thread it onto your heat press and you want to do a quick pre-press. Well, here's kind of my take on it and a little pro tip that I give to everyone. One of the other things that we like to do is we like to score that center line to make it a much easier and a lot better for alignment down the center of our garment. So what I do is actually accomplish both goals in one, where I'll take my shirt, fold it in half, then I'll take it and put it over onto the heat press. And what this will allow me to do is not only score that center line into my garment, but I'm also giving it a pre-press at the same exact time. So it just gives you a little bit of an opportunity to accomplish two things so that you're not going and pre-pressing your garment, then pressing out your center line, and then having to go back and try to actually get your project done. This is just going to solve both of those problems for us. So with that, I'll go ahead, thread my shirt. Now that I have a good center line, and I'm actually going to run on this side here. And what I can do with this center line is I'm going to actually just center it to the press. And then I usually like to check armpits. I don't know why I go by feel a lot of times, but I like to see if they're even on the press itself. And it just allows me one last step or one last check on making sure that everything's centered. So now that I'm pretty comfortable with it centered, one other tip that I always give to people is that a lot of times we're pressing our shirts where our shirt is just on top of the press. Well, here's the issue that you run into a lot of times with heat transfer or DTF or whatever type of decoration your method you're using, is this collar and these seams to the shoulder of this shirt in particular. So we're not talking about a hoodie or a bag or anything else, but in this particular instance, this can cause an uneven press. So what I always recommend to people is I say, bring that collar right to the back side or the back lip of the press. And then now, instead of me having to try to figure out the 3 fingers, I can just do 3 fingers from the actual back side of the press and know where to start lining up my design itself to make sure that it's far enough away from that collar. So it kind of so we've showed you a couple different things, how to pre-press and how to align center on your shirt. We also showed you a great method on how to stop the opportunity of uneven pressure during a press, but now we also have a really great even flat platform or media to actually be able to apply to. So I'm going to go 3 fingers down. I'm taking my entire design and putting it down and kind of centering that to itself. And here's the reason why I say that you can pre-align your design is because now from here, I'm just going to pull everything but the bottom layer off. Let me grab those ones. Cool. And then once I grab everything but that bottom layer, I now have this layer to work with, which will set the foundation, make sure that my whole design is centered. And now all I have to do is line my design up and continue to pull everything but the bottom color. And I know that I can make sure that I'm organized enough. So when we get to the final press on this, everything is registered really well and really even. Now, one of the cool parts of the Pure HT by Caesar, again, fully compostable. I don't know how many times I can say that, but fully compostable, that is a big, big important factor. Oh, I almost didn't grab a couple street. And the reason why that's so important right now is I know that there's a lot of different decoration methods out there, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're safe, not only for us or for the environment. So one of the things that we're really happy about with the Pure HT is that it is an environmentally safe product for all. And it is something that you don't have to worry about making a negative impact on the planet, such as other decoration methods like a DTF or other things of that nature. So look at, with the 1 second tack, what I can do is I can actually peel that layer off. And I usually go a little bit slow with some of the layers because you never know if for whatever reason a layer doesn't stick down 100% or you have a little bit of a problem with it. It just allows you an opportunity not to break, mend, or stretch out the material so that it won't actually apply very well. So go ahead, we got layer 1 down. And then again, I can go layer by layer and just peel everything but the back layer. But what I'm going to actually do for this one is I'm just going to go ahead and line these up because I feel like I can do that a little bit quicker in this particular case. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and line that layer up. Just my blue layer. Pretty good there. Johan told me before this started too, I will say, he said, watch your alignment. He said that lately I've been getting loosey-goosey on the way that I'm aligning my material up. So he said, make sure to watch it. So we're really paying attention to that one, Johan, today. Let's go ahead and peel the blue off. Done. And you can already see, I mean, before I even really get into this, how vibrant that blue is, how poppy that color is. I mean, that looks really, really awesome. And actually what I'm going to do, just so you guys can see a little bit easier, I'm going to flip this shirt over on the press. Cool, cool. All right. So now we're going to go to our next layer. Get into our green layer. Let's go ahead and line this up. And all artwork that I'm using in particular for this this entire event is all things that you can find in Leonardo Design Studio. So everything is available to you. If you haven't heard of Leonardo Design Studio yet, it is our software that runs our Romeo and our Juliet high definition cutters. Or as I should say, I got to drop the high definition, our professional cutting system. These cutters have been proven time and time again to be something that not only can the home crafter, home hobbyist use, but also the full-fledged production shop has been finding a lot of great uses for it as well. And we're very, very proud of that and very excited about it. So we have a great software in Leonardo Design Studio. And in there, we have a ton of pre-made designs, all done from our graphics team upstairs. You guys have met a few of them during our Master Crafter weeks. And you also will see maybe 1 or 2 of them popping through in the lives as Kortez will be joining me a little bit later today to go over a cool miscellaneous application, should I say. Go ahead and lay down that brown layer. But everything inside Leonardo Design Studio, as far as designs, are commercial free for you to use. So you can get those right away. You can, if you have Leonardo Design Studio Pro, you can also feel free to share those files, export them out, and share them with your friends. I mean, I would say that if you haven't tried it yet, head over to CaesarNA.com, www.caesarna.com. And then what you're going to do is you're going to find the cutter tab, Leonardo Design Studio, and you can actually download the basic version for absolutely free. And then you can also try out the pro version on a trial if you choose. So let's go ahead and line that one up. And then we're going to do our final press of our final layer. So again, we're doing a 5-layer design. We are going through right now, peeling off that last one. And then that's simple enough. what I'm going to go ahead and do for my very last press, I'm just going to lay over my cover sheet of whatever kind of material I use, whether it's parchment paper, craft paper like I have here, or even if it's like a Teflon sheet. I'm just going to lay that down and I'm going to heat apply that for the remainder of the time and allow this to go. Now, this heat press is set to 305 degrees for 10 to 15 seconds. That's typically what I press everything at. However, pure HT, Anna, what do we press pure HT at? What temperature? You got it. Come on. You got your own fact checking it.
Are we 305? No. Oh, 2. The pressure's on right now.
Literally, the pressure's on. So what is it?
Is it 270? 250?
250. 250 degrees. But also, too, fun fact for most people out there. Fun fact for most people out there. Can you cut hers? I'm just getting a little feedback on it. But most of our materials, I think a lot of people, it's a kind of a common misconception. I know that we say 305 to 310 degrees, 10 to 15 seconds, but I press Easy Weed in a lot of cases. If I have something that's a little more heat sensitive, I'll bring Easy Weed down to 280 degrees. Now, the rule of thumb is you drop the temperature, you raise the time, right? So I'll do like 280 degrees for like 20 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds instead of that like 10 to 15 second mark. But they all work really, really well, even in some cases, lower temperatures. So let's get a look at this design fully done, because this thing looks awesome. And a really, really simple piece of artwork that's over in Leonardo Design Studio. You can see here, honestly, if I took a picture of this, I wouldn't be able to tell whether this was heat transfer material or DTF, right? So that's the benefit of heat transfer materials. A lot of times we say, well, you can't get full color. You can't get these multicolored designs. You can't get vibrancy. You get quality, and that's what we look for, and you get consistency every single time with whatever that you're creating, especially when it comes to that pure HT or any material here at Caesar. So let's go ahead and we'll set this one to the side, and I'm really excited to show you a little bit of easy glow in the dark. So as you guys know, a while back we launched, or for some of you that may know, we launched a product called Easy Glow in the Dark. Now, most people knew that we have our regular glow, which is in a white color, but we actually launched a bunch of fluorescents. So we can kind of get a look at some of these fluorescent colors right here on the overhead. So we got a neon yellow, we got neon green, we got neon pink, we got neon blue, and I believe I brought down the neon orange as well. And then we got our neon orange as well, which I think looks really, really awesome. So let's go ahead. I did do a pre-cut on these as well. So let's go ahead and we're going to weed these out together, because I also wanted to show you. I did pre-cut all of these, but the detail in this design is actually pretty small for a material such as this, and it cuts beautifully. Now, of course, I was using a Juliet, so I got to be a little bit biased to say that that's part of why, but this material weeds like a dream. It cuts like a dream. And it looks really, really great, regardless of what holiday or where you're at. So there we go. Johan said Pat wants to glow. You know it, Johan. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and peel this. There are so many little tiny pieces in here. And again, just peels super, super clean. And if you didn't see already, now I know that this one, I know that this one in particular doesn't have a massive amount of cavities. But kind of looking back at a post that we had recently where we were using Andrew's method of taking basically the scrap, the piece that you would peel off, and then cutting a design into that was like all the fun. So if you guys didn't see that already, go back and check that out over on Instagram. But I want to show you these pieces. You can't even see all of them, how small, but there are some that are smaller than the tip of a weeder, than the head of a weeder. And the Juliet cut it absolutely perfect. So let's get into our other layers here. I got my neon green. I always want to make a song about the glow. I got my neon green. I got my neon blue. All righty. Pull that. Do we have any questions? I feel bad that I'm not. I feel like I'm not stopping enough. Ooh, how many layers can you do with Easy Weed? Listen, here's what I will tell you. If you want to make, like a brick wall, you can use every single color. I mean, there's a massive amount of colors. However, I will say there's two ways that you can utilize Easy Weed. Number one, the amount of layers that you can add on top of each other really aren't the big thing. The ticket is how is your artwork set up and what's the lightest on the garment. So a lot of us utilize what's called the knockout method, or the fake layering method, which, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to learn about that at the 6:30 Eastern hour for us here on the East Coast by Heat Transfer Warehouse. Actually, Maggie's going to be going over how to fake layer and what the difference is in layering and fake layering. I want to say, you know, I'm a crafter through and through. So I've tried crazy stuff of layering 10, 15 layers on top. But as you guys know, it can get heavy on a garment. So I always recommend, when you have your design, knocking out all of those layers so everything sits on one. It can still give you a full spectrum of color without having to have the heaviness of the garment. Perfect example of that is actually this pure shirt that we made. So if we can hop really quick right back onto the overhead. With this shirt, this is actually 2 layers on the shirt, but seemingly it's 5 layers total. So I have my main black layer, which sets the foundation for where all the different colors go. And then everything else is basically knocked out of itself so that they're not overlapping anymore and causing more weight to the garment itself. So, all right, let's go ahead and continue to weed out this stuff here. What are some things too? Actually, it is National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day, so I don't want to be the only one up here kind of telling my stories and projects. You guys in the comments, let us know, what is one of your favorite materials here at Caesar? Maybe what's something that you're excited to take advantage of that 13% off today and try out? And then also, what kind of things do you want to see today throughout the event? Because we have a ton of classes, but you guys already know at some point in time, Patrick and Patrick Fashion is going to do a giveaway of some kind. So with that, let's go ahead with the next one and my last layer. Yeah, let's weed that out. All righty. Just peeling out some of the cavities. As you guys notice, a lot of times when we're doing lives, I like to hand peel and hand weed my designs. Realistically, it's number one, a preference for me, but also number two, I believe that if you have a solid cut, you should be able to hand peel and have no issues with pulling, ripping, tearing, anything of that nature. So, yeah. All right, Adam, what you got, bub?
So I have a question here from Annette Finley on YouTube. How much time do you tack down before adding the next layer?
Easy weed?
Let's say easy weed and then...
Like holographic?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So, well, I say holographic jokingly because holographic isn't a layerable material, but so for something like an easy weed, you are going to be able to do that quick 1 second tack. So actually I have later on in the thing, I have some easy weed as well. So we can do the 1 second tack method to show you, but 1 second tack in between each of those layers of easy weed. And then also if you have a material like a Brick 600, a holographic, or something of that nature, that is something where you want to let each layer cool. Now with the layering method, right, and with holographic or like a brick, they're not necessarily materials that we recommend to be layered all the time. However, if you're using that fake knockout method, before you peel your carrier is really where you want to get that quote unquote release, right? So easy weed, the carrier, it releases after that 1 second. Something like a holographic that has more of like a static carrier, you may need to let it cool just slightly. About 4 seconds or 5 seconds or so is kind of what I've always done as a rule of thumb. But I also go by feel too. If it feels warmer to the touch, but it's not completely cold and it's not super hot, I always test peel. And you're going to see that later on when I make actually a Santa sack over at the 7 o'clock hour here Eastern. I actually have a couple different types of materials that I'm going to be using. So I'm going to show you what the appropriate amount of time to let each of those cool down before we can go ahead and finish the project and seal everything in. So I hope that answers the question. Any other questions over there? Cool. That works. All right. So let's go ahead and start applying our design. Now, like we did before, what I'm going to do is start laying my design out for myself. And I'm actually going to pull it up really quickly on my computer. Where's my mouse at? And I just want to see the design. Because sometimes when I add splatter and all that kind of stuff, I get confused where stuff goes. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start layering up my design here. Looks like the Z and the A live right there with the R. You also find out throughout this event that I do frequently make too many songs up in my head. So you may hear me sing myself through a craft or through an application, but hey, that's why we're all here to have some fun, right? And then these guys just kind of go around. And then let's see, we're more of a star that way, big dot on the end. Okay. There we go. So there you go. You guys can see on the overhead. Oh, here, let me hold it up just a little bit so the light doesn't block us. You guys can see on the overhead, we kind of have started layering our layers together beforehand. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab my bag for this one. Ooh, not a shirt. I want a bag. All right. And let's go ahead and I'm going to throw my bag on. Now, what I just told you guys over on the t-shirt that we did, right? We have seams that we have to watch out for. Same with this bag. We also have a pocket which has seams that are stitched. We also have string for the straps themselves. So we need to enlist the help of our little buddy over here, the heat press pillow. So we have a ton of different heat press pillows. There are multiple sizes to kind of fit any platen size or any type of decoration. So we have some that might be longer for a sleeve. We have some that are larger and flat for bigger items on like a 16 by 20 style press. But this also comes with a little bit of adjusting when we utilize a pressing pillow, because we gain, you know, a half an inch to a full inch of depth with a pressing pillow. We need to adjust our heat press, because what will end up happening is if I try to press this down, number one, it's hard to push it down, but I'm also getting an uneven pressure from the back side of the press to the front side of the press, which can also cause for early failure of our material itself. So let's go ahead and adjust our pressure. And I'm actually going to twist this all the way up in this case to make that adjustment until I can cleanly and easily put the handle down on the press and have it lock into place. So keep going a little bit more. And just like that, now I can close everything. I have a little bit of pressure on the actual bag itself, which is what I want to try to utilize. But really what I'm doing is I'm trying to smush as much as I can of those seams and those straps and everything into the actual pad so that I can get a really successful press at the end of the day, especially when the bag itself isn't bigger than what we're actually pressing onto. So there's no way to really thread it through, if that makes sense. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and we're about to glow crazy. What we're setting up here. So I'm going to go ahead and line up my design. Again, using the same method as before, where I'm using that first layer as my foundation for everything else. And I will cover it up. Now, with the Easy Glow in the Dark, one of the things to mention is that it does need to cool just a little bit more. So I can still press this for less than the normal time, but I want to let this cool down just a little bit before we actually peel it off. And I can always do a quick little test peel on the corners. And if I notice that an edge is starting to pull up, that's okay, guys. It's not something that we have to worry about or we have to rip everything off and start completely over. All we need to do is we need to just check until we get that initial release from the edge. And sometimes it's even beneficial to just take your bag off or whatever you're decorating off and put it on the table, rub it around on a table, or if you have something like a cooling block at home or in your shop, that always works really well too. So once I get it cool to the touch, I'm just, again, doing a couple test peels to make sure. And just like that, I now can peel that off really easily. Okay. So the first part's done. Now we're glowing, but we got to let's glow crazy. So I'm just lining these up where they belong in the design. Again, this is another design that you can find in Leonardo Design Studio. And one that's really, really cool, not only for parties. Actually, the original design itself has a birthday, you know, like happy 20th birthday or 21st birthday banner added into it. I just ended up eliminating that for this case of this design. Okay. Let's go ahead, press that one down. And we're going to repeat basically the same method that we did before. Give it a little bit of time to cool. And then after we've given it a little bit of time to cool, after the press, we can go on to the next layer itself. Let's see, what do we got up there? There we go. Joyce is even with me. She said, glow crazy. I love it. Yeah. What's the best way to line up layers? I've seen adding a small star to each. Seen adding, line up, but then when need to remember not to press. Okay, yes. That is actually, for a lot of people, a struggle, and I get it. So one thing that we've added into Leonardo Design Studio to make it a one button option or one button step for you, and this works really, really well when I need to align layers, which you can do in any software you're using, guys. So whether you're using, you know, Cricut Design Space, Silhouette Studio, or anything else, you can still do this. We've just added it easy. We add what are called alignment marks. So what we're going to do really quick is let's hop into a Leonardo. And then under the actual arrange menu, we are going to see alignment. Oh, sorry, you're in Leonardo right now? Oh, are you not on there right now? Oh, no. Okay, hold on one second. Let me bring this on up. There we go. Now we're in it. Okay, now we're in it to win it. So what we're going to do, let me actually eliminate this design, is so we can focus on the one. So the Let's Glow Crazy. This is a great example of this actual process itself. Are you not seeing software right now? Is it? I just want to make sure really quick.
Yeah, no, we can't see it.
Oh, can't see? Okay, not a problem. We're going to figure this out, guys.
I think you have dual.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Okay, give me one. Let's see here. Let me just see if I can go to display settings. And we'll just make sure so that everybody can see what's going on. Okay, so I do have two. Oh, is it going out to that one directly? Okay, so what if I pull my software up over into... Can you see the software now?
A little bit of
Just a corner. More now or less now? Some of it, but you can't see all of it. Okay, well, that's all right. We're going to figure out the tech stuff here and when we get a little bit of a break, but simple enough. What we're looking at, oh, maybe it just unplugged, just the cable, the HDMI into the thing. Cool, cool. Give us 1 second, guys. Can we switch over to Canon? Stop talking to the Canon.
Yeah.
Okay, here, just switch it over there. We're good. Okay. I'm here. Technical things. We're doing this all day, guys, so we're going to be good. All right, so with that said, inside Leonardo Design Studio, there's actually an option under the Arrange menu at the very top of the screen that says Alignment Marks. Now, what those alignment marks allow you to do is actually it will put a square for a series of 4 squares on your design, and it will actually attach it to every single layer in that design. So one of the things you can do is instead of cutting at a normal, let's say an easy weed at like 9 or 11, and you want to cut easy weed at say like, I don't know, maybe want to cut easy weed at like 10 or 12, somewhere in there, a little bit heavier blade will actually score into the material a little bit. So what you can do is still remove those physical pieces of material, and then what you're able to do after that, bingo, we're back. See, seamless, guys. What you're able to do after the fact is you're able to go ahead and see where those score marks were, which will allow you to line up your design pretty easily itself. We'll have to switch over to the Canon. Oh, we're good. We're up. We're up. We're up. Cool. You guys, I appreciate your patience too. So let me go ahead really quick and I'll explain it on this Let's Glow Crazy design. So let's go to the overhead really quick. So for this particular design, there's 4 different layers to this. So what those alignment marks will essentially do is it will lay out 4 alignment marks on each individual color layer in this specific design, okay? What we can do after we're done with weeding is we can still remove those 4 pieces, those 4 little marks that it makes, and you'll still see the cut line or the score in the material itself, which will allow you to line up those layers really easily when you're pre-lining everything up. So when you get over to your press, everything kind of falls right into place really cleanly and easily for you, okay? Hopefully that answered the question. Sorry, technical difficulties sometimes throw off the answer, but we got through it. We got through it. All right. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and line up my last 2 layers. I'm going to start with the yellow. All righty. Let's go yellow first. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I totally didn't even say. I should have moved the camera when I. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do this layer first. Don't be alarmed too if you ever have like a label or anything on your material. It does turn black, obviously, under the heat a lot of times, but it's not going to affect not only your press, but it won't affect your next press too. So again, we'll let this layer go ahead and cool off. All righty. And then I'm going to go ahead and do a quick test peel. Make sure that it's coming off properly, which I'm getting a little bit of peeling. So it probably means that I didn't go long enough, which is okay. And then we're just going to start peeling now that we're cool enough. Just like that. We're good to go. Cool. I like it. All right, let's glow. Let's glow crazy. And then we're going to go ahead with our last layer here. Line that on up. Oop, actually, I want to flip this one. I want to get more blue on this side. Just because we can. Now do. Ooh, that looks fancy, schmance. All right, fancy pants right here. Here we go. Go ahead with my last layer. Ooh, do a press. Now for this one, what I'm going to actually do is I'm just going to allow this one to press for the remainder of the time. I'm not going to worry about it. And the reason being is it is our last layer. It still bonds really well. We just let it cool completely down cold before we actually peel that last layer off. Let's see. What do we got? It looks like we got a question. New box, allow. Oh, okay. Nope. Elly, it looks like Elly already took care of it, which was cool. Thank you for that, Elly. All right. Go ahead and cool this all the way down. All right. And then, yep, that should be good. Go ahead and peel. Oh, no, I'm getting just a little bit of pulling. Let's peel from this side and see if we're cooled off already on here. There we go. And I just like to walk my material down. I think it makes it a little bit easier, but the end result right there is so vibrant. I mean, this is an incredible, I love this material a lot. I think it really like shines well. I think it shows really well at nighttime. It glows beautifully. I wish we could kill all the lights in here, but we want to give this some time to charge up as well. So this actually lasts for quite a long time too. I did a quick Halloween project with the kids. And these were actually lasting, like the glow lasted for a really, really, really long time while we were out and about. And we actually got some UV lights so we could charge them very quickly while we were kind of out trick-or-treating this year and doing stuff. So we got not only our all new Pure HT fully compostable heat transfer material, we also have our brand new glow, our easy glow in the dark. But I think just because we got a little bit of time, you know, we got some time right now. Let's actually do something with another material that I made mention of in that video. However, I love the end result of it. But while I'm getting that all set up, do we have any questions right now in the comments or anybody asking anything that we need to address?
You're Carrie's favorite rep to watch.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I have a question from Baby Boo Plays on YouTube. Can they use Leonardo with their Cricut?
Ooh, that's a very good question. So you cannot use Leonardo Design Studio directly with your Cricut, but one option that you do have is you can get Leonardo Design Studio Pro, where you can actually export. So if you prefer Leonardo Design Studio as your design platform and you want to utilize your Cricut to obviously cut your designs, you can do it that way. However, there is no Leonardo Design Studio that works directly with Cricut itself. What's up, Anna?
Oh, no, I was just saying now might be a good time to get the man, the myth, and the legend out here.
Who?
The man.
Tony or the
Guess again.
The big phone. Get him in here if he wants to come in and hang out.
I think he's on his way.
All right. Nice. All right. So yeah, I'm setting this up kind of as we're going right now. Okay. So what I'm doing inside Leonardo, I know you guys can't necessarily see it, but I am just getting a quick design that I'm laying out really quickly for us, just so I can show you this really cool application itself. So let's go ahead and hit send design. Okay. There he is. She said the man, the myth, and the legend as I'm talking about software. So in my head, I'm like, oh, is Tony here? Did he make a surprise entry? All right. So really quickly, I'm just going to start this cut over on the cutter. And I'm going to actually move this cannon on over. And I think we have somebody that's here to ask a question or talk for a little bit. What's going on?
You keep using my name nonstop.
Come on camera. Come say hi.
How is everybody today? Everybody knows I hate being in front of the camera, so please no judgment in the back.
But you made it on camera with us, so I'm happy.
I did. I wanted to say thank you to Kirk for having the great idea of launching this HTV Day. You guys are doing a wonderful job. I love the questions on there. It's very hard to answer all the questions, so please know that we will go back answer all of them as the day goes on.
Switch me spots really quick because I actually am curious. I want you to tell, because Kirk gave a little story about heat transfer material and how it's benefited him. Obviously, people know my story about it, but I think it's a great opportunity for people to know about the roof and about some ways that you've been able to utilize heat transfer material, whether conventional or unconventional, how you've been able to utilize it for your own stuff.
So you want to use my usage of the HTV.
Yeah.
I had a flat roof and I had a hole with the screws digged in it, and it was the middle of the winter and I couldn't activate any of the roof patches that I was being able to work it. So in the middle of the winters, what I did is I used the heat transfer, the home iron, and I actually fixed the home iron, the flat roof. So that's what definitely my best story with the HTV. So you can do a lot of multiple things, It's just the same thing with that tools, the amount of things that actually can be done around the household with a weeder.
Yeah.
You can open all the doors when your kids are liking you outside of the door. You can use it for multiple things.
I like that. That's awesome. And then also too, just because I obviously like hearing when you talk about the story of Caesar and how you've kind of started and all of those kind of things. Give us a little bit of the background while I'm setting this up too. Give us a little bit of the background of when you started, where you kind of come from, and all of those. I think it's really important for the audience to know the origin story.
And where HTV came from.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a bad story. I don't know if I want to tell that one. But anyway, HTV actually just came for a very simple reason. We used to be called heat transfer on textiles. We could not use some of the other verbiage that was used around the product line, and then I just decided to do heat transfer vinyls, which vinyl is a very wrong mistake on there because most of our vinyls, all of our vinyls are PU, which then are really vinyls because vinyls is actually PVC. So it was a mistake on the usage of the word due to my poor grammar, and it sticked. I mean, everybody started calling HTV, and it just became like basically on the staples. So Caesar started realistically in the 1970s. So if I want to speak a little bit about where Caesar come from, they came actually, everything was die cut at the time. There was no computer to actually creating the system to drive a cutter, and multiple aspects changed this. And I want to say Gerber was one of the first company that actually changed because they created a cutter that you could actually track with punch holes. It was a 15-inch at that time. That's why you see a lot of 15-inch product line on the product offering when you don't have that many 15-inch cutters
There's
anymore.
a lot of OGs in here that might remember the Gerber Edge. They might remember that.
They might. How many people have used the Gerber Edge in the past?
For real. We're on like a 10-second.
Send delays, okay. Anyway, that's pretty much on how everything got started, and it was in the late 90s when everybody was using those programs. Later on, you had Graphtec and you had Rollins that came out with cutters that were very fast and very accurate and started changing the industry and the sign, which then adapted into the craft market. Later on was Cricut and Silhouette coming up with their cutters. Yeah. So it's been really an evolution of the marketplace and seeing people being able to use the product like the professional. Most of our products were born for the sport industry. We were selling to pretty much all the brands name. I don't know if I'm allowed to use the names, but we basically made for like Nike, Adidas, Under Armour. We manufacture for Victoria's Secret many different products over the times. And watching it now, people using it for their personal usage at home. It's been a fun transition for me watching it.
Yeah, I think for a lot of us too, seeing like a finished good and buying something from a retail place is one thing, but like actually create, at least for me, and this is one thing that we talked about even early on when you somehow allowed me to come and work for this place. You gave me the opportunity, but we talked about it, that this was a way that I made money in my business at home. This is something that provided for my kids, it provided for my family. And so there's so many other people, like when we transitioned into that craft space, people were able to find something really easy to then make something and create an income and a stable income for themselves.
Well, you obviously moved all of us when you came in for that interview, because most interview lasts for an hour, but Patrick's interview lasted for about 5 hours because everybody kept coming in for more questions, and we would not let him release until I finally said, I think we know everything about Patrick. I think we can move on hiring him. So.
But it's been really, really cool. And it's cool to hear the story. I think it's cool to hear the story from you of Caesar and that understanding of Caesar, because, you know, you've been through it. This is a brainchild of yours.
You know, it's been fun. I mean, one of the things that I think the staples that what we stood for was to try to create a world where people can make an income and grow a business. It didn't matter what size, who you were. My father started with a small business, and I always respected that aspect of it on the business. And knowing that somebody can put, so many people tell me, I'm putting food on my table. And that's one of the most wonderful things. I will always remember the time when I was with Joe in Mexico, and that kid just froze when he saw Joe. And I mean, like really froze, couldn't even talk.
It's like you see a celebrity.
Correct. He couldn't even talk. And he said, I built my business because of your video. And he was just so emotionally moved to see him in real life. Like, I mean, he wanted to touch him, you know, and not look weird.
Well, that same thing happened during the launch in Italy too, right? When the lady that came out of like the headquarters
and showed up and through us.
But
just drove cool. Because she found out we were there. Yes.
Right. And in different capacities, you know, we all get an opportunity when we're traveling and we're at shows and all that stuff. A lot of people come up and will say certain things like that, but at certain times it's that right moment where it hits and it just motivates, I think, everybody here. I see the motivation in you all the time, but like, I think it motivates everyone to continue to just move the needle as fast as we can to keep creating things for the audience.
It's also because we like to have fun.
Well, that's it too. Yeah.
You got to make the job fun. So, but you know, the thing that is very dangerous sometimes when you do the business that we all do is going to a stadium and wanting to see how the jersey was made. And then you try to touch people and people freak out and say, because you really want to find out what it is. How many black eye I got out of there. It's never been a good thing.
Just like walking up to somebody random, like, oh, I love this. It's awesome. That's
well, it's hard because when you see the decorations, you want to find out how that was made and how you can basically introduce your product, right? I think the worst experience, I'll share my worst experience was Taylor Swift concert. The tickets were so expensive that I just basically purchased it for the kids and waited outside. And everybody that goes to a Taylor Swift concert has some kind of decoration.
Something, boots, bags.
And I mean, saw so many cool ideas that I started taking pictures. Except when you're the creepy father taking pictures of children with a cool outfit on the things. People did not understand. I had to actually show the police officer the website of what I did to make him understand on what it was, because I got questions. So please be careful when you do certain things.
Ask before you take photos of people.
Please do that.
There's probably a ton of people, though, in the comments, too, that have that same exact experience. You're in a retail. So how many times have you gone to a retail store? We've done it together, and you're like, hey, I bet you this is screen print. I think that this is vinyl, or I think that this is DTF, or I think that this is this method of decoration. We all do it, and that's how a lot of us learn initially is like, what do you like to feel? What is the feel of a garment? What attracts you in something that's made? And then you can go and recreate it yourself, and that's the beauty of this.
You know, the idea always comes from another idea. You know, you grow an idea of a decoration that you see. So, I mean, coming up with the idea on how you come things, and I mean, watching some of the new decoration that Kortez is going to show later on how basically he was able to reinvent the business that we've been doing for multiple years. And I mean, I think Luis out of Italy kind of triggered us to think different. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of sharing in the company and watching the different things. And so if you understand Caesar, it's everything around what the story and everything that happens. One of the number one things is when we came up, for most people that don't know this, but I am born in Italy. My family is Italians, even though, yes, I'm a French person, a citizen in Nice, but my whole family is from Verona. And Romeo and Juliet are from Verona. And the reasons why we did this, it was basically for doing something for my grandparents who were amazing when I grew up, and getting them a chance to live on through something that I was creating. So that was the whole bonus of why Romeo and Juliet. A lot of people say, why that name? And they mean something to me.
Yeah. And I've told the story too of even the shape of the machine and understanding like why we did what we did originally in the development of it. But it was a cool story that I think set us up for what we have today. And it was really the foundation of these things. And that's the best part about it, is anytime you can attach a story or something that's very personal to you to something you're creating, you're only going to get the best out of it.
The idea was to create a free world. I mean,
Yeah.
I was watching basically everybody else trying to lock everybody else into their software. And I never understood, if you're the best, you should never worry about somebody else coming in. Or even if you're not, if somebody is getting better than you, then it actually makes you want to do better, right? I mean, you only get motivated by the aspect of competing against somebody or pushing you to your limit or creating new ideas. Some of the new things that are going to come out in the software in the future, I'm really excited. I'm really excited about where we're driving the business and how we are trying to create opportunity to branch out the different aspect of it, because you can't be everything. But if you welcome everybody, you can create an amazing team.
That's awesome. That's really well said. That's really, really well said. And not to back up too much, but we do have a video that we're working on right now that should be coming out in the next couple of weeks that's showing one of Kortez's method and one of Lewis's methods too, all in one. So that's the other cool thing, is being able to share that information with the whole team and being inspired to continue to bring that education out to the public, I think is awesome.
Do we have any questions that anybody wonder at all?
You got the band here, so like ask away.
I don't know.
Well, one thing to go over the misconception of the Caesar name itself, and where that came from.
So that was Simona and Sergio. So the two letters, and yes, he did put his wife first and not his. You went backwards.
I'm sorry, I went back.
You went Sergio first, but
Sorry.
he put his wife first. They were in the 1970. They really believe, and they were philanthropic on basically creating application for jerseys. And basically the product was die cut letters and numbers. That's pretty much how the product started.
That's awesome.
And a little bit about where, I know you've talked about where the story of Romeo and Juliet came from, and that just so happens to be where.
So it's Caesar. So Caesar is in Vicenza, and Romeo and Juliet actually are in Montecchio, which is the hill that is between Verona and Vicenza. We had there was a few of you guys that were there at the opening on the castle. We tried to do the opening right there at the castle of Juliet, and the story is true. And a funny story is Shakespeare has never been there. He actually copied a story that basically was written by Palladio.
Oh, actually, that part I didn't know.
So Shakespeare is not the real writer of Romeo and Juliet.
And a little history lesson here today. Not only are we showing you stuff, but we're giving you history lessons too.
So basically, the hill was in Montecchio. The software was called Da Vinci, Leonardo, basically for Da Vinci. And the reason is, it is the only genius right now that in our history that had the right and the left brain. So the science into a computers, into an artistic aspect of it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And there's also a funny story of Caesar has read. I'm going to give you all the dirt on the back. Caesar has read, and Da Vinci was in love with Michelangelo. And the reason he was in love with Michelangelo was he was his apprentice, and he could see magic out of him. But one of the things that really bothered him the most was the burgundy colors out of the red at that times. They could not get a bright red going in. And by spitting into the ink, he created basically the bright red that we know today. Basically, oxygenizing the reds was the way to create a bright red. And Caesar being red, that was tying up the whole story together.
There you go. There you have it. Right there in front of you. Nice. Thanks for popping by.
Any other question?
Yeah, what other question do you have?
No, just a lot of comments saying that they love Caesar even more now, having heard the story.
Nice.
Well, we thank you very much. Thank you all for joining in. I look forward to the day. Thank you, Kirk, for doing all the great things you do in the communities. Most people don't know this, but one of our dealers that is obviously throwing this whole day make a big difference in everybody's day's life. And one of the things that we have in common is always helping kids succeed and coming out of what they want in their shell. So something I stand for and something he stands for, and I'm really thankful to work with him.
I love it.
But have a fun day.
Thank you, buddy.
Looks like it's going to be a long one.
It's going to be a long one. Can you get that one? Yeah, it's going to be a long one, but we're going to have some fun.
We'll be on the back.
We'll be on the back. All right. Now we are back. But that's it. You hear it from the man, the myth, the legend, the one that puts us all together, and that has put us all in these incredible positions to be successful in what we do today. What's up, Anna?
Just one more big question about Romeo and Juliet in particular in their start. What are the main differences between the two machines?
Hold on one second. Let me make sure that I'm on here. All right. Very good question, actually. So between the Romeo and the Juliet, really the big differences are nothing but the size. That's it. So I have actually Adam or Anna, can one of you running just grab a Juliet really quick? Or I mean Romeo, I'm sorry. While I press this one out. So what I'm going to do really quick, let's do a quick application on metallic puff. This is another material that we have, a really cool material, but a two-step method. So I just want to teach you this really quickly. And then what I'll do is I want to actually physically show you the difference between the Romeo and the Juliet in case, again, you guys want to take advantage of that 13% off all site-wide today. That's the other thing. Always forget, plug those too. So I'm going to go ahead again, and I'm just going to do a quick pre-press. Nice. Anna, can you bring that in here too, onto the table? Do you mind setting that down over there? I got her on camera. The one time. There you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. There you go. So now you guys can see Anna. We forced her onto a live, and that's her one place today. Yeah, she's at her limit now. So really quick, let's hop over to the heat press really quick. I just want to show this. So the metallic puff comes in silver and gold. What's really cool about the metallic puff as well, or what I really like about it, is it is a really simple and easy material to use. So I'm just making a quick design. I just did a little quick dad design with like this more metal-y type font to it, just to kind of, make the material look cool. So I already pre-pressed my garment, like we said before. I'm just kind of placing this down. I'm doing what I call the Brett Murray method of lining up, where you just kind of throw the design on the middle of the shirt and hope that it's in alignment. Shout out to our sales manager, or VP of sales. And then I'm going to go ahead and apply this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the first press is going to be 10 seconds. So there's 2 sets of 10-second presses. So I'll apply it for 10 seconds first. And then what we're going to be able to do is we can go ahead and we can peel off that carrier after we cool down just a little bit. And what you'll notice with the puff, anytime you're using the Easy Puff metallic, is that it stays flat on the first press. So once we're able to go ahead, let me just cool this off just a little bit. We can peel this. Once we're able to peel this and we go into that second press, what we're then able to do from there is we'll be able to apply it and activate that puff for another 10 seconds, which will give us a really cool, vibrant application. So let's do that. Make sure we're peeling. Call that the real deal peeling right there. All right. And then we'll go ahead, cover it on up, and then we're going to heat apply it for another 10 seconds, which again will activate that puff in the material itself, and we'll have a really nice, pretty metallic finish to it. Ooh, nice. We'll put this on the overhead so you can really see that. Check that out. So now you got a really cool puff. Awesome finish to it. Really beautiful metallic finish. One thing to make sure though, when you are making artwork, as the original artwork, there's small little gaps. This puff does have tendency to heal a little bit, or once it puffs, it actually is trying to grab the material behind it. So sometimes our gaps can close. So always keep that in mind when you are making anything that you're going to use Easy Metallic Puff for, is that these gaps in your design or those cavities will actually shrink just a little bit for you, but it'll be awesome. Okay, what's up, Adam? Here you go.
Okay, so I'm going to combine 2 questions that we got from YouTube. First, what temperature did you use to press the metallic puff? And can you layer the metallic puff with other types of vinyl?
Let me make sure I'm not on mute. Ooh, that's a really good question. So for the metallic puff, it is not a layerable on top of itself type of material. However, it can be a beautiful accent to a design. So if you have metallic finishes in your design, you can always utilize that as a final press or a final layer to really accentuate that as well. And just because I'm thinking of 9,000 things in my head, it's 280 degrees, right? Metallic puff? Okay, double check that. 280, right?
We're questioning.
I know, I'm questioning
temperatures
now.
here.
Yeah. I got like 4 different things going, so I had to think about it for a second. 280 degrees though for the metallic puff. And again, remember I said it's 2 applications, right? So the first application is just to release the material from the carrier. So you'll let it apply for 10 seconds, let it cool down, and then apply it for that second 10 seconds. That's when you're going to get that puff effect in there. However, it's 2:14. We got a few minutes until we bring on Elly May, or we bring Elly May's video on. I mean, maybe we do a giveaway. Can we do an early giveaway? Okay, we're doing an early giveaway, and it's really because I want to test out something as well. But as a couple people in the group had said, oh, wait. let me do the cutters first, and then we'll do a giveaway. Sorry, I did promise to do this, and I was totally taking this off the table. Got too excited. As some other folks said too, at any given time, when you guys are decorating or doing anything with heat transfer materials, Romeo and Juliet, Leonardo, or anything here, Caesar, you can always utilize www.caesarna.com. That's SISERNA.com. Or you can utilize our mobile app, whether you're an iOS or an Android user. You can go over to the Google Play Store, to the App Store, and you can download the Caesar North America mobile app. So you are always up to date on all cut settings, types of materials that come out that are brand new. Sometimes you get early sneak peeks on things when, you know, we put them in there. So that's the thing, is like you guys have a ton of resources to utilize personally to make sure that you always have the appropriate cut settings, you always have the appropriate application times, temperatures, materials, and also the most important is you have all those certifications handy. As Johan had said before, you know, there's not a lot of companies that do what we do on a regular basis. And we believe in certifying our products because we also believe in when the product gets handled by you and your family. And for people like me that have kids, things like CPSIA compliance is important, which is that Consumer Safety Act, which allows a material to be rendered safe for kids between the ages of 0 and 12. Things like the BPI compostable for our pure HT. We want to make sure that you guys are aware that these kind of things are out there, because some of these are the easiest certifications in the world to get or at least apply for, and other companies aren't doing that. So that should tell you something about the quality or the makeup of certain materials that are out there. We just take it one step further and we try to do all the dealing for you, and I'll take out all the guesswork for you as well. What's up, Annie? You got something?
Yeah, one quick question that I thought was a good one. April Rhodes commented and asked, so does this 13% off work on Leonardo as well?
Did we put a set up for Leonardo too? I don't think so, right?
No, to answer the question, no.
You come up here and answer the
I'm not, no way. Absolutely not. But I'll answer. I just wanted to say it out loud. Just because Leonardo is actually the one thing that Caesar does sell ourselves. But if I was you, I'd be on the lookout over the next couple weeks for some special
couple weeks
discounts that maybe usually come
There
this
may be
time of
something-
year.
yeah, there may be something largest shopping holiday of the year around, you know, leading up to Christmas. Maybe something fun that you guys might want to check out. Might get a discount. Thank you for that. When you said that at first, I was like, wait, did we? I was like, did we put that? And I totally didn't know about this. That's crazy.
I was trying to think of how to get you to like,
You got me shook already. We got a lot of time. It's only 2 o'clock right now. All right, so we have the Romeo and we have the Juliet laid out on the table here. So with that said, what you can see just off first glance is, number one, the Juliet is a smaller size, and it also has a front door, and it also has a lid to it, where the Romeo, being a professional cutter, much like you would see like a Roland or a Graphtec, we keep it very open platform for you. Now, one of the big benefits of both machines are they both run on Wi-Fi. They both have preset cut settings all inside their user interface. They all have test cuts on every page that you can manipulate cut settings. They also both are easy to connect, and that's the best part. Whether you're doing USB, it's a quick registration of that USB to let you know that connection's there, or if you're actually loading this onto your home network and utilizing it over Wi-Fi, like a lot of us choose to do, the benefit is you can actually change the IP address. So if you have more than one cutter, you can identify each of those by a specific IP address and allow yourself a much more easy flow of production than having, 10 machines set up and you're just hitting send and it randomly sends a cut to one of them. And you got to say, okay, well, that machine attaches to this cut, I guess. So with that said, the Romeo itself is a 24-inch platform. However, it does cut 25 inches from edge to edge. So for all of my smart material users, I know that obviously with the Venture launching smart material in 24 or 25 inch was a thing. You can cut it just fine in here. There's no need for auto registering. You just put the material in, you cut the way that material is supposed to be cut. With that said, the Juliet high definition cutter, same platform, just in a 12-inch setup. And it does cut a little bit larger than 12-inch. So for anybody out there that has asked, 8.5 by 11 on my 12-inch cutter, I'm not able to do print and cut on it. This does it beautifully. It works really well. The big benefit of both cutters too, and I know I talk to them in unison because it's really up to your footprint in your home setting or in your production shop of what makes the most sense for you. But if you are looking at a Romeo or a Juliet, really the massive benefit is the speed and the sound. I mean, a lot of people love the fact that you can run this without having to worry about, it being super loud and obnoxious. But also the benefit is the speed. It runs about 3.5 times faster than all of the standard craft cutters out in the industry. So you can get stuff done really quickly utilizing these two cutters as well. And everything is customizable, like being able to move your pinch wheels around the platform of your cutter so that you can adjust and cut it, pieces 2 inches all the way on up to whatever that max desired width is. Excuse me. And the other benefit too that I love, and one of my favorite ones, is that they actually charge your devices. So there is a USB plug in the back. You can put in your phone charger or whatever and charge it. What's up, Anna?
One question from Jennifer. She said, is the Easy Puff 1 press and the metallic is 2?
Yes. Okay. Hold on, let me put myself. Sorry, I keep muting myself. So the okay, I'm back on. I'm sorry. I keep muting myself. So Adam and I were doing a dance here where I'm like muting for you. Sorry. I should just let you do it. With that said, so the question was Easy Puff 1 press versus a metallic Puff 2 press. Correct. Easy Puff is a 1 press application. Easy Puff metallic, being that it has the metallic flakes that are kind of embedded into it, that allows it for that 2 press, or having to press it once, remove the carrier, then applying to get the activation out of it. Does that make sense? Does that answer the question? Cool. Okay. So with that, let me oh yeah, giveaway time. We answered the cutter question. Now it's time to give some stuff away. Ugh. Let's go ahead, just because we made these two we're going to give stuff away that I'm making on the lives today. So for my segment, I can guarantee you I'm giving stuff away. When Kortez comes on later, we're going to be doing some stuff. We'll give away whatever we make. But I'm going to give these two away: the Pure HT shirt that was made right here on the live, as well as the Let's Go Glow Crazy bag. And I actually love these bags. Shout out to our buddies over at Sanmar. They hook us up with all of our blanks, all of our eco-friendly blanks. Thank you guys over at All Made for those as well, that you'll see throughout this event. But these bags are really cool because it's like a little hoodie bag and just has little cinch straps on it, and it works really, really well. So it's pretty awesome. So why don't do we want to test out that giveaway thing? Okay. Do one of you guys just want to run it at your computer, and we'll just do a quick little keyword. So keyword for this one will go, oh yeah, go ahead. I want to make sure you can get into the thing first. And let me know when you can type in your keyword. Oh, somebody said they just got the Juliet too. That's awesome. Very, very cool. Is it working on your end? Okay, so keyword, let's try this out. Let's do keyword Wally for Wally B, Wally. Make it really simple. So keyword for this giveaway is Wally. Let me know when you initiate it, and then we'll let them know. Cool. So you can type in the keyword right now, Wally, Wally, and we'll give like 30 seconds or so. We're going to make sure we can populate all that into a randomizer. If not, we got to back up because we can see all the comments. And what we'll do is we're going to have you reach out to us at social@caesarna.com. So social@caesarna.com will allow you the opportunity. Huh? You want to do 2? Okay. Oh, yeah, 1 on each. That works. I didn't know if it pulled like a collective from all, but we'll find out. We're using a new giveaway tool, so we're trying something else out too. All righty. We'll give another few seconds here. Oh, there's a lot of you guys commenting. Oh, my God. It's funny because when I do these lives, you guys got to remember a lot of times I'm on this side of the camera, so I don't always see like the comments. So I'm watching the comments like they're going nuts right now. They're flowing. Ooh, and I'll challenge you guys too. It is 2:23 p.m. Eastern time right now. We're about to get into Elly May's live here, her class here in just 1 second, well, in a couple minutes. If we can get, I'm going to set a goal for us. Right now, we are at 324 viewers in this. If we can get 500 viewers by 5 o'clock, we're going to do a big giveaway right before Kortez and I go on at that hour. Yeah, 500 people viewing this by 5 o'clock. And all that means is you guys do one simple thing for me. Hit the share button, get people to watch this, get people involved. This is a massive day. This is a huge day. We're already almost an hour and a half into this, and we're cruising right now. And you guys have been doing awesome for us. So, all right, let's go ahead and shut it down right about. Somebody put Wally with some fire. I like that. Okay, let's shut it down now and let's see how that thing works. Did it populate all of your people? Ooh.
So it does look like it combined all the entries into one, but it did pick our first winner. You ready?
Well, I'm ready for it.
All right, this is from YouTube. Belinda Shiflett.
Belinda Shiflett. You said Shiflett?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Belinda Shiflett. Congratulations. You are the first winner. And because Anna said that we're giving away 2, I got to make sure we make another one of these, another set of these. Awesome. All right. Oh, yeah, she's in there right now. Said, yay. Congratulations, Belinda. All right. So for number 2, let's pull another one.
All right. It's doing its thing. All right. It picked someone from Facebook, so that worked out perfect. All right. Our Facebook winner is Marilyn Roeder.
Marilyn Roeder. That's awesome. So congratulations to both of you. Like I mentioned before, all you simply have to do is reach out to us at social@caesarna.com. So social@caesarna.com. Give us your address. It has to be either a home address or a address that's not P.O. Box. Okay. And then we'll get a nice little giveaway package bundled up for you. Obviously, both of you have won one of the bags, and then you also have won the shirt as well. And we'll make up another pack for you guys too. And you know what? Just because, and I know when I walk out there, Yohan's going to say, hey, why don't you throw some Weeders and Squeegees? We'll throw some other little goodies in there for you guys as well. But that was our first giveaway. We've officially made it through our first almost hour and a half of this live. So I'm really, really excited to kind of jump into the next one. You guys ready to actually get into educators that aren't me up here and like people that really have some fun projects? So as a lot of you guys know, you guys see all over social media, especially Facebook and Instagram, there's one person here that's actually, I don't want to say one because everybody has obviously contributed, but there's somebody that has taken the Romeo, Juliet, and Leonardo and has completely run away with it in the fact that she's creating educational content. A lot of times she's getting content done before I can even get content done. That's how quick she is and how awesome, and a really good friend of myself and the team here at Caesar. But what we are going to be doing is we're going to be airing a quick little segment from our very own Elly May, but also not to overstep this a little bit, but she actually just came out with an ebook. So I know, Elly, if you're in the comments, make sure that you drop the link to the ebook as well. It is all around Romeo, Juliet, and Leonardo Design Studio, and it has everything that you need to know from literally the bumper to bumper package, if you know what I'm saying. So it is an incredible ebook that she had wrote and gave us basically the manuscript and said, hey, just want you to check over this. And we were so pleasantly surprised that this thing was created and something that we can even look forward to ourselves. So this next presenter is going to be Elly May. This is also some of these are going to be pre-recorded and some of them are lives, but I'm very, very excited about that. Anna, do you have anything before we get started? Perfect. Yeah. And Elly will be in the comments as well too, so we can obviously answer any questions that you guys have. But after Elly's done, I'll see you guys back here pretty shortly because we might have an in-studio guest coming up next. So we're going to air that video from Elly there.
Hey everyone, my name is Elly May with Swift Creek Customs, and you can find me on the Swift Creek Customs YouTube channel. I create a lot of content with the Caesar, Juliet, and Romeo cutting machines, and I'm so excited to be here for the National HTV Day. Thank you, Caesar and Heat Transfer Warehouse, for putting on this event. I'm going to be sharing Beyond Fabrics with the Caesar Easy Color DTV. I have mine in a sealed envelope to keep any humidity out, because where I live there is humidity that could affect anything that you are printing, from copy paper to heat transfer vinyl. I have a couple things on the table here. These are some of my original shirts that I created when the Caesar Easy Color DTV was released. That is over 2 years ago. These have been washed almost weekly, and the shirts are starting to show some wear and tear on them themselves, but the Easy Color DTV still looks pretty darn good for as many times as it has been washed. So I've had great success with this. I have tested it on things like wood. This one was a little tricky to get it to adhere to, but that wasn't the DTV fault. That was the wood sign and the powder coated paint that is on some of these wood blanks that you purchase at retail stores. I'm going to be sharing with you how to use digital patterns and use those with the Caesar Easy Color DTV to create your own earrings. We're going to be starting with some wood blanks, and then we're going to be applying that Caesar Easy Color DTV to those wood blanks. I will be demonstrating in the Caesar Leonardo Design Studio software. All of the features I'm going to share are in the basic version of Leonardo Design Studio, so anyone can follow along and watch as well. I will also be demonstrating on the Caesar Juliet, but Caesar Easy Color DTV can be cut with a wide range of cutting machines. Any machine that can cut HTV can cut your Caesar Easy Color DTV as well. So let's go ahead and get started in Caesar Leonardo Design Studio, and I'm going to share some tricks to working with digital patterns in the basic version of the software. Now I've opened up Caesar Leonardo Design Studio, and I'm going to be working with the basic version, which is free for all users. You can download that at the Caesar website. Whether you have a Caesar Juliet or Romeo cutting machine or not, you can still utilize what I'm going to show you in the Caesar software and be able to create along with me. The process will also be able to be recreated in other softwares as well. They just may have different terminology and a different process in doing this, but you could still complete it. So I'm going to click down here in the bottom left corner and click on the Design tab. It's going to bring open my design mat. I'm going to show you two different ways that you can create with these earring templates or with these earrings. If you have a template, which I have created myself for my specific earring, and I will include the links in the class supply list as well for what I'm showing you. But I'm going to grab this and Control C, oh, I didn't need to paste it there, Control C, bring it onto my design mat for my file. And then I can start creating with this. Now the Caesar Juliet and Romeo cutters are precision cutters, and print and cut is amazing with them. But it's always good to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room. So I am going to be showing how to create what is technically called a print bleed, but we're going to give ourselves a little bit of wiggle room, and then when we go to assemble the earrings, you'll see exactly why. So this is my template. This is the exact size of my earring that I am working with. I'm going to come down to the bottom toolbar, choose Build Contours, and then I am going to choose Editable Contour, and I'm just going to change this color so we can see it a little bit easier, and I'm going to increase that offset. It is not a particular size. I'm just increasing the offset however much you would like. Click Apply, and now I have an offset cut line of my shape. I have this template earring file. I'm simply going to work in this layers panel because it's easier for you to see when things where they are in relation to other shapes on the screen. So it is under the properties panel and then layers. I'm going to simply just click the eyeball. It's going to hide that cut line because I do not need it for my file. Now, once I have my shape, we're going to work with one earring at a time, and then when we get the pattern fill, we can make a copy of it so it's exactly identical. I'm going to open a pattern, and I'm going to be working with some alcohol ink patterns. And File, Open, and then I'm going to just simply select a bright pattern. So I'm going to select this 5 alcohol pattern, and I'm going to select background image. And then you want to double check here. I've already been working in the software, so it defaulted to my selection previously. But when you first open the software, it's going to say auto default. You want to select 300 DPI so your PNG files open at the highest resolution it was created at. And then I'm going to choose next. This is also going to open the PNG file at the actual file size it was created at. Now, once I do put the pattern onto my design mat, it has now put the registration marks on my page. I can simply come up here, and for the video's sake, just to, I'm just going to uncheck that for right now. We will turn it into a print and cut here in just a bit. And then I am going to select this little arrow here to condense that so you can see this. So I am working in this layers panel. The first thing I need to do is right now my pattern, since I opened it after the shape, it is on top of the shape. I'm going to grab this and I'm going to move it under the shape in the layers panel. You can see that my shape is now on top. And then I can kind of decide, I'm going to first make a copy of this, Control C, Control V. I'm going to move that copy over here, and I can either leave it here or I could hide it as well, either way. But this way I have an original. I'm going to show you how you can scale patterns. Even though we don't have a pattern fill panel, you can still scale patterns, and you want to keep in mind you do not want to scale the pattern up or you could lose image quality. So you want to scale down from the original size that it opened. So it's very important that you open at the 300 DPI setting so that it opens at the actual size it was created at. If you try to scale up, then you could lose image quality and it could pixelate. So in this case, I'm going to select the pattern on my design mat. I'm going to scale this down however I want. And then since it pulled it all the way in on the design mat, you can see that it now shows as the bold color. I'm going to simply come in here and I'm going to move this around wherever I want. You can see with this large pattern, I could make a ton of earrings and they would all be different. That's the one thing I really love about alcohol inks. Once I have it where I would like, I'm going to left click, drag across both shapes. So you can see over here that both my pattern and my shape is filled or is selected. And then I'm going to come down to the bottom toolbar here. And because I used the intersect previously, that is the icon that you see down here. So if your screen doesn't look the same, you're going to move over this icon next to the star and then come up here to the pop out and you're going to choose intersect. And then you have magic. So now we have our earring file here. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo this. I am first going to Control C, Control V, I'm going to make a copy of that the offset for the template, and I'm going to move it off my mat. Always good to keep copies of your originals. Left click, drag across everything to select, and then I'm going to come back down here and choose intersect. And now I have my first earring design. I can simply Control C, Control V. It's going to make another copy and I can drag that over here. So now we've created our first pair of earrings. If you're doing double-sided and you want them to be identical, then you can, first you can, instead of having it this way, you can right click and to mirror horizontal, and then those earrings will be mirrored in the pattern when you go to wear them. If you want to do double-sided of the same pattern, I'm simply going to select both of these, and just for this purpose I'm going to group them together and Control C, Control V, and I can make a copy. So now I have one complete set of earrings for this, and I scaled that pattern down. Now what if you don't have a template file or you don't want to take the time to create a template file? With the Caesar DTV and the process we're going to use, it is very easy. You can come down here to the draw shapes. I'm going to create a rectangle, and you want to just make sure that your rectangle is larger than whatever size blank you are using. So I have a multi-pack of different sizes of earrings, and then I can arrange the earrings on the pattern when we go to assemble them. So I'm just going to show you with a basic shape. Now, if you have an earring that is a 2-inch circle, of course you can just draw a 2-inch circle. And then I would suggest creating the offset for the bleed as well. That will help you have some more wiggle room. Now I made this pattern a copy of it, so I'm going to just Control C, Control V, and bring it back over here. And then I can decide if I scale this down just a little bit and bring it all on the mat, you can see that it brightens up. If it is over the borders of the cutting mat, that's why it shows as the lighter color, because technically it could not cut out that shape where it is showing on the cutting mat. That's why you see that. You'll also see it in the print and cut as well. So I now have this. If I want to rename this, I could double click on it and just rename pattern 2, just so I can, oh, I just said pattern. That'll be fine. Pattern 2, just so I can distinguish where it's at in my shapes. Now I have these two shapes. The square is right here. And then I'm going to just drag that pattern up so it's underneath the shape. And here's a little tip. So if you want to see through the rectangle, you can come over here to the color picker, select the rectangle and choose stroke. However, you will have to change it back to fill before you can proceed in order to intersect. So I can use this now, and what I can do is I can figure out where I want this to go. So let's just decide, we'll bring it down in here. Okay. Now, if I want to crop that, intersect it, I'm going to choose fill. I'll show you here. Let me just show you what it does on stroke, just so you can see that. I'm going to left click and drag across my pattern and my shape. I'm going to choose the intersect option, and it doesn't do anything because it is only the outline. The software does not see that as a filled object, so it's not going to intersect those two objects. So if I click undo here, okay, I'm going to move that back to where I want it. I'm going to select fill, so it's now a solid shape, and Caesar Leonardo sees that. And then I'm going to left click and drag across both the pattern, let's come over back to the layers panel, pattern and the rectangle. And I'm going to choose intersect. Now I have a square that is the pattern fill, and I can position multiple earrings into this section once it is printed, and we'll be able to create with that. So now let's turn this into a print and cut. So I'm going to come up here to the artboard, and then I'm going to check the print and cut job. And I want to make sure that my paper size is set to what I'm using for the Caesar DTV. It's going to be letter size. And then I want to select the page marks. And that is going to be the default page marks for what I have selected. Now you can see here, these top earrings fit inside of the boundaries of the print and cut. If you want to see all black registration marks, if you see red, there is something wrong. This is just a little bit wider than what, let's see, I can almost fit it if I do it perfectly. I'm just going to scale it down just a little bit so it'll fit in there. Since it's just a shape that we're going to use as our patterns, it's not a specific size, it's not going to matter. So now I'm just going to add another image real quickly down here because I like to print my entire sheet of DTV and use that. So I'm going to quickly make another set of earrings. I have sped up this section of the video to show that I am just adding the fill pattern to the earrings in the same exact way as I shared at the beginning of the video, and then making a copy. Now, once I have my sheet filled as I want it to, if I were to click send right now in the Leonardo Design Studio software, it's going to show a blank page because I have not told it that I want it to print and cut around those shapes. I'm going to come back to the design. I'm going to select everything, and then I'm going to come down to my build contours in the bottom toolbar, and I'm going to select build contours, and it is going to be a print and cut logo. I want it to cut exactly as it shows on the screen. I do not need an offset amount for this, and I'm going to click apply. Now I have bold blue, it designates a dark blue around those. If I click on send and send again, now you can see I have my printed artwork in the top left, and then I have my cut contours in the bottom left. So I'm first going to print this on the Caesar Easy Color DTV by simply selecting the print. You want to make sure that your correct printer is selected here. I'm going to send to printer, and then I'm going to print and change the source to my rear tray because that's where I print my Caesar DTV. I'm going to print at the basic settings. I have great luck with Caesar DTV, and I have shirts that are over 2 years old that have been washed many, many times, almost weekly. And I follow the instructions to the Caesar DTV exactly, and I haven't had any issues. So I'm going to click OK. It's going to print. And then once it's printed, you do want to let the Caesar Easy Color DTV dry, and sometimes dry to the touch is not always completely dry. So if you have a very colorful image, you may want to let it dry for a period of time. These are also going to be single images that we do not need a mask with. If you are using the mask with the Caesar Easy Color DTV, you want to let that dry for 24 hours before you mask it. That will help you for your success, because that ink may feel dry to the touch, but it is not always completely dry, and it can affect how it sticks to the mask. When you're ready to cut, click on Cutting Contours and make sure your machine is set up for the print and cut, and we're going to show a quick glimpse here of the machine cutting this out. Now you want to make sure that your print is completely dry before you place it onto your cutting mat so that you don't smear the ink on your design or the registration marks. Then make sure your page is completely straight on the cutting mat. You want to give it the best chance possible for reading those marks and cutting accurately. If it's skewed on the cutting mat, it's going to have a hard time finding those marks accurately. Make sure to do your test cuts when you go to cut your materials. It's so easy on the Caesar Juliet and Romeo cutting machines. Position the blade tip in the bottom left registration mark, and then you're going to go back to the software, click Send to Cutter, and then click OK once you have checked all of your settings there. So those are the cut lines. And then it's going to read the registration marks. It is super fast. This is sped up just a little bit, just so that you don't have to watch the entire process. But it is now cutting the entire design, and it goes really, really quickly. I did even decrease the speed down to a 10. Cutting on super speed is not always recommended, but you can give it a try. And then this cut so nicely because I did my test cuts before I cut. So it cut out very, very well. And I'm going to give you a close-up look here at the actual designs. There is no white space, even around that white, the rectangle. Any white that you actually can see is like the edges of the Caesar Easy Color DTV. It cut perfectly. And here is the bottom set of earring designs. Now, once you have your printed sheet, you can go ahead and you can arrange your earrings. You'll see here I have given myself some leeway. I'm going to use just a nail file. This is from the Dollar Tree nail file to file along the edges. It gives it a nice finished look, and we're going to be applying this. So I'm going to go through the application of one earring, and then it's the same process for everything else. This section here, I have these different shapes. So I can take this, I can use my scissors, cut it down a little bit to the size needed, and then follow along with the same process that I'm going to share with the first earrings. So it's all going to be the same application process, and we can go ahead and get that done. You'll have some new patterned earrings when we have the entire assembly done, and you can create all kinds of unique designs. So I'm going to get my heat press. I am using just a handheld press. You could use a heat press as well. I have my Caesar press, but that takes up a lot of space on my table. So I'm just going to simply use this for the demonstration. And Heat Transfer Warehouse also has one of these little handhelds that you would be able to use as well. Anything, just as long as it gets hot enough to apply the DTV, you would be great. So I'm going to take these off of here, set those aside for if I'm going to use those. And I can simply, since it's one easy piece, I can simply peel this off, set the rest aside, and you can see here that it fits over my earring. Better to have a little bit of excess for the process that we're going to be doing than to have it not be big enough. So I'm just going to move this over here into the area, wait for this heat press to heat up. It heats up pretty fast, and I have a Teflon sheet just to protect my heat press surface. Now you may have all of these supplies in your stash already, just kind of look around. I have a set of files from scrapbooking, my scrapbook days when we used chipboard. These would also work. Or I have this little handy tool, it's called the diamond tip reamer. It's going to help us with that earring hole so we don't have to get that cut exactly perfect on the earring hole. And it's going to give it a unique look. Now, once the press is ready, make sure that your pattern design is covering the entire earring shape. And even if you have the same pattern for both earrings, having it off just a little bit just creates a unique look for it. So just make sure your pattern doesn't move and then place that on top. And then I'm just going to press down for a few seconds. This is the hottest setting, so I want to make sure not to burn it or to overpress it. It's not going to be washed, but I will give a tip here. With Siser Easy Color DTV, you are supposed to wash before you wear. You can see that it pressed in there very, very well. You're supposed to wash before you wear. With this, you can't really wash these, and you don't want to soak them because they are wood. So that would just cause it to break apart. But I have taken a wet washcloth and wiped it over the top when I'm finished with it completely, and I have not had any ink bleed so far. So just make sure to test that with your designs. I do want to wait until this is cooled off before I actually start on the edges. I found that out. Otherwise, if the adhesive is still hot, it could slide. But with this wood grain texture, it comes through on that HTV. So I'm just going to let this cool off a little bit. When you're doing that, you can just start applying another design. And by the time this one is applied, then the first one has cooled off. So I'll just press that. And there is my next one. I just have a heat safe surface underneath it. Now, once that is applied, I'm going to take Dollar Tree nail file, and I'm just going to move this out of the way. It does create just a little bit of sawdust from the edge of that earring. And then I'm just going to file, and it comes off very, very easily because the DTV is so thin. So you don't want to pull it, you don't want to stretch it, but I'm just going to file this off. And there I have the edges of my earring. Doesn't take much time at all. I'm going to take the diamond tip reamer. I'm going to push it through the earring hole, and this one has, it's like a like an embroidery board. So I can just file that down. And then all you have to do is do the other side and add your hardware, and you have a unique set of earrings. So I'm going to finish out all of these. If you wanted to, you could paint the edges. My hands shake sometimes when I go to do that, so I don't really like that. And I kind of like the wood, rough edge of the wood edge there. Completely up to you. You could paint them before or after if you chose to do so. So I'm just gonna go finish these out, and we'll come back and take a look at the finished pictures. Now I finished out all of the rest of the earrings. This is showing how I did that for the same method for in the entire thing. Wouldn't it be nice if we could all work this fast as the video shows? When it came to the rectangle, I just cut that apart for fitting onto the different shapes of the earrings. And then I really like this hardware. It's linked in the class supplies list, but you simply just push the hardware together on the earring and clamp it down with some pliers, and you are done. But you could also use jump rings as well, and the fish hooks, or whatever earring hardware you prefer on your earrings or for your customers. Depends on who you're making those for. So I just continued to do that. I actually had to order some extras because I'd already run through all of my stash, so I had to stop recording the video and wait for my shipment. But I wanted to share the process with that. They're so easy to put together. It can create such a unique look with the printed patterns on the Siser Easy Color DTV. So there's all 4 of the earrings that I finished out. And then you can make this to match your shirts. All 4 of those are the same pattern and match that shirt right there. Check out the Swift Creek Customs YouTube channel to see the video on creating this t-shirt design in the Siser Leonardo Design Studio software. And if you are a new user to Siser Juliet or Romeo, I have just released the new beginner's guide to Siser Juliet and Romeo. Here's a look at the front cover. Make sure to check the class supply list or the video description below this video for additional information on how you can pick up that ebook and get started with your new cutting machines easily. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thanks for joining me, and have a great day.
Told you, just like that, we're back. We're back. It is now we are getting into, you guys have heard me talk enough in this event so far, and I'm really excited. But also thank you so much to Elly May for that awesome project, taking us step by step through it. And I hope you guys got a lot of value out of that one as well. Everything done right in Leonardo Design Studio. Everything is possible in the world that we've created. But next up, one of my besties. I'm just going to throw that out there. One of my besties is coming in to show us something really cool. You guys saw from the schedule. We're doing rhinestones. We have a new rhinestone feature. We can all give a little round of applause that it's finally here. But let's bring her up right now. It's the woman herself, Chonita from Do Dream On. Woo! What's going on?
Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Hey, everybody.
Hello. How are you? How's it
so
going?
good.
I'm
And
so
I'm
excited
so
about
happy
this
to see you guys.
And you are the only one in the event. We love all of our educators. You're the only educator in the event that's actually here in studio, which is really, really fun too. And so I'm happy that you live close to that. So we're getting into rhinestones today,
Yes, rhinestones.
I'm so excited about that.
With holographic. So you guys know we love the bling.
Mm-hmm.
You see the bling everywhere. We love rhinestones.
Oh, I got this one for you too. I was prepared.
Like, look how adorable this is. So cute. And it's not even real rhinestones. You probably wouldn't even know unless we told you that this is literally Caesar holographic HTV.
Just a regular holographic HTV. So why don't we start out this way? First off, I want you to plug everything right at the top, all of your stuff. Make sure you're plugging everything for us. And then why don't we get right into, because you are a rhinestone person.
Yeah.
So maybe we explain like the foundation of making rhinestones, and then we can get into the holographic part.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
Cool.
So I am Chonita Nicole of Do Dream On. And I want to shout out all my dreamers. I saw you guys on live and on here. So welcome, guys. And you can find me on all social media platforms at Do Dream On. Just like how it sounds, Do Dream On.
Yep. Nice. And we have to shout out your mom one time really quick for the shoes. You guys can't see them on camera right now, but we'll definitely get a shot of these things, making custom. There you go. Yeah.
I'll show you guys.
Making the custom Crocs. We can throw it on the overhead actually.
Oh,
yeah, we'll put it right there.
My mommy does this by hand. She's amazing.
That's awesome. So let's kind of set the foundation for people up front. You're a rhinestone maker.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the traditional way to make like hot fixed rhinestones, rhinestone templates with the folks.
So typically to make rhinestones are actually SVGs. A lot of people don't know that. They're literally they're literally just cuts. So as you guys hear, it's really low, so you may not hear it that loud, but the machine is cutting our design already. And basically rhinestones, you use flock typically for rhinestones. And what you do is you get an SVG. You have to transform the regular SVG into circles so that it can come in the form of words, letters, images, etc. So it's literally just little circles. And what happens is you have to use a thicker flock, and I get it from Heat Transfer Warehouse, Rocket Flock. So what you do is you have to make little circles, and then you have the rhinestones, and you'll pour the rhinestones into those circles. Yeah. Right? You'll take some KTM mask, and the mask will go over the rhinestones, and then it'll transfer so in whatever letter or shape that you're creating, and then you'll put it on your shirt or your bag or whatever you're putting it on, and transform it that way. Awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this holographic HTV, and we're going to use the new Leonardo Design Studio Pro. It is Pro. So you need this feature. You have to have Pro. And we're going to make circles into this holographic HTV. And the circles are going to mimic the circles of the rhinestones. And because it's holographic and it's shiny, it's going to give off the bling. So that's what we're doing today.
Well, and you actually have two really good examples of both types of rhinestones. Because I learned as we were developing this tool too, that there are things such as hot fix rhinestones and also ones you have to glue down yourself.
Yes. And I'm so mad. I brought it and I left it in my truck. My mom makes phone cases, and she has the flatbacks. That's what they call those. And then hot fix has glue on the back of the rhinestones, and then you press it so that it can glue to your shirt or whatever that you have on there. Well, I showed you the shoes, but the case is so cute. But so they are different. So you have to make sure that you're putting the correct one on so that it can adhere correctly.
I like it. All right, so let's go over. We'll go through the tool a little bit here, kind of show people, because one thing that I actually was really impressed with when we did the tool. Now I get a part of the development team, so like I get to see stuff early. You get to kind of see stuff early too when we have these kind of tools. But the fact that with a Rhinestone tool, being able to click into the tool and it automatically starting to like organize your rhinestones, I think is really the big benefit. Now, I need your explanation on some of these, so I need your help for some of these. SS, SS, what do these things mean for the people out there that might be brand new to rhinestones? Like, what do all of these random rhinestone sizes and shapes and all of those kind of things even mean?
So basically, it's the size of the rhinestones. So some rhinestones are larger, some are smaller. So you want to make sure that when you're going through your rhinestones that you have the correct size in Leonardo as well as the correct size that you have in person. Because if you're cutting out an SS6 on the design studio, the software, and then you have SS10, it's going to be too large to fit in those holes.
Well, and secondly, too, to that is making sure that your SVG, you size that before making your template, right?
Absolutely, because you cannot go back inside
scale
of
it down afterwards.
Nope, you can't scale it down after. Now, something I absolutely love is that it shows you the colors. Like, look how adorable that is. So you can see how it looks with the different colors of the rhinestones. I personally, if it's out there, it may be, but I personally hadn't seen anything like that, not the software that I use. So I was like, that is super dope. So you could actually get a preview of what the rhinestones will look like.
Yep. And don't forget too that if you don't find the appropriate color that you want, you can always drop down that fancy schmancy CMYK wheel and you can type in those codes right away into there as well. So, one thing that we added in here is the extra gap spacing. And I think it's kind of important to let people know about that, especially when you have, maybe you have oblong rhinestones and you want to ensure that there's a little bit of space extra for those to kind of feed into. So maybe talk a little bit about that or how the importance of it for you.
It's so important. So actually I did this project last night as well, just to prepare. And my spacing is a lot larger than what we have right here. And can I grab that one?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
So I'm going to grab that one and I'm going to show you. And I did it on purpose.
Yeah, let me see if I can get something
behind it.
Yeah, to go up behind it. Here, we'll do this.
Just so. And this is the holographic.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's
there
okay.
we go.
And I did it that way just so you can see the spacing. You can play around with it. Now, the thing about the software is that make sure that whatever you like before you press accept, then that's what you like, because you can't go back in there. You can just start over. And it's so easy, though. It's not really that hard. I had to start over a couple times. It's not like oh, no. Yeah. Because you can always duplicate the image, etc. But this turkey I actually got from the studio here.
In the design space?
In the design space. It was so easy to grab. In the design library. I was so easy to grab. Just opened it up and then literally just clicked the contour, and it immediately turned it into rhinestone. Yep. I mean, I don't know how simple or easy, like literally look at that. And then like we were talking about the spacing is important. Can you show when it's closer together just so they can see? So the closer the spacing is together, the more circles that you'll get for the rhinestones. So if you want it closer, you have to be careful though, because if they're too close, rhinestones can cut inside of each other, and then when they're cutting, it'll be it won't be it'll almost like an 8, because they'll be too close. So you want to make sure they're not too close. And then if you want it further apart, just know that if it's letters or different things, it may not make the letter as easily to read. So these are things that you could play around with, and then you can see what works better for you. Another thing is it's very important to play around with fonts, because every font will not work well with rhinestones or whatever letter you're trying to get. And then what you'll do is you'll have a library of go-to fonts for rhinestones. So this is something that you want to have a lot of fun with. You want to practice and you want to play with it so you can find out easily what works well for you and what does not work well for you. So literally practice makes perfect. And with new things, with new machines, if you guys are new to my channel, you always know that I show the mistakes, I show the hiccups and different things, because we all make them. And a lot of people learn better from quote unquote messing up or making mistakes. So this is super, super dope, super duper good to play around with and to learn your machinery. I always talk about that.
And this is a good example of this. So we have more of a bolder text, and we can kind of see how the actual rhinestones will work within that, where we have some spots missing, and maybe this isn't the appropriate font.
Correct.
But the benefit of having those fill options as well is that we can actually hone in those settings just a little bit more by changing things like your spacing horizontally or vertically and things of that nature to make it work. But to your point, you know, having more of a, say, a cursive font in the same way may even give you less opportunity for your rhinestones themselves. Oh, what's up, Anna?
Quick question from April. What types of fonts do you find work best for rhinestones?
So thicker fonts typically work a lot better with rhinestones, or something called one line fonts. Those work really, really good. I'm trying to see, do you guys have any one line fonts?
Oh yeah, I'm seeing if we just added, we have some single line fonts in here
so
too.
The single line fonts work really, really good. That's what I use for the Do Dream on here. It's literally so simple, but it gets the job done.
Yeah.
So thicker fonts work really well, and then single line fonts depending on what you want to do. And please remember, when you get a good font, save that font, write it down so that you can always go back to it, and then you can adjust with it.
Now, do you know about wordmark.it, right? Do you know about that one yet?
I think I heard about it.
Just a pro tip for anybody too, that, you know, for me, I have so many fonts too that sometimes my paper will start growing. So wordmark.it is a website that will pull all your system fonts over, and you can see everything kind of lined up for you. So you can go in and select and use them later on.
I think you told me about that one, because I'm like, it sounds pretty familiar.
Here's a good example though too of, like, right now we have an SS10, which is a little bit, I think, well, that's probably a standard size
standard
stone.
I love SS10. This is SS10. It's just the standard one,
standard size,
the standard fonts. Some people like SS6 because it makes it look, they think it makes it look neater, or it's close. So it all depends on what you want. But this is really good because it lets you know how many rhinestones you'll need. So let's say you're running low on some of your rhinestones and you're like, oh my goodness, I really want to make something, but I only have a little bit of rhinestones. So then you can make single words like this, and then you can still utilize your rhinestones until you order more.
That's awesome. Now, typically as a rhinestone maker, how are you pricing out your rhinestones normally? Minus the tool that we have.
I was about to say,
in a normal world.
So rhinestones are, for me, just if I want to be perfectly honest, a little bit harder to
like try to price out.
Try to price. So I literally refer to tools like you guys have for help. So this is a great segue.
I was gonna say that's good that we added. I was hoping that
because people like me, I was so confused. But we have something for that.
Nice. So yeah, to the point of that is that we do have the cost calculator where you can get, which it's down to your stone cost per stone, and then obviously knowing, like you had mentioned, you know, we do tell you in software how many stones are going to be utilized for a specific design, which can hopefully help with that pricing and that initiative for somebody that does own a business.
Now, this is something extremely important because as a business owner, we have to price things. It's really important. We have to pay taxes on our things. These are things you have to put into consideration. So just because you're grabbing a t-shirt and it's $5 and then you have the rhinestones, you have to literally incorporate your time, your taxes, because you have to pay those things. And it's not just,
that's true.
This is the real deal, right? If you have a business, these are things you have to incorporate. So this helps with that. So you can say, okay, this is my time. This is literally per rhinestone. This is my shirt. And then here's my taxes. So I can put this over in my business account. So these are things you have to be mindful of. And a lot of people always try to do sales a lot. You definitely can do sales, but you have to be mindful of that too. Because just because it's a sale, you still have to pay taxes.
Well, I just don't think that I also too, like, especially early on for me, like understanding from a business perspective of like how much time, energy, and effort goes into, you know, running a business, whether you're doing rhinestones, heat transfer, anything that you're doing. And I think that is the most commonly missed thing for new business owners is that you don't account for your time. None of us account for our time and labor, but also we're not accounting for our cost to even get in, because you want to build a business and you want to give opportunities to people to get discounts so that you can grow and scale. But like also valuing yourself as a business, I think, is a really important part of that.
You absolutely have to value yourself as a business, and you have to believe in yourself. If you watch my channel, you know I'm always pushing motivation. So you have to believe in yourself and that you're worthy of this, and that the time and the effort and the knowledge that you put in this, that you're worthy of it. So take yourself first you have to take yourself serious and then take your business serious and then stand on what you say. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be in a mean way because I'm extremely nice. Yeah, this is what the price is. This is how it works. Just so that, you know, you won't get taken advantage of. And a lot of times, like, I'm new at this. You may be new at it, but you could be great at it, even though you're new. That doesn't take away from your value. So make sure that you guys are valuing yourself and knowing that you are worthy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love that. So our cut is actually already done. So we'll just bring that out really quick.
Yes,
And then I'll actually let you do the weeding on it.
Oh.
And if it's not cut perfectly, it's my fault because I'm the one that did the cut settings. I'm just throwing that out there.
It should be perfect.
It should be perfect, but if it's not, I blame myself for that one.
It should absolutely be
But yeah.
perfect.
And then I did do a weed box around it too, so hopefully it's.
Oh,
it's
you
a
did
little
the
easier.
box around
Yeah,
it.
just a little bit easier.
Oh,
hopefully.
because I have the thing where it's like lit. I see the box. All right, perfect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start here because
I always do that too.
I'm like, I need
On
to
the
get
backside.
close. There we go.
Cool.
Sweet and
So
good.
now
We
they
did
can
that
see.
test cut. Now this is something super cool. I love that you guys have this
Oh, awesome.
inside here because you guys have to do a test cut. Then it's something called an area cut so that you will not waste your vinyl.
Yeah.
That's super important. And so the test cut literally helps with making sure that you're on the correct setting.
Mm-hmm.
And then the area cut make sure that you are in the correct area.
Yep.
And look at that. Literally
Look at that.
perfect.
That's awesome.
Smooth like butter.
Smooth like but no,
Like
you got me
butter.
now you got me singing. We're gonna have copyright strikes on YouTube now.
No. It was only like 2 seconds.
It was only 2 seconds. Yeah.
It was like 2 seconds.
Look at that.
But yeah,
That deal
this
is
looks
beautiful
so
too.
good.
That's awesome.
So a lot of people may not have the rhinestones yet. Don't fret, my pet. You guys can get some Caesar holographic, and then you guys can be blinging along with us.
Well, and that's the thing too, is I think a lot of people, you know, there's different use cases for everything. I think rhinestones still hold pretty true. Oh, that's actually a perfect color too.
Oh, it's so cute.
I like that color.
I love the color. It's perfect for the holidays.
You know, a lot of people when they're doing rhinestones, there's certain use cases where, you know, you need something flatter on the shirt. You can't have, like, perfect example. I'm helping out our local cheer team right now doing some of their stuff. It's like they can't have something that has a little rigidity to it or has a little bit depth to it. Everything has to be flat on their uniform. So it's a great alternative or option too.
And then it's just the flexibility, you know, the flexibility of being able to have options. A lot of times it's like, okay, I have to order it. I have to wait for it to ship. I have to no, go ahead and grab your holographic HTV and get to blinging in the meantime, in between time.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Are we gonna add? Do you want to add any words to this?
Of course.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, go ahead.
What color? Can you just repeat what color of the Caesar holographic that is?
This one is this is the orange one.
This one is the orange.
Yeah, and then the other one was this one is this looks like the
rainbow holographic.
Yeah, the rainbow, the Mystic Pearl.
Yeah, Mystic Pearl.
Very cool. That one's gonna be hard to see
cute.
probably.
Yeah, on here it is.
All right, cool. So let's add really quickly. Let's add
This is so pretty.
some words to this. So what do we want to add to our design itself?
I've literally been thinking. I've actually asked Javaya and I was asking Courtney from Craft. I'm like, what should I put? Like, it's so hard. It's daunting me. What should I put around this turkey?
Then what we do is we'll press this part on. We'll go to the audience. You guys let us know what would be great with this design that we have here, the turkey design. And then we'll make something for them. So I know I got some pure over here still, pure HT. I got some stuff over here
that we can
utilize. Yeah, we can mix and match. So we'll let them go to that, but watch out behind you just for the heat.
Oh yeah.
But why don't we go over to the heat press here and we can heat apply this. So
the shirt.
Yeah, that black shirt right there is good.
We're gonna put on the black one or the white shirt.
Either one, whatever.
This one is
oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I already used. I already used that one. We got to put on the white. Sorry. Perfect. Cool. So like we talked about earlier too, in the session is like you're able to accomplish both things, obviously by the fold and by doing the pre-press. But as you guys see with Chonita too, even unprompted, she was already ready to do a pre-press on it. So that's always a great thing, right? When you go in, do your quick pre-press, allow yourself to get all that additional moisture out, all the additional, all the additional like chemicals and stuff like that inside the garment, as well as allowing that garment to shrink down to its natural state.
Now here's my problem. I'm such a perfectionist. I'm like, it has to be literally.
I do the same exact thing.
I'm like, no, it's a little bit off.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, but I mean, you know,
that's fun. All right,
it's fine.
There we go. I think I might have did it a little heavy. You may have to adjust the pressure, maybe, but you shouldn't have to.
Tight.
It might be a little heavy still. Oh, that's not bad. Okay, cool.
I'm strong.
Yeah. I just earlier I did it when I was pressing and I go, oh man, maybe I did this a little too tight for me. So cool.
Yeah, I like
Do that
this
one.
heat press too.
Do we got any people giving suggestions for our Turkey Day shirt?
Yeah, what words do you guys want to put on here? Jive, turkey. What are we gonna put?
There's a lot of
Wobble.
Gobble till we wobble. I like that. Okay.
Gobble,
So why don't we
gobble.
do this then? We'll use another feature in software, which is actually our text on an arc. So this is another pro tool that we can kind of
then
show.
do it like that.
Yeah. So let's do this. Let's go a little bit
Turn it
bigger.
the other way so you guys can see it.
There
But
we go.
this looks so good.
That looks so cool already.
Yep, on the white.
I love it. All right. So we're gonna do
I like it.
gobble till we'll go.
Now look how cool that is. Explain that again.
So this one right here is our text on an arc. So what we were able to do is actually line up your. I spelled all that right? Anna
That's
or
it,
Adam,
yep.
double check.
Yeah,
All
what
right.
are you asking, right?
I know. I just want to make sure. They do that all the time. We're like, hey, you spelled that wrong, dude. So there we go.
Oh, that's so
we got the
cute.
gobble till we wobble, and then we can go through and pick the font. So this tool right here for anybody watching is actually called text on an arc. So you can bring in just a simple circle radius on any design. You can change how big the radius is, and then it also keeps everything right in line. So I can grab this little green dot, and I can make that move all the way around that design. So let's go ahead and pick a font. You come in. You can pick.
Oh.
I got tons of fonts in there,
Fonts.
so you pick through
Let's see.
something.
I think this is so cool because a lot of people are literally intimidated by designing and different
Yeah.
things. And this is so like so
Set it and
easy
forget
to,
it. Kind
exactly.
Of. Yeah.
So easy to just like plug and play. And
That's
then
awesome.
it gives you a little bit of time to be more creative
Mhm.
instead of worrying about having everything,
For sure.
But I love it. Absolutely love it. Let's
Yeah,
see
there's
where's
a
some
ton of them in
fonts.
there, so you can pick. And also too, with the holographic material, that's the one big benefit as well. Much like with your rhinestones that you create, they come in a variety of different colors. So even with holographic, you have a wide variety and a wide color spectrum that you can utilize for these. So even if you're mixing and matching colors within a design, you're doing two-tone templates. You should check out Chonita's as well as too. We got to shout out Eve as well. Her templates are
Yeah.
awesome with the two tones, and others as well, Patrice too. But doing even two colors with holographic, again, it's two simple presses. It makes life easy a lot of times too. So
I
see.
think I'm trying to see if it's this. Now, this is something that I take really serious.
Yeah. I was gonna say you're a font person.
I'm a
too.
font person.
Yeah, you're a font person.
So my mom makes fonts.
Oh, okay.
So I taught her how to do. I'm like, I don't play when it comes to fonts, but we're gonna keep it moving, so we won't keep going.
Where does she do her fonts at? Or like does she sell them?
Etsy.
Oh, Etsy.
Yep, on Etsy.
Head over to Etsy.
Yeah. Look, Mom, I'm trying to get my mom on my channel. Everybody
Yeah.
keeps telling her to get on here. She's
She
camera
has to.
shy. But we could just do something really simple like
Okay,
this.
perfect.
I
Cool.
think the wobble we may have to move the spacing because it's kind of
Yeah.
close.
Yeah,
So
maybe
just
what
make
we'll
it-
do is we'll go through and put a little space in between. Just make it like that.
Perfect.
Like
Works.
that. Cool.
Works well.
All
for
right,
me.
so I got lots of just random materials here that we can pick from. So we got some glows, we got pure HT, bunch of different colors we can pull from here. Or if there's another color, we can run and grab it too.
I think with this,
Mhm.
the brown may look good.
Brown, okay.
Yeah.
Wanna
The
do the
pure
russet?
HT that you were talking
Cool.
about earlier.
Do the russet brown then.
Yeah, we could
Cool.
do that one. Oh yeah,
Sounds
you're
good.
talking about the pronunciation of it.
Yeah, how do you say it? Russet or russet?
I don't remember what you said. I was just laughing. He's like, I'm gonna say it like this.
I
That's
just-
how I
yeah.
know how to say
That's
it.
it. I'm testing everybody now that comes in the studio. There's two things
how
you
you
do in
say
our
it.
studio, and Chonita's already been able to do one of them. That's sign the Romeo, but also now there's a verdicts out as russet or russet. We're gonna put a little hole up in the office, I think. All right, cool. We can go ahead and we'll load that one on up. And then let me actually, with this design, just because of how much material we're working with, actually maybe go, yeah, here you go. Good. What I'm going to actually do is I'm going to separate these.
Mhm. So that it
So yeah, just so it's just on one smaller
Mhm.
platform. So by separating, when I have text in inside Leonardo Design Studio, for anybody that's out there watching, all I do is right click, go down to paths, and then I can ungroup these paths. Now what I can do is I can highlight all of the top words so they stay together and weld them back together. Same with these letters, because when we ungroup paths, it separates every letter or every element. So now we can go ahead and weld those together. And now just to save space on this, because I already know where this is going to line up, or we already know where this is going to line up, just going to rotate that, kind of fit that in there, and then it will save a little bit of space for us.
And that is so important to do, especially when you have only a certain amount of HTV or different things like that. And once again, we're talking about cost savings and different things like that. All that extra dead space, we do not need that when we can literally just change it around and then make it more efficient. And then we have all of this space later on that we can use the HTV for later. So,
nice. Here, I'll set your sheet up. I'm gonna have you do the cut for me in 1 second. Let's go ahead and bring that. I'll do a quick test cut. Just gotta change it for the holographic.
Has anyone ever done the holographic faux rhinestone before?
Ooh, that's a good question.
If you have, comment down below. Like, what did you guys make? How did your customers respond? Or if it was a gift, how did they respond? Because I literally think this is just so cool. I mean, like literally this pumpkin that he showed earlier is absolutely adorable. Look at this. I mean,
I think that's awesome.
It's so cute.
What was your first? That was actually a good question for you too. What was your first rhinestone project that you ever did? And how, I always say this to everybody that's crafting, how long did it take you for the first one?
You know what? The first rhinestone, I think it's on video. It's either a Queen shirt or a Dreamer. It was either Queen or it was Dreamer, which works well.
Yeah.
Queen Dreamer. But it wasn't even long because it's once you learn the fundamentals, it's not really that hard. So you literally just use it. I think most things stop us the way we think about things in our brain. It holds us back. And once it's like, it literally is just an SVG. And if you've already been using HTV, it's just literally cutting the circles out, brushing it in there.
That's it.
So it didn't take me that long.
That's good.
And a lot of my dreamers, they always say, you make the things look so easy. I'm like, no, it's just, I just jump and do it. I just try. And if I fail, I show you guys if I fail, but I just literally jump into it.
Well, and that's what I kind of like about, especially about the crew of educators that you kind of hang out with and you spend your time with. That whole successful group of people really believes in like, I'm going to make the mistake. And so you don't have to. Exactly.
That's literally our logo.
Ingrained in my brain. Exactly. So let's hop in really quick. We'll show them the area test really fast in software. So as we were talking about before, there's a quick area test that allows us just to run kind of the perimeter of a cut and will let us know where that cut's going to lie. And it looks like here it kind of kicked me off just a tad. So I'm going to bring this in just a little bit more. Let's run that one more time. If I need to grab a new sheet, I can.
Yep.
Might not have gave you enough scrap to work with here. Yeah. I'll grab one. It's right here. All right.
And this is why the area test is so important, because we would have cut that out and then it wouldn't have worked and then you would have wasted the HTV. No one likes to waste things. I know I don't. I don't like wasting time, money, or HTV. So that's why it's so important though. And that's why it's so cool that it puts that inside of your material. I know a lot of people say they just started inside the equipment. I know a lot of people say they just started and they're like, oh, I wasted so much material. Well, this helps with that. Makes it a lot easier.
So what I'll do, why don't we go, I'll load this up for you really quick and get this going. And then why don't you actually heat apply this guy really quick. And then we can start putting them together because this should be done pretty fast. Oh, Adam, what's up? You got a question?
Actually, someone shared like a little story on YouTube that I thought was really cool from Sharon Davenport. She mentioned that she did do a faux rhinestone project for a young child once, and the mother really loved how she didn't have to worry about the child putting the stones in their mouth.
Oh, that's really awesome.
Amazing.
With e-transfer?
Yeah.
That's also too, like we spoke about earlier, having the CPSI compliance, having things like the certifications on our materials, hopefully allow people, and that's a great story. So thank you for that one. I actually know who that is too. So hi, Sharon.
Yeah, we love Sharon.
But with that too, it really shows a great use case example of you don't have to worry, so much with whether we're talking about vinyl, but even going from a rhinestone to a flat, lay like a heat transfer that might give you that opportunity to do kids' clothes and stuff like that,
That just gave me an idea how cute it would be to do bibs. And you, of course, don't want your babies to, have the little rhinestones that come, but the bibs will be so cute and it still can give you the effect. Thank you so much for sharing. Sharon. I love it.
Awesome. All right. And as you guys saw too, while we were talking cold, as we were talking to you, see Chonita was just waiting a little bit, letting it cool off just slightly so that we can get it peeled on. So here, I'll weed over here and then you can have this space.
Yeah, and it's okay to take it off of your the heat plate so that it can cool off a little bit.
Yeah.
Get a little air in there.
Awesome. I'm just
This is
weeding away.
so cute.
Thanks for sharing. That's now it's going to be stuck in my
Thanks
head
for
the rest of the
sharing,
day.
I love it.
I love it. All righty. So while I'm peeling this right now, because we're going to do the second press here in a second, I think what we should probably do.
Oh, I think I know that voice.
Because you're here, I think we should do a giveaway.
Giveaway
Let's do a giveaway
time.
for you. So what we're going to do is after we're done, I'm going to actually have Chonita run upstairs really quick and put together, we'll do what, 5 sheets holographic? Is that cool?
That works.
And then she's going to actually hand pick those sheets for us after we're done. And then we'll do that as a giveaway. So you get to pick the keyword.
The keyword.
Keyword for this giveaway.
Oh, you guys know what the keyword is going to be. It's going to be dreamer.
Dreamer.
Dreamer. And if you see, you want to be very careful and making sure that it's down.
Mhm.
And luckily, we're going to press it again because we have to put the other words over it. But this is a cold peel, so don't be too anxious.
Slow and steady wins the race, right?
Slow and steady wins the race.
I still remember how those like random things you learned in like elementary school that I use as a crafter. It's like for glue. It's yeah, you can press it again if you need to.
Yeah, I think I want to press it again just to make sure that it's all the way down.
Yeah, I do. That was one of them. Slow and steady wins the race. And then for glue, it was always dots, not lots. And I don't know why that's still stuck in my head. I never heard that one before. Dots, not lots. It like sticks in my brain now for some reason.
I never heard that one before.
Yeah. So, all right. So I got this weeded out as you're pressing that one. We'll just let it cool all the way down.
Yeah. Because I don't want it to come up. I'm like, it's cute. We want to keep it.
I like it. I like it.
Keep it down.
Do we put that in the giveaway pack too? Since we're making it on the live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
I'm not going to, I won't twist your arm. I just ask. That's all.
No, I love it. I love it. I love it.
So what do you got coming up on your channel too while we're just waiting for that to cool and stuff?
On my channel, let's see. We have a lot of AI that we're doing over there. We're going to go back to our basics, which is going to be a lot of planners and journals. I have a new printer.
Ooh, nice.
And I cannot wait to do the DTV, the Caesar DTV on there. I'm like, oh, I cannot wait to use it. I was actually waiting. I was going to do a project for it. And I was like, I'm going to wait till I get my printer. So
That's
I have
awesome.
the printer to use on there.
I just got a new printer last night too that I hooked up and I was like,
really?
Yes. Yeah, we were down for a little while at the house.
It's just something about getting new things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be anything special. Just something new. It's like, hey, cool. I'm happy with it.
Absolutely love it.
Nice, nice. There we go. Oh, was that middle spot?
Yeah, it was like 2.
Yeah.
That was down in the middle, but we got it. See?
Nice. I love it.
And it's all off.
That looks really cool. And the cool thing is, again, it's completely flat. It's really, really easy, and it's light on the shirt. The thing that's fun about rhinestones too is there's obviously like gaps in between rhinestones, so it really makes it feel super light, even if they're like bigger rhinestones. But same with the material, it just really makes it feel like it doesn't have anything on there. All right, we got our other 2 pieces.
We got our other 2 pieces.
I'll let you press these ones out too.
Yes.
And because we have 2 separate pieces, it's really easy to put one on top, one on bottom, press them at the same time.
Yeah.
Make our lives a lot easier.
Very much so.
There's those and those. And I'm just going to do a little cleanup here for us. There we go. All right. So I think giveaway, I think we've given people enough time, right? How long have we given? About 30 seconds or so?
Right.
Perfect. All right. So do we want to start picking? So are we going to do, we want to just do Facebook, YouTube all day, or do you want to do one or the other for this one and then do the other one? Okay, cool. Let's do it. So we'll go YouTube first this time. Oh, is it still spinning?
By
the time I'm like, oh.
Just keep going.
All right, awesome. Who is that? Cynthia Bradley. Congratulations. Congrats.
Oh, this is so cute.
That'll look really cute. And then over on Facebook, who do we have? Let's run it one more time.
I love that idea about the kids.
You ready?
Give it a second. It's
it's still going.
It's got to filter through all the YouTube ones
and
first.
this one is a warm peel?
Yeah, you can get that one off.
It's something about the peel reveal. I get so excited.
I know.
I get so happy. And it's like, I don't care how many times I do it. It's just like a dopamine rush or something. It's like, I cannot wait to see how it's going to turn out. Oh, especially the rhinestones. When I use the cutter and I do it, and it's like the perfect.
Yeah.
My OCD, it just does something to me. It makes me so happy.
Those are my favorite videos to watch. Is peeling
goodness.
of rhinestones. It's wild.
Man, I literally could just record it all the time. Like, perfect.
Nice. All right, and who do we got over on Facebook? We're giggling here. What is going on?
All right. So the winner on Facebook is Patricia Bettles.
Patricia Bettles. Congratulations to you both. Congratulations. So what we've been telling everybody today, they'll reach out to us at Caesar or social at Caesar NA. We'll intake all of their stuff. So whatever you make upstairs, we're going to do 2 of them. So 2 sheets of each, which will be really, really fun.
It's going to be so cute.
I love
got
this.
you, girls.
I
love
love
you,
this.
ladies.
Look at that. On the overhead, we can pop that up. But really, really effective. And also, too, say it's seemingly a simplistic design, but really effective when you add dimension and you add things to it that really kind of enhance it. It can take something that's just a silhouette of a turkey and some words and make it look like something fun you'd want to wear.
I love it.
You know, awesome. All right, so we got giveaway done. We got YouTube and we got Facebook. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thank you for having me.
I always love having you in studio. And you're going to see more coming soon. We're actually planning something around Christmas time that we literally just started talking about. So we're going to figure that out, and then we'll be back hopefully sometime in December to do something fun. Really cool. Well, thank you.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
No, appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead, Anna. We got anything last minute?
Just one more time, can you plug your handles everywhere? We had some people asking you what your YouTube channel
You
is.
guys don't know. It is literally Do Dream On. Just like on the Rhinestone shirt. Do Dream On all social media sites.
Nice. Cool,
This
cool.
was so fun.
I love this. Awesome. All right. So what we're going to do right now, do you want to help me kind of open up the next one here?
Of course.
All right. So one person that we know really, really well, awesome educator, one of the halves of the Crafting for Profit podcast. Coming up next is a recorded video from our very own Cori George. I know that she'll be hanging out possibly into the comments. So ask away any questions that you have, but you can kick us off.
I'm so excited to see Cori's reverse canvas.
That'd be awesome. All right. Well, we will see you here back shortly after Cori. We're leading right into Q&A time with Heat Transfer Warehouse. So that'll be a really fun one as well. You guys have plenty of opportunity to ask any questions through the event. We're also going to go through any of the sales again that are going on, happening throughout this day, as well as everybody knows we're doing a business in a box, a big giveaway. Romeo, heat press, materials. It's going to be big. It's going to be awesome. So with that, we will see you guys back here in a little bit. The next one that I'll see you is around 6 o'clock or so. And see
you, Cori.
Bye.
Bye.
Friends, it's Cori from Hey Let's Make Stuff. I am so happy to be here for National HTV Day with Caesar and Heat Transfer Warehouse. In today's video, we're going to be making a reverse canvas for Christmas. This is going to be an easy project that you can make with your cutting machine and Caesar HTV, so let's get started. Let's start off talking about what you're going to need to make this project. Of course, you're going to need a cutting machine. I'm using my Cricut Explore 3, but of course you can use any cutting machine you have. You're also going to need a heat press. I have my large Cricut Easy Press here, but again, you can use whatever you have. And then if we switch to the overhead, I have 3 colors of HTV here. So this is Caesar Easy Weed HTV. I have it in aqua, red, and bubblegum. These are obviously not traditional Christmas colors, but I'm not a traditional girl. So if you want to swap out this teal color with maybe a more traditional green, that would totally work. I also have a green Cricut cutting mat, as well as the pad that I'm going to be using with my large Easy Press over here. I then have a 12x9 wrapped canvas. You can use any size canvas you'd like, but this is the size I had, so that's what I'm going with. And then I have an array of tools that you'll probably want to have on hand. So of course, first I have my weeding hook to weed the HTV. I have a pair of scissors. And then we're going to be removing the staples from the back of this canvas, and I found that I needed sort of 3 tools to do that. I have a flathead screwdriver, an old school staple remover, as well as a pair of pliers. And then finally, I also have a glue gun for when we assemble the whole thing back together. One other thing you might want to have on hand is some paint or stain. I'm going to leave the frame to my canvas unfinished, but if you want to paint it a certain color or stain it, you can totally do that as well. And then for this project, I have a free SVG file for you. You can get that by going to my craft library at heyletsmakestuff.com/library. There you can request the password, come back to that same page and log in. This is file C484, so that's Cricut 484, and it is an SVG file that says feeling jolly. There are two ways to find this in my craft library. The first is to click on the SVG button and you'll be taken down to the SVG section where you can find C484. You can also use the search function on your computer. So if you're on a Mac, you can use Command F. If you're on a PC, you can use Control F and you can search for C484. Once you find the file, there will be 3 links. The first link is the download. So you'll click that and it will download a zip with the file to your hard drive. The second link is the blog post for this video. And the third link is this video if you need to come back to refer to it. All right, I think that's about it for introduction, so let's get making. First, let's hop into Cricut Design Space, set up our project so we can cut our HTV. Here in Cricut Design Space, I've uploaded my file. I resized it to fit my canvas, so I made it 10 inches wide, which gives me about an inch of space on either side of the file. I designed this file in 3 layers, so you don't have to worry about placing all of these tiny pieces. Once your file is resized, you can click Make. Choose On Mat, and then you'll see all of your 3 mats laid out. You'll need to mirror each layer. So we'll click on each of them and click Mirror, and click back on the first one and click Continue. From here, Cricut Design Space will connect to your Cricut. Here we can set our base material. I'm choosing Everyday Iron-On. And then I'm also going to click this button that says Remember Material Settings so I don't have to come back and reset this every time. Next, it will tell us what we need. So we're going to be using that fine point blade, and we can go ahead and set up our project to cut. Now we can add our HTV to the mat. So if you're new to cutting HTV, you want to make sure that the shiny side is down. And that's because this is the carrier sheet, and we actually want to cut the vinyl, which is on the other side. So we're going to place this down here, and I like to line it up just like this and roll it out. And then you can use your hands or a brayer to smooth it out. You can use a pair of scissors or a rotary tool to cut off this extra vinyl if you'd like, and then you can insert it into your machine and your Cricut will cut your project. I'm going to do it for all 3 layers, and then we'll come back and weed it. Once your project is cut out, the easiest way to remove something from a Cricut mat is to actually flip it over and remove the mat from the project. So you're kind of peeling the mat away from the project. This works really well on HTV, adhesive vinyl, cardstock, a whole bunch of materials, and it will keep your project from curling or tearing. Now grab your weeding hook and we can weed our project. You can also weed it on the mat. That's easier for some people. That's actually the way I usually do it, but it's a little harder in videos because I need to do everything at the same time. So we will go ahead and just peel off the excess HTV that is not part of our project. This design does have a lot of excess, so if you want, you can like trim out and save scraps, but I'm not gonna do that this time. So you basically just peel all of this back. All right, I have all 3 of my pieces weeded. Now we can prepare our canvas. So the cool thing about a reverse canvas is that you're basically taking a stretched canvas like this and turning it into a framed piece of artwork by using the frame that's already inside the canvas. And to do that, we're going to need to remove all of these staples, and that is where those other tools I talked about in the beginning of this video come in. Depending on the brand of frame you are using, this process can be really easy or it can be a little difficult. I've made several reverse canvases in the past and I've never really had an issue with the staples, but for some reason the brand that I picked up this time, these were a pain in the rear to remove. So you can use your little staple remover, you can try and lodge a flathead screwdriver under there, and then once you get them out, once you get part of the staple out, the pliers work really well for removing it. I actually already did this process because I knew it was probably going to be a little bit difficult for me. If you've watched my channel before, you know I have some issues with pain in my hands, and it took me a long time to remove this. So through the magic of video, we're turning this basically into this. So we have our frame from the inside of the canvas, and then we have the actual canvas piece that we've removed with the staples. Now again, you can totally paint this piece. You could use a little bit of wood filler on the corners here if you would like, because you can see the staples in this particular brand. I'm just gonna leave it unfinished, make it a little rustic. And then with the canvas, you also probably have two options depending on the canvas type you have. You have the bright white side of the canvas, but then you also have the back of the canvas, which has a little bit more of a rustic feel. It just has that kind of soft canvas color versus the bright white. I'm going with the bright white just because that is my style, but if you're looking for something a little bit more rustic, you can use the back side of the canvas as well. All right, I'm going to spread my canvas out here flat. Again, I'm using the white side up, and then I'm just going to place my frame on top of it with the beveled side facing up. So this side is flat and it has all my staple marks. This side looks much nicer, so I'm going to place that side facing up. It doesn't have to be perfectly centered. You just want to make sure none of like the staple marks are like inside the frame, because this is what you're actually going to see. Then I'm going to place my first layer here inside the frame. I just want to get an idea of where things need to go. So place this here. I'm actually going to trim off some of the excess HTV over here on the side. Just like that. I'm going to layer all of these in here just so I get an idea of where this first piece needs to go. So I've got feeling on top of it. Again, I'm going to trim off some of the excess over here. We'll put this right here or so. So you can see I'm already like way at the top, so I need to move this down. Come here. There we go. I'm going to trim a little bit off the bottom now. There we go. Maybe something like that will be right. And then we have our last piece here. So again, I'm going to trim the excess off this one side here. Oops, how did I do that? I don't even know. There we go. And we can place this one right where it goes. Okay, so it looks like I've got things a little tight here. The carrier sheet on these are very sticky, so let's make sure we're doing this right. Got feeling. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna grab some parchment paper because I think that might be easier. Give me just a second. All right, I've got 2 pieces of parchment paper here, and just because the backing on this HTV is so sticky, and I want to be able to keep this piece where I need it, I'm going to place one piece of parchment here, and I can still see through it to know where to place my other 2 layers. So we're going to place this one, I think about here. Again, we need to move the whole thing down, so come here, feeling. Let's move you down a bit. Probably about there. Put Jolly on top of it. Oh, now my parchment paper is not going to fit. It probably goes there. But see, now I can move it around, figure out where it needs to go. I can place another piece of parchment, and I can still see that bottom layer. More layers than this, it might not work, but this is going to work just fine, I think. Let's see, I need to trim just a bit off the bottom here. There we go. All right, so now I have the whole thing here, and I can see if I have it about right. So it's looking to me like I have about the same amount of space over here as I do over here, and I have about the same amount of space here as I do down here. So I'm pretty happy with that. So we'll take off these first 2 layers. This one is where it needs to be. We can remove our frame for a minute, and then I will add my mat underneath. Do not lose where that's supposed to go. Okay, just like this. The other nice thing here is if I don't have it perfectly centered, I haven't put the frame on yet. So if I need to adjust the frame slightly, I can. So we just want to make sure that everything is looking pretty straight and pretty even when we iron it on. For this particular HTV, I have my heat press set to 315 for 15 seconds. I like a little bit of a longer time when I'm pressing onto canvas versus when I'm pressing onto a t-shirt. You might be able to get away with 10 seconds on a garment, but for canvas, I'm gonna do 15 seconds. Then we're gonna peel the carrier sheet back. If it's not sticking, you can press it for a little bit longer, but don't over press it because you can actually deactivate the adhesive, basically burn the adhesive, and you don't wanna do that. So I'm gonna try 15 seconds and we'll see how it goes. When I peeled it back, it just automatically peeled my carrier sheet for me. I've never had it do that before. Clearly it adhered just fine. There's nothing stuck to my adhesive carrier sheet here. And this looks actually really great on here so far. All right, we can place our next layer. And I know that I need to have enough space to fit that L. These L's need to be pretty close together. So just make sure we have enough space. Make sure everything is lined up nicely. All right, that looks about right, yeah. And then for this one, because I do have some of that HTV showing right here, I am going to grab a pressing cloth. If it wasn't showing here, I would just use this carrier sheet and it wouldn't matter, but I don't want the hot plate of my heat press to touch the edge here. So I'm just gonna grab a little pressing cloth and we can use that. All right, so I'll press this on here. We'll do another 15 seconds. And we can carefully peel this back, just like this. All right, we've got 2 layers done. We can add our final layer here. Perfect. Just make sure everything is lined up. Make sure my letters down here are lined up. Again, I have a little bit of the teal poking out up here, so I'm gonna use that pressing cloth again. And this one, I think I might actually press for 20 seconds. So let's see, we'll give it a little extra time here at the end. And then we can peel back that final layer, just like that. Now I'm gonna flip it over and I'm gonna press for 10 seconds from the back just to really seal in that adhesive. All right, now we can actually frame our project. So if you didn't get this perfectly centered, I mean, you can look on here, it's not perfectly centered in my canvas. That's okay, because there is a lot of leeway and you'll have the ability to kind of move this around a little bit. So, you know, if it was centered, it might be more up here. Obviously my artwork is off, so I can move it down here, make sure it looks pretty centered. Now that my glue gun is heated up, I'm actually going to just lift this corner and add just a dot of glue under one corner, just like that. Again, make sure that it's centered and press down really good. That will dry, and then I'm going to flip everything around and I'm gonna do the same on the opposite corner. Just add a dot of glue under there. Again, make sure it's all centered. Once you do that, you can then flip this over without losing your, like where everything should go. And now you'll have some options for how you want to cut off the excess vinyl. You can run a craft knife down it, you can use scissors, you can actually glue the whole thing and then sort of trim it. I don't love that idea. I think I'm actually gonna grab my craft knife and my ruler for this. All right, so now I can use my ruler here and my craft knife to basically cut off this excess canvas here. Just be very careful. This is not the most stable surface, but you should be able to cut right through that canvas. Just like that. And I can use my scissors to cut off the excess here and here. Cut off the excess here. I do have a little bit where my glue is, so I'll just kind of cut around there. That's fine. We'll do the same here. Again, I've got that glue in this corner. I don't have glue in this corner, so we'll add that here in a minute. That worked pretty well. A lot easier than scissors, I think. And now we can glue the rest of our canvas to the back. So you'll notice that I have basically 2 flaps. That makes it fairly easy to glue. I'm just gonna run a, let's see, glue gun cord here is not very long. I'm just gonna run a bead of glue down the side here, down the side here. Woo, it's moving. Then I'm gonna pull it from the corner to stretch it and press. And press down all along here, press down all along here. And we can do the same on the other side. We can run our line of glue just down here, just down here. I'm a little shaky today. I ate enough breakfast. And kind of stretch it so that our canvas is flat. And press just like that. You flip it over, press from the back, and there you have it. So, are you feeling jolly after making this project? I am, because I love that I can make framed artwork with just a stretched canvas. It really is a great way to add framed art to your home for the holidays or other times of the year without breaking the bank. Thank you so much again for joining me for National HTV Day. A big thank you to Caesar and to Heat Transfer Warehouse. I have all of these products linked down in the description below, so you can get them from Heat Transfer Warehouse if you want to make a project like this. If you have any questions about making a reverse canvas, please leave those down in the comments. If you found this video inspiring, I would love for you to give it a like. Follow my channel for more HTV content. I'll see you next time.
All righty. Well, just like that, Cori showed us a really, really awesome project, and also showing you the versatility of Caesar materials, whether you're using a Romeo Juliet, a Cricut, I'm just kidding, a Cricut or a Silhouette or whatever type of machine you're using out there. These materials work on everything. So it was a great use case example of it. We're bringing up pretty soon here and just making sure everybody's kind of set up right now. We're going to be bringing on Lee and Kirk to do a quick Q&A in the group, and hopefully be able to just exchange with you guys and answer any of those questions. So if you got questions about the sales going on, questions about the giveaway that is still open, that ends at midnight tonight, it is a business in a box, guys. It's a Romeo, it's a heat press, it's material. There's a lot of stuff in this thing. You guys can ask away of those kind of questions, or any questions you have about heat transfer, about heat applying materials, whatever it may be. This is a great opportunity for you. And I did get somebody chiming in. Johan popped in really quickly and said, hey, if you get 50 shares right now, what were we at when he came in? 12? If we get 50 shares over on Facebook, he's going to let me actually give away a Juliet. And just between us in this group, you know, all almost 300 of us in here, if we get it past 50, not only would I give a Juliet away, but if we bump that up to 100, I might do a Romeo too by the end of this thing. So I'm going to bring on Lee and Kirk right now. I think we're all ready right now, so we'll bring them up on screen with us. Hey, guys. Nice. It's a party over there. All right. I'm going to let you guys go. I'll see everybody back here shortly.
What's going on?
And you guys.
So, what's going on, Patrick?
He left.
Oh, you left us already.
Yeah.
So, hey, this is Kirk, Heat Transfer Warehouse. I am here with Lee. He is the press master of all things heat transfer. He does it every day, all day. He's the master of it. So say hey to Lee, everybody. Howdy. And we're gonna just talk about, honestly, like what questions people had with heat transfer vinyl, because there was a lot of them. Mm-hmm. And we figured we'd probably just sit and answer some of these, possibly even show some of the things we're going to do today to really dive in deep. So really, if there's questions, you got to let us know out there, G, and let us know if there's questions on there. But also some of the things we're going to do is just kind of get some tips and tricks. So Lee, being the press master you are, just kind of show them like what you do when you're pressing and why, because a lot of people typically like to press with their shirts and they just throw it on the plat and you're going to say no.
So this is what a lot of people will do, is they'll just go like this and try to straighten it that way. But for me, to get the most even pressure every time and make sure it's straight, I'm going to load it on like this, and I'm going to load it up all the way on. And then when I do it, I'm going to pull it by the seams here. And then every single time you do that, the shirt's going to be straight and it'll just be better. And then you're going to get a more even pressure on the shirt because there's not going to be two layers. So
you realize you avoid the seams from the backside, everything else.
Yep.
Obviously that helps, and obviously you do like literally hundreds of shirts a day. So when you're good at this, it doesn't slow you down. Because people are gonna say, "Hey, it slows you down," right?
No, it does not. If you get used to it and you get it on there, it'll slide right on the plat, so it'll be fine. And then you're gonna get more even pressure going in.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you're doing multiple shirts, that's just what I recommend with everything, sweatshirts, you name it.
Goes all day. So there you go. There's number one pressing tip. We also have, obviously, we've had something to be asked before, and then people say is, what's the best temp to press at? And that's always a good question. So
steadily all day, it's going to be 3:05 for 14 seconds.
14 seconds. Lee just kind of just does, that's his motto. 14 seconds. Everybody else.
For everything.
Maybe a range, 10 to 15, depending on the vinyl, stuff like that, but you probably cannot go wrong.
Yeah. Unless it's going to be a low amount vinyl on nylon or something, always going to be 3:05 for 14 seconds.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I love about EasyWeave products is they kind of just dial that in where it's 3:05 or less, and you can just press all day. So, we got any questions out there, G?
We do. We have our first question. Someone's asking, what advice would you give to someone who has never used HTV?
What advice would you give them?
Don't stress about it. It's pretty easy products. I just say go for it. I mean, it's really, really simple. I mean, it's a see-through thing, so you can see what you cut, and it's super easy to peel. So
I think it's just like the most safest product you can do to start decoration. You really can't screw it up.
Right.
I mean, I think it's the most fun too. But, so I'm biased. So.
We have another question.
All right.
What is that beautiful purple heat press?
I'm not sure what that was.
Well, that's the V3. The wallet press is a 15 by 15, and I know it is on sale right now for $375. And like it says, we've been pressing all day, every day with it, and it's a workhorse. And what cool is slide out drawer. It's amazing. So
We have, is there a code you have to use for the 13% off?
the code is no, I do believe it's all set. So it'll be in the cart and everything else, and you're going to be 13% off. If not, go to National HTV Day page on heattransferwarehouse.com, and all the details will be on there, so you will not miss anything on that stuff. So.
Nice. We have another question. Could you put a heat pad inside if you have a different kind of press?
Heat pad inside if you have different kind of press. So maybe like talking about like the Teflon pillow, stuff like that. Lee, maybe when would we use a Teflon pillow?
Teflon pillow I would mainly use for.
Look at that. I got in this drawer. I got like those handy pillows for you. So
onesies, maybe more or less youth. If you had a youth extra small or a toddler tee, then I would also use a pillow then, and that just kind of helps. Again, it kind of separates the layers again, and it gives you a little bit more cushion. So.
Nice. Jennifer's asking, what would be the reason an HTV took 5 minutes of pressing to get it to stick to the shirt? I had one like that. I don't know what brand it was.
Well, that's why you always buy your HTV by brand. So if you were buying Caesar, you would have had very good success. If it is not, and it's saying it's going to take 5 minutes, I'm guessing it was a very low quality type HTV with the adhesive probably wasn't good enough to be activated within 10 to 15 seconds. So just go get EasyWeave and you'll never have a problem, right?
I've had very few problems.
Yeah.
Melissa's asking, can you do HTV on mugs/plates?
Well, that,
there's pressure sensitive HTV.
Yeah, I would say you want to use PSV on mugs and plates because it's the Caesar PSV, way better suited for it. You're going to have a lot lower cost point. You can at times get HTV to stick to hard surfaces like that, but I always recommend using the proper product, which would be PSV, which is a Caesar PSV, the Starling. So
nice. Dog Mom is asking, advice for layering HTV.
Boy, do we want to jump into that, or tell her to come back with me? He's got these notes.
I don't layer too much, so I wouldn't know. I guess that'd be more of a question for Maggie, I think.
And Maggie is coming up in a couple hours, and I know she is going to be talking about layering, and she's going to be talking about inlaying, and when to do both or when to do one or the other. So that's the advice I have. I also say is press only just to tack until your final layer. That's all I got. Maggie's way better at this. So
nice. So come back later.
Yeah, come back later.
Sorry.
So promise you, Maggie is going to be way better at this.
Yes.
So.
Casey is asking, what's the best heat press to get your business to grow?
Best heat press to get your business to grow.
Oh no, sorry. What is the best heat press that will grow with your business?
Oh, well, you know I'm biased.
Yeah, we got a new the 8-in-1 or whatever.
Yeah,
That would
yeah. I mean, there's an 8-in-1. Obviously, it allows you to do mugs, cover anything else. I always say, I mean, honestly, like a 15 by 15, you're going to go a long ways before you eventually. I think what's the actual, lead to go
right.
away.
Yeah, this will get you pretty much. I mean, get you started and get you with what you need. I think.
And then eventually, I think you use a 16 by 20.
Right, but that's for most of the things that I do. This would work fine.
Okay.
Nice. Kelly is asking, can you use a towel if you don't have a pressing pillow?
Yes. I would say just make sure it's going to be folded even, and that should be fine.
Okay. I didn't know that. Good to know.
Yeah. Don't just shove it in there, like fold it so it, it's just rectangular or square.
Nice. Nancy's asking, do you have any of your heat presses? Do any of your heat presses already come with attachments for hats and tumblers?
The 11 by 15, the 8-in-1.
Yeah.
We call it the octopus, right? That does have attachments for tumblers. It's very rare that they do, so that is one of a kind on that. So, and I know there's some left. They're going for $49.99 today. So I would snatch one of those up because you can do 11 by 15 all the way up to, there's like shot glasses, you name it. It's really cool.
They got a plate, the little round plate thing on there.
Sublimation plate and everything else. So.
Iris is asking, auto press versus manual press, which is best?
It just kind of depends what you're gonna be doing, but I would say auto for just because then you're not gonna have to worry. It's gonna pop up for you.
I always say auto is less attentive pressing, whereas manual you have to be more attentive, meaning you can't just walk away. It's gonna keep on pressing even if the timer's up.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Nice. Karen's asking, what is your favorite media to use when you have a bulk press order to push through?
Oh, the favorite HTV.
Easy weed all the way.
I like the Eco Stretch. That's the other one. It's the Caesar Eco Stretch. Those are two of my favorite. So,
yeah,
these can't go wrong.
Yeah, so both of them.
Nice. Okay, Stacy and April are asking kind of the same question, so I'll read both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Stacy's asking, does your HTV expire? And April's asking, could it be too old when an HTV doesn't stick? How long is the shelf life?
Well, if you store HTV properly, it'll last a long time. And honestly, I've seen an HTV stored for 2-3 years. Pulled it out, cut it, pressed it, has no problem. I always say to be safe within a year, but if it's exposed, obviously if you store it and it's exposed possibly sunlight or other extreme temperatures or moisture, it can go quicker. What's going to happen is either it'll press on, it'll come off rather easy, or it'll just not attach. It just won't press properly. So.
Nice. Let me just scroll down. We have lots of comments.
All right. I love this. Ali.
All right.
Let's see. Sorry, they're all just coming in.
So one question, Lee, is people ask, I know that we asked before, is can you press them down?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I think we should show them we can press them down.
All right.
So I'm gonna grab my pants, and I didn't take my pants off. I brought in a pair of jeans today. So just clarify that, but let's press them down. So maybe swap with you.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna press on the legs. I don't want it on the butt.
So this is my favorite press here for a lot of other things. I use it for sleeves, tags, back yoke placements. And
so I'm gonna give Lee Caesar glitter, gold. And we're gonna press it on my jeans. What do you think?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So it's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be 305 for 14 seconds. It's gonna be starting.
Now there we go.
And
Pressure a little light. We didn't check our pressure. Go figure around
Right.
here.
This one's nice, so you can adjust the pressure while it's
Well,
still
it's in
going.
there.
So
Wow. So
Chad from Caesar said, "Please don't, Kirk," when you said about your pans.
Chad, watch it.
look at that.
All right. So can you press
Nice.
on denim? And the answer is 100% yes. We pressed it at 305. We use a tag press just because it was nicer to have that small platen. And what's cool about this press is it can convert to a hat press, but we can, like it says, it's nice and easy. You don't have to try to fit it in this press. Another way to kind of grow your business is adding those other presses.
Yeah.
So
Okay, Nancy said, with an auto press, it's my understanding that you cannot set pressure. Is this true?
auto presses, no, you will set pressure.
Yeah,
It's
you can set-
only, it's only you've seen those automatic ones, I think, from like Cricket and those areas where they have like kind of a preset pressure. Otherwise, the auto presses we do sell has a knob and you do adjust pressure. So
And then Lindsay's asking, what is the correct way to store HTV?
High dry place, I
yeah,
would say.
yeah, perfect temperature. If you have it in a roll and you can keep it in a bag or a tube or something like that, I would recommend it. But like as far as transfers and that, you guys, I know you guys always throw them in the bags.
Yeah. And if we have it cut too, if it's already cut and we want to put it away, we have it was just wax paper.
Yeah.
Just a wax paper, and you put that over that, and that'll keep any dust from sticking to the sticky part.
We have a question for the tag press. What is the hook looking thing that's attached to the tag press?
This thing?
Yep.
Yep.
So this is gonna be for the hat attachment. So that's just gonna be for when you have the hat on. It's gonna hold it down. So it's gonna on the back of the hat.
Okay, awesome. And then someone else is asking, does a dark storage container work?
Dark storage container, yeah, any of that stuff is fine. A lot of it's just making sure it's not exposed to like outside elements.
Right.
Really, it is like I know, like I'm bad about it. If I store vinyl by my window, it gets sun hit on it, it'll ruin the vinyl over time. And so I just say it's just making sure it's away from like outside elements is always key. So
We have someone asking again, what is the shelf life for HTV?
shelf life for HTV is typically 1 year. But, and I say this, is that typically you can, if it's stored properly, I've seen it go out 2-3 years, have no problem. But also the thing about it is start making stuff if you're having stuff sit around more than a year. I mean, that's honestly, you shouldn't buy more than you need. And honestly, you shouldn't be having to store stuff that long. I would say just make sure you use it. So.
Nice. That's all we have right now.
All right, and then thinking about it, I think we got a little bit of time yet. You know, they talked about is pre-wash garments, not pre-wash. What?
Typically I would be pressing everything right from our supplier. So, but if you wash it, it's not really gonna make a difference, I don't think.
Okay, and so one thing we'll talk about is if you do wash them after the vinyl is applied, maybe that's gonna be a question is fabric softener, yes or no?
I don't use fabric softener.
So you're like, okay, so you're not like the typical college kid who are like, hey, dump a fabric softener and I'll be good.
Right.
But typically, yes, do not use fabric softener because that actually can cause different adhesion with the pumps. The other thing to think about is before you have somebody wash their garments or even wear them, I always say try to get 48 hours before somebody's wearing them because honestly, the natural body oils and everything else can cause that vinyl to kind of come off or get loose. And if you wash it too soon, that's when you have problems. But after about 48 hours, I mean, no problems.
And typically too, with everything that I wash with heat transfer, decorative or anything, I wash it inside out too, and that's gonna help save the decoration. So
great tip.
Yes,
So.
and if you do like your clothes really soft and kind of don't want to give up that fabric softener, white vinegar makes your clothes very soft. So kind of taking that out.
There we go. So I have to try that and see what happens. But typically, like I said, I've had even just people say, how long does HTV last on your shirt? That
just about as long as your shirt, I would say, almost.
I mean, I have one that's like 5 or 6 years that everybody made me here, and it's honestly, I wear it probably once, twice a week. It's my nighttime shirt and everything else. I tell you, it just, and I wash it like a college kid, and it's still going strong. So.
Mary's asking, when do you use parchment paper versus silicone cover sheets?
For craft paper?
Well, yeah, I think, parchment paper typically is when we use it to store in between the sheets as far as that. Craft paper, Teflon, I think is when you're pressing would be the best.
Yeah.
So.
Someone did say wash inside out too, and yes, Lee said yes, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
You just say you wash the stuff inside out. That's always a good thing. Just even anything over time, just the wearing of the garment, especially if you're using easy DTV, stuff like that. There's the color on that. You definitely want to make sure you're washing inside out. Otherwise, it just kind of starts washing that color out.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. April's asking, dryer or hang dry?
I use a dryer, and everything seems to hold up. But I mean, hang drying is just fine too. But
yeah, hang drying will never hurt. I'm just telling you, hang drying will never hurt. I dry my stuff.
Yeah.
I don't believe in hanging.
Yep.
So only Brittany does. So.
Yeah.
Sharon's asking, what about dryer sheets? I use those. Those are perfectly fine. It is kind of a way to not use fabric softener and to make your clothes smell good.
Yeah.
Doesn't affect it.
Bam, nailed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dryer sheets, yes.
Someone's asking, what is a mistake you learned from when you started using heat transfer materials?
What is a mistake? I mean, number one mistake I've done is actually thinking I know how it was pressed and what the time and temp is.
Right.
Especially when, Easy Weed and most of their products are typically automatic, but then you throw in a few different ones and you're like, oh, I got to peel cold, or I got to peel warm, or I got to double press.
Yeah,
or
the metallic. There's been plenty of times where I'm used to just being able to rip it off right away, but there is cold peels.
Yeah.
So, and that is important to read the directions. So.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistake is I get kind of cocky and I don't read in the instructions because I just think I know it, and that's usually when I fail. Most times, not all the time.
Right.
So.
Nice. That's all we have for right now.
So you think about it. I know somebody also talked about pressing some puff.
Right.
Puff is popular and everyone else, and everybody's like, they're kind of worried about puffing, doing puff. And I think it's a really cool product. It's definitely trending. And so, in this store,
I have some, don't we?
I actually do have some puff.
Beautiful.
So let's press some puff and see how that works. How about?
I already got this shirt.
You got a shirt on there? Perfect. On a dark blue.
So I'm gonna do this left chest. And so typically with left chest, I'm gonna be doing it right in the middle. I'm gonna center it with the sleeve here and down here. And that's just gonna give you a nice solid placement. And there we go. And then puff again, same thing. This is gonna be 305 for 14 seconds.
Someone's asking a good question. Michelle's asking, if you put items in the dryer that is decorated with puff, will it flatten?
Oh, it's time probably too long. You have to keep track of that. Michelle, as far as puff, I have not seen it depuff with it being in the dryer. So it's just
Right.
look at that. And boom. So
There we go.
that's the
Nice.
silver puff. I love it. I love that silver. Just got a nice sharp look on it. So the answer is you did that pretty easy. It presses very similar to all HTV. Is don't be afraid of puff. It is honestly, it's trending, but it is very easy to use. The Caesar Easy Puff is one of the best. And I screwed up Lee because I set the timer for 30 seconds. Because why wouldn't I have that 30 seconds?
All right.
Someone said, I have puff and I'm afraid to use it. And then someone else is asking, what pressure do you use for puff?
I would say typically pretty medium to high. It's about.
Yeah. And don't be afraid. Like, just grab a test garment. And the only thing I can tell you is that sometimes on puff, if the garment's too thick, it doesn't puff a lot. But on shirts and everything else, it works awesome.
And it will not work on hats, no matter what hat you have.
Yeah. But just do it. Try it. Get those test garments. Maybe use somebody else's shirt or whatever, but just try it and test it because you'll be amazed. It's super easy. So.
Lindsay's asking, how will you know if the HTV is a cold peel if it's not listed?
Well, that's what we're good about at Heat Transfer Warehouse is we make sure that the instructions are proper and we will say if it's a cold peel or not. Also, when you get our vinyl, it should have a label on there and it has instructions of how to peel it and how to press it. Or there's a QR code leading you to the instructions or that page. All right. So we're very thorough because it is very easy to screw up and not realize you have a different product and you might have to press it differently or something like that. So I think I'm trying to see if we have.
Carla's asking, how long did you press the metallic puff for?
305 for 14 seconds. And then
so,
that just peeled off right away.
Yeah.
And then so it's not gonna look like that it's puffed until you peel that off. But you want to peel it off hot, and then as soon as you peel that off, it just puffs right up. It's pretty cool.
Which sweet. So like here's an example of our Caesar holographic. We have the label on there with a QR code, but it has the instructions, pressure, time, and how to peel it cold because we know it's important. We want to make sure it's there. If you don't have anybody doing that, I would question it. If all else fails, I always say peel that warm to cold area just in case if you're not sure which vinyl you got in your hand. So until you get comfortable with it. So.
Nice. That's all we have for right now.
So one thing obviously we're talking about is people say, hey, if your vinyl starts to peel up a little bit, when you're peeling it, can you repress that to save that?
Yes.
Or is it done?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So you can do it. So
Kimberly's asking, when should we use pressing pillows?
Like I said, if typically just use it on smaller items or sleeves. But that's about it. Youth and onesies. If it's not gonna thread, then I would use a pillow.
tough surfaces or you're trying to get in somewhere small and tight, I always use a pillow here or there if you're having trouble because you gotta get that surface up to get it flat. So.
Nice. Angie said she loves the instruction tags on the HTV from Heat Transfer Warehouse.
Well, thank you, Angie. We appreciate it. So, and so obviously people ask a lot of these questions. We figured out denim. We've done puff. People asked, hey, my vinyl is wrinkling once I have peeled it and, pulled it off the platen. Why were some of those things happening like that?
Could be that it was too hot. I would say that's probably the main thing. If you have your temperature is a little too hot.
And so when you talk about it, we'll go on the hot topic is like, hey, I'll just throw my press at 350 degrees because something's not quite working. What is that really going to do? For the vinyl?
You're going to melt the vinyl and you might burn the shirt. So
yeah, you're going to ruin the adhesive and everything else on that. So increasing the temperature is not necessarily the better method to help apply vinyl if it's being difficult. I always say is
probably lower it.
Probably, yeah.
There's been times where I've been having issues with, I can't say the name of it, I wouldn't remember, but I go to 295. Okay. And then that helps.
So 295, a little bit more time, because whenever you drop temperature, you gotta increase the time, but typically that's a good method to go by.
Yeah.
So what else we got out there, G? Anything else going on?
Not so far.
Okay, so nylon. Can we press on nylon? Can we press on like soft shell or those polyester shell jackets?
Yes, you can, but I would recommend the low temp. Do you know what that's called?
So we got the nylon or the Easy Weed Extra. So also Easy Weed if you can get to a lower temperature with it, which you can. Some of those nylons will work.
Yeah. So, and then the polyester soft shell, I would say regular is going to be fine because that's just feels like nylon, looks like nylon, but it's actually just polyester. Just check your tag.
Okay, we have another question from Michelle. What if your HTV sheet has wrinkles? Will those wrinkles show after pressing?
I've had that before, and typically no, it doesn't. Sometimes it might. It depends. Like, cause I've had a transfer completely fold on me, and there's a huge crease in it, and after pressing it, it's usually fine. So.
Lindsay's asking, is there a minimum order you must have for ordering?
Our minimum order actually is, I think honestly, it's like $3 or $5. So just because of how the site's set up, but pretty typical, you can order as few as a few sheets, and as much as whatever you need on that stuff. So very minimal.
Nancy's asking, I don't have a heat press yet, but with an easy press, I had trouble with slight burn marks on a black shirt. How would I combat that?
Sounds hot, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it sounded like
really
it was hot. You know, or it was a very low end polyester type shirt.
Yeah.
Which is going to give you those crease marks or burn marks. So I always say decrease the heat. Try again.
Decrease the heat and even the pressure. Like lower the pressure a little bit.
Okay.
That's all the questions we have for right now.
So obviously we're talking about is people talk about is what do I use on spandex, stretchy stuff? Because it's always going to come up.
Stretch.
So yeah, Eco Stretch. That's the best product out there. I do know the new Pure HT also does have a good stretch to it. Eco-friendly, great product there. So there's two products obviously available through Caesar that we've seen done really well with the stretch. So I would recommend those on it. So thinking about obviously textured fabrics. Can we press on them?
Yes, you can, but it's might not last as long as just a regular flat shirt. So, but it will press on there. It just might peel up a little bit after a couple washes, but it'll peel up less washes than a regular shirt.
So sometimes there I also say use a stretch because it will kind of get down in those crevices and make some crevices and it'll adhere better on there. So you can honestly still, and I've done this, and then don't tell Patrick, but like honestly I've had it where like the vinyls come up a little bit after a wash. I brought it back in, repressed it, and it's still fine and it works. So it is possible you can save that stuff. So don't give up on it. That's what's cool about HTV is like literally it's like it can start coming off and like you can just come bring it in literally and repress it.
Yeah.
So
I've repressed my buddy's shirt from high school before, and that it works. So
yeah.
Sharon's asking, where is Heat Transfer Warehouse located?
So we are located here in Fargo, North Dakota, but also we have a distribution location in Cincinnati, Erlanger, Kentucky area. And so we have those two strategic locations. And like I said, it's all products ship out pretty much right up until almost 5 o'clock at night. I do believe, don't quote me because I get in trouble for this, but the cutoff is around 4. But our team is so good at we typically push those orders out all the way up until 5 o'clock. So.
And something exciting is happening Friday as well, right?
Something exciting is happening Friday. So if you're in the area between around Fargo, or if you like a drive, or within Erlanger, Kentucky, we are having an in-person sale. We're going to be going and clearing out a lot of stuff. We just have some overstock, but also we just want to open our doors up to our customers because we love our customers, and it's been a long time since we've actually had you in our store and been around. So,
Lindsay's asking, oops, should you always do a second press when you using HTV?
Typically I don't usually.
Okay.
I don't usually at all. So.
Yeah, I have never seen it unless it calls for a second press based on instructions. I typically don't, unless it's maybe like an uneven surface where you have to come back and maybe kind of move it and press it over, something like that. But otherwise, no. Will it hurt it if you press it for a few more seconds again? Typically, no. As long as the temperature's not, you won't have any problems. So.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left, and I'm gonna.
Oh, geez, that was quick. All right.
There's 2 last questions.
Okay, let's go.
Jessica's asking, if you repress when HTV is coming off, do you press the whole design?
Yes, I would.
Yes.
Just because you're gonna get more, even pressure and so.
Nice.
Yeah, I agree. Making sure that whole thing is securely down, and you just never know if something else might come up. So.
Nice. And Michelle's asking, we've been using screen print transfers for our custom labels, but lately we've had some issues. What would you recommend as an alternative for custom labels?
Well, I mean, HTV is great. You can cut those out. We do HTV, Caesar HTV transfers. That's another great way to do it. Kind of just depends on how you do it. I mean, typically you've been seeing some of the higher end brands, even like Lou, other places like that. That is actually HTV. Yep. So.
There's one last question.
Okay,
I'm
one
gonna
more,
fit it
one more,
in.
one
We have
more.
1 minute.
Promise, Patrick, we're gonna be done.
Sharon is asking any cutting tips for aligning multiple colors.
I'm gonna tell you, Sharon, come back and watch Maggie because she is way better at it than I'm ever gonna explain it for you. And I don't want to give you bad information because I'm pretty much a one color cut guy because I can't do that. I'm not good at it. So, yeah, this is fun, Lee, wasn't it?
That was great.
I couldn't believe a half hour went by already.
That was quick.
National HTV Day, having a blast. Appreciate celebrating with everybody out there. We're gonna turn it back over to Patrick, and then obviously those asking about layering, please come back and watch Maggie because she is awesome at it.
Yes,
And she will show you so many techniques, and she's just way better at this stuff. So thank you, everybody. And thank you, Lee, for joining me today.
Yeah.
And don't forget 13% off. So
Hey, Kirk and Lee, that was like the best Q&A education session that I actually learned some stuff from this, which I love. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Of course, of course. Do you want to help me kick off Angie's, the next one?
Yeah, we got Angie coming up.
Yep.
I love Angie and what she does and all this stuff. So I'm super excited about it.
Awesome.
So I wish she was live. Wish we could have her drive up to Detroit, but she said no. It's another great piece from Angie, and obviously everybody, you're gonna love it. And I look forward to coming back and seeing you guys at the closing ceremonies. And don't forget, keep on registering for those door prizes. So
awesome.
You should give one away soon, I think.
Yeah. I think that would be that'd be a good idea. We can give it away anytime you want.
I think you should do it. Let's do it.
Okay. Do you want to do one now? What do we want to do for this one?
I'm gonna give you a pick.
Okay, cool. So we talked about a lot of stuff. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna call this the Lee giveaway. So what we're gonna do after this is I'm gonna have Kirk and Lee sit down and give me, let's do 5 different materials, 2 sheets each, and we'll pack them up and we'll do a giveaway. But we'll do one on Facebook and one on YouTube.
Okay, this sounds good. So it's Lee's favorite materials. He's gonna do 2 sheets of each, 5 different materials. We're giving it away. Done.
That's perfect. So what we're gonna do right now is for the next 30 seconds, we're just gonna stay on. We'll do a quick giveaway. Let's do the keyword Lee. L-E-E. Lee.
All right. Lee is on the spot. Let's see what happens.
And we got the picker on our side too. So don't worry about having to pick anybody. I won't put you on the spot, Lee. Also, just because we shout out our team too, and I know you guys did it briefly as well, but shout out G for hanging out behind the camera, making sure this stuff's running fluid, by the way, on your guys' side too. So shout out to you.
She is killing it today, and just on time and on track. So I will give her big kudos for this. So
I love it. All righty. So we're gonna give another couple of seconds here.
Okay.
We got a lot of people answering.
And a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a ton of entries. Lee, there's a lot of ladies putting your name in here, man.
I'm taking. Sorry.
all right. I'm not thinking that. That's fine. Hey, listen, I'm just here to help. That's all.
Recently engaged. So sorry, ladies.
Recently engaged. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's awesome. All righty. So we're gonna close it down right now. Let's do one over on YouTube, Adam, and then one over on Facebook.
Okay.
Oh, we got to wait for the ticker to go. Hold on, it's picking.
Yep. Just a second. It's doing its thing.
Yeah,
that's what we needed. We needed like hold music. Yeah, we need like Jeopardy music.
Okay, we have our YouTube winner.
Yeah, Johan came in. He goes, "We need Jeopardy music in here."
All right, our YouTube is Melissa K.
Ooh, Melissa K. Congratulations over on YouTube. All right, and then over on Facebook.
All right, let's hop on it.
Spinning wheel.
We have on Facebook Brenda Shoop.
So congratulations to both YouTube and our Facebook winner for the Super Special League giveaway. Super excited about this. So they're going to get together, grab 5 different materials that you likely, whatever your favorites are. We'll give 2 sheets away. So if you have any color preferences, send it to us, and then we'll get that over to you. But make sure to get your package from the giveaway that you reach out to social@caesarna.com. That's going to be the best way for us to grab your information, and our advertising and distribution team will be able to set those giveaways up for you. Okay.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. All right. Well, next up, we have the other half of the Crafted for Profit podcast. We had Cori on earlier and did an incredible job, but now we have Angie on, and I'm very, very excited. I know she'll be chiming in the comments as well. So if you guys have any questions throughout this session, feel free to ask away, and we'll make sure. And then I'll be right back after that with our very own Kortez here in the office, and we're going to be showing some really cool, unique applications. So we'll see you shortly.
Welcome. My name's Angie Holden, and I'm the blogger behind the Country Chic Cottage. I am thrilled to join in on National HTV Day. So I'm joining with Caesar and Heat Transfer Warehouse to celebrate HTV all day long. So if you're watching with National HTV Day and you don't know me, be sure to head over to YouTube and follow me, Angie Holden, on YouTube for Machine Crafts Weekly. If you're watching on my YouTube channel, don't miss the event over on the Caesar channel where they're going to be celebrating HTV all day long. So they're going to have HTV projects, tips, tricks, and so much more, and you don't want to miss it. So I am going to make a Christmas ornament all out of HTV. So there is no base on this ornament at all because I'm using Caesar Brick HTV and layering it. It's a very fun project, and if you've never used Caesar Brick, I think you're really going to like it. So it's a super thick HTV. I do have another video on my YouTube channel explaining brick and what it is, and we're going to use it exclusively today in a layering technique to make a Christmas ornament. Now, this technique can be used for a wide variety of projects. A Christmas ornament is my example. So first of all, let's take a look at the supplies we're going to use. A brayer, a firm heat resistant mat, and I'm going to use my Easy Press, or you'll need some other type of heat press. I like the green mat to cut this material, a weeding hook, and then the Caesar brick itself. I'm going to do 4 layers on my ornaments, so I have 4 different colors of the Caesar brick HTV. What colors you use and how many layers you have is totally optional depending on what ornament design that you decide on. I have used Caesar brick HTV before. It has a shiny side that goes down on the mat and then a matte side. And I'm just going to peel one corner so you can see it is similar to other HTV products. However, it's very, very thick, and you'll be able to tell this once you layer these together. This is all the materials that we are going to use for these ornaments. So the ornaments will literally be layered HTV. Because this is so thick, it works for this project. I do not recommend other types of HTV for this. You do need something thick, and Caesar Brick HTV is perfect for this. So now that you have your supplies, you're going to need a design, and you're going to need to cut the HTV in some way. I'm going to use a design from Creative Fabrica, and I'm going to use my Cricut machine to cut the HTV. So let's take a look at that process. The first thing you'll need to do is to find your design. I'm using a design from Creative Fabrica. A good rule is to search Creative Fabrica for something like laser ornament or even layered ornament, and then just scroll through and pick a design that you like. I like to pick a design that has 3 to 4 layers maximum, just for the ease of layering the HTV. However, you can probably get more advanced with this technique. I picked these snowman ornaments to make my version of this project. However, again, you can choose any layered type of ornament that you would like. Go ahead and download this from Creative Fabrica, then head to Cricut Design Space, upload image, browse, and find the image on your computer. Now this particular design came as a zip folder, and I did need to unzip it before this step. Pick your design and open, click continue, and upload. After this pulls in, I would resize it to whatever size you would like it to be. So I'm going to make these 4 inches high, and that makes them 3.13 inches wide, and I think that is a good size. Then I'm going to go over here and ungroup. For the base layer, so the very back layer, it needs to be some kind of solid surface. This SVG file was a solid surface. If you did not have a solid surface, you would need to make one to layer HTV on top of it. Whatever your back surface is, you will need to duplicate it. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate the back surface. And that duplicated version will need to be flipped. So go ahead and flip and flip horizontally. Now I did flip that, however, this one is symmetrical. If your back layer is not symmetrical, you want to be sure to flip it. Then what I'm going to do is for these stars, I'm going to pick all of those, click attach, and make those yellow. The snowflake, I am going to make a light blue color. And the background, I'm going to make a navy blue. And I'll make both backgrounds that same navy blue. And now you can see what my ornament will look like once all my layers are complete. Now I made the colors of each of my layers approximately the color of the HTV that I'm using. You can make these whatever color brick that you have. So pick your brick HTV, pick your colors, and then you can play with them in Cricut Design Space and see exactly what your ornament will look like. I'm going to use my Explorer 3 to make these, and once I click Make, on a mat, confirm, now you can see my designs on the mat, and everything looks good. So we can go ahead and head to the Cricut machine and cut these designs. Now you can upload as many of these as you would like and cut multiple ornaments at one time. So I'm going to start with the white, and I'm putting it shiny side down or carrier sheet side down on the mat. I'm going to add this to the green mat I find works best, and using a brayer to make sure it's stuck down very, very well. Because this is so thick, I find this works best when cutting with a Cricut machine. You might want to make sure that mirror is on for each of your mats before cutting, so the mirror button should be picked. Then you'll continue on and select your material. I find that a glitter iron-on setting works pretty well for this material. And I usually pick less pressure because I find it cuts through the carrier sheet in a few places if you do not. And you'll notice that you can cut this with the fine point blade. The fine point blade comes with any Cricut machine, so any Cricut machine will work here. So I have the fine point blade installed, and I'm going to go ahead and load the mat. Then I can go ahead and click Go to cut the material. When it's done, we'll just unload the mat. And I'm going to go ahead and cut the rest of the colors, and then we'll take a look at weeding this material. As with any material, the best way to get this off the mat is to flip it over and peel the mat back from the material. Then you can start weeding this material. I just like to grip it in the corner with a weeding hook and then just start peeling it back. So you're going to weed away everything around the outside edge, as well as anything like the centers of letters or the centers of your design. So you want to weed all your colors, and everything that's left you want to be able to add to your design. So you want to remove anything that is not part of the design itself. I wanted to show you these super small snowflakes as well as stars to let you know that it is okay to do small intricate designs with this. I was nervous about these. I was wondering if the Caesar brick would cut okay, and like literally these snowflakes look amazing, and they're super detailed, and you can tell how small they are in relationship to my hand. So now I'm going to continue on and weed the rest of my colors. I find it easiest to cut everything apart once it's weeded and lay it out in the order in which it will go in. So these are the first two layers. It is important, these are going to go back to back. It is very important for these to be exactly the same, so you can double check that at this point. And then the next layer will go on top, and for every layer after the first two, you're going to want to make sure that nothing is hanging off the edge. So it needs to fit completely inside of that first layer. So you can double check everything at this point to avoid mistakes and make sure you get the right pieces with the right ornament. I went ahead and heated my Easy Press to 310 degrees and set it for 20 seconds. For these first two layers, I trimmed very close to the HTV on 3 sides. Optionally, you can use some heat resistant tape during this step just to make sure everything stays in place. So I'm going to line it up and just use some heat resistant tape to wrap around those edges. You can also hold this up to the light, make sure it's lined up. Just take your time with this step as it is critical for the process. Then once everything is lined up, this is ready to press. Optionally, you can keep a Teflon sheet on hand, especially if you're worried about, you know, some of the adhesive being exposed or something and you don't want to get it on your easy press. Never a bad idea to put a Teflon sheet on there. And I'm going to press this one 310 degrees. Now we are going to repeat this press several times. So this first press I'm going to do about 15 seconds. And this HTV is a cold peel, so I'm going to let it cool a little bit. You might even use a DTF cooling block to speed that process up. You also want this to be as flat as possible, so this step will help, or you could put it under something heavy. You could put it under a heavy book. This part you want to be as flat as possible. Then once it's cool, you can just start peeling the carrier sheet back. We're going to peel it back from both sides. So this is one side, I'll peel it back, and then I'll peel the other side. So I have one side off, then I'll flip it, and the other side should come off as well. Basically, you have stuck these two pieces of HTV together, back to back, so the adhesive sides are together. And then you're left with basically an ornament piece that you can then layer more HTV on top to complete the look. So there is our ornament piece ready for layers. So then we can repeat with the white layer. I want the white layer next, and I'm going to line up the blue layer and make sure that that white layer is completely underneath there. And this time I'm not going to use any tape, but you can if you would like. You may get tape marks on the back of here at this point, however, because we don't have a carrier sheet on the back. So carefully line that up. You can add the Teflon sheet if you would like. And we're gonna press, again, I'm probably just gonna do this for about 15 seconds because it will be pressed several times. Once again, you want to get that cool before you peel it back. We can just peel back the carrier sheet from this layer. If anything's not stuck down, you can absolutely add the carrier sheet back down and repress. So I am going to press the stars as well as the snowflake at the same time. The orientation on these isn't going to matter too much. You just want to make sure that you don't overlap the carrier sheet. So I'm going to cut it really closely on this snowflake. Then I'll just locate those stars. And this time I am going to put that Teflon sheet over the top because some of my HTV is exposed. So I'm going to lay that over the top. And this time I'm going to press for the full 20 seconds. I'll lift up, remove that Teflon sheet, and again, cool it completely. Then once that's cool, we can remove these carrier sheets, and the ornament is complete at this point. If you think things are not stuck down, put the Teflon sheet back over the top and press one more time. So I wanted to show you some results and encourage you not to get discouraged. So as I went along, my alignment got better and better. Like I learned how to align it, how to keep it from moving when I pressed it. So my first one, just a little bit off up here at the top. My second one, the HTV moved on me because I peeled it when it wasn't exactly cold. And then by the third one, I got my alignment really, really good and everything looked amazing. So I did want to say, don't get discouraged if your first one doesn't quite work out with this method because it will probably get easier for you as you go along. Now, these are 3 layers and they are still flexible. I like that for an ornament. I like them to still be flexible. If you wanted them to be more firm, you could cut more layers of this back and just apply them in the same manner and they would get firmer the more layers that you added. I actually like them being able to be bent, so I'm okay with it. And then all you have to do is add something to this hole to hang them on your tree, and these are ready for your holiday celebrations. Now you can use this same method for other projects as well. However, I think it's really fun for a Christmas ornament. So now I have some super cute ornaments for my tree. I went ahead and added a ribbon for a hanger, and I cannot wait to add these to my tree this year. So I love this technique and that you can make tons of different things with just HTV. Because this HTV is so thick, you can make a ton of different projects with this. Think name tags, bag tags, different things like that, made out of just HTV. And I will say that the HTV is very sturdy. So if you're worried about this ripping apart or something, it's not going to happen. So something like a paper ornament might get damaged when you store it. It's not going to happen with these, which is another reason that I really love this project. So hopefully you loved it as well and learned a little bit about Caesar brick and got some ideas churning for ways to use it. So you can pick up Caesar brick from Heat Transfer Warehouse in a huge wide variety of colors and make your own version of this ornament. Again, I would look for layered ornaments or something that you would traditionally make with a laser, but you're gonna make this with your Cricut machine and just Caesar Brick HTV. So hopefully you enjoyed this video and the rest of National HTV Day. Be sure to follow my YouTube channel for videos every week on tons of craft machines. I hope to see you there.
Yep, you're good. Alrighty, and there you go. Hey, thanks. Yohan's giving us the he was saying we're number 1. This is awesome. This has been a great day. Thanks, Yohan. All right. So this next one, let me turn my volume down. I'm giving feedback on my own computer because I'm like watching and learning as we're growing, but I'm bringing the educator in for all creative. I mean, I'm going to say for most of us, insane designs, but they turn out so beautiful. Kortez, everybody, one of our graphic artists. What's up, man? Thanks for
hello,
coming.
man. Hello.
I sported one of your designs here today.
Oh,
your jersey, just for the sake of this conversation. So
looking fresh.
Thanks. So our topic today is miscellaneous applications. So you have been reconfiguring and figuring out ways, as well as the whole graphics team, of figuring out really fun, unique ways to use material. So first, I want to talk a little bit about that exploration of like how you even get there as a graphic artist. And then I want to show some of your fun stuff. And then I know we're doing a quick project where we're going to be showing, well, I'll let you talk about the methods we're going to use too. Yeah.
So today we're going to be talking about layering your material, specifically your strip flock, and just showing all the possibilities and endless creativity that you can achieve with this material.
Yeah, that's awesome. So check out some of these that already Kortez has kind of made up previously. And I know that we're kind of doing these at show. We're showing these a lot at shows. Can we pop the overhead really quick, Adam? Yeah. Just we're showing these a lot at the trade shows here. I'll give you a couple of these so we can really show all of them. I want to save this to last because that one's awesome. Okay. But this technique, and what's really cool too, is like utilizing modern style in design and also fashion, but then incorporating it in with heat transfer. So it kind of explains, you have multiple different layered type designs. So kind of explain just the story behind where you go from one to the other to the next.
Yeah, so the story behind the upside down text, I saw a hat on ESPN, and it was the Chiefs football team that was sitting courtside at an NBA game. I can't remember what game it was, but
shame on
Patrick. I need to keep up better with my sports.
That's all right.
Patrick Mahomes had stood up at one point and he had waved to the crowd, and when he had turned around, the camera had kind of beamed in on his hat, and it said, Chiefs in upside down text. And I was like, this is either personal to him or this is kind of a trend that I just haven't seen yet. And when I Googled it, there were some hats that looked like that, but I didn't know the story behind it. And the long story short, an artist felt that the year 2020 was just completely flipped upside down due to COVID.
Awesome.
And he decided to, flip his text on a hat one time, was like, let's see if this catches ground or not. And it did. And I'm really intrigued by it. So yeah.
Nice. Adam, already we got questions coming in. Sweet.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but a question from a Brett Murray. Can you hold the hat up close so we can see the dimension?
Well, two things, Brett Murray. Come down to the studio if you want to see him in person. No, I'm just kidding. All right, what hat was he talking about?
He did not.
Just
the Caesar hat. The Caesar hat.
Caesar hat.
Okay, that one right there. Nice. That one is super cool. Yeah, you're good. Right there. That's awesome. And so that particular one too is also what we're going to be getting into, right? We're going to be creating one.
Yeah, I made a simpler version. This one was about 10 or 11, maybe 12 layers, but the one I have ready for us is about 6-7 layers.
So explain that part of it too, because obviously, like with the 1865 hat, this one has a ton of layers. The Caesar one has a ton of layers, but then we have some that might be just a few short layers. So is there anything that you have found in like this method and recreating this method that's been like good, bad, indifferent? Like what's the max layers you've gone to that you've been comfortable with? Because, right, we always talk about the washing versus not washable things. So kind of explain that process or that thinking as well.
So whenever I'm creating these designs, my substrate or garment is definitely at the front of my mind on how I want to perceive and tackle the designs. But if I'm layering strip flock on like a garment, like a sweater or a t-shirt, I'm not going past maybe 4 or 5 layers at the max. But a hat, I mean, you can really get up to 10, 15, 20 layers. And for laundering that, I mean, I would recommend throwing it in a dishwasher versus your washing machine, because it's just going to spin it around, throw it around everywhere, maybe even start to take up your design. But if you put it in a dishwasher where it's not going to move, and maybe even a hat cage, yeah, your hat will be fine once it's getting washed.
That's actually a good. We shouldn't have said it on the live because we'd have patented like a dishwasher hat cage that literally clips into your dishwasher for you.
I mean,
all right,
you
hey,
still
nobody
could.
out there steal that idea. It's ours. We're taking that. Anyway, all right, let's hop into actually doing an application and kind of walk through those steps as you're doing it so that the audience know. And guys at home too, everybody watching, feel free to ask questions, especially as we're going through this process, because there is multiple steps to the process in what we're about to, or what Kortez is about to show you.
So I don't know, where's my camera here?
Overhead's right here, but the regular camera's on the press already.
So okay. So anytime you're pressing on a hat, you really want to take out the cardboard sleeve that's inside. That can kind of get in the way of your heat once you're pressing down your material. Well, so once you get rid of the cardboard sleeve, you want to flip out your sweatband, whatever that's called. Place it over.
Have you found any benefit of keeping like the sweatband in versus out, or has it just given you a better flat surface to work with by folding that out?
The only benefit to keeping that sweatband in is if your hat is at a weird angle on the press, that sweatband can actually prop up the front of your hat where you may need some more heat and pressure.
If it's already in an uneven position, to kind of try to help even.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
So once you've got your hat positioned where you need it, you can press the hat out to get rid of the moisture. Some people don't. It's really just a user preference. I do it on any substrate just in case. And I'm using a t-shirt as opposed to like a Teflon or like craft paper or parchment paper, just because I like how the substrate feels after I'm using a piece of t-shirt. Okay. Oh, another thing, if you have access to heat tape, I would advise using that for all of your applications, because heat tape really can become your best friend, just to ensure that nothing on your substrate moves at all. So, tape.
I think we had a question over here too.
Yeah, they were just asking the heat press settings that you have for the top and bottom platen.
Yes, so for this heat press, you can have the bottom platen on, but for what I'm doing, it's not really necessary to have it on. I just have my top platen on, and it's set to about 305. And then once again, you don't, I think Patrick touched on it earlier, you don't really need your heat press to be set at 305 in order for you to have a good application. You can set it at 270 or 280 with just a longer press time. So take my first layer, and this is all strip flock that I'm using for this design, except for the very last layer, and that is a piece of Easy Weed Electric. And so I'm happy with my placement. I'm pressing my first layer for about 10 seconds. I have said in the past for about 4 or 5 seconds if it's a multi-layer design, but your first press, you really want to make sure that the adhesive is adhered to your substrate. So I'm pressing for about 10 seconds.
Now with that too, kind of talk about a little bit of the structure while you're pressing it out so they can watch you do it at the same time, but talk about the structure of the hat. So essentially you're duplicating your main layer, you're duplicating that multiple times. Now at what point, because some of your designs too, you'll see where it's almost like a tiered down, like it's getting progressively smaller and smaller, which gives you more of a rounded design.
Right.
So is that typically how you're creating it, is just duplicating each layer? And then if you need it, like, do you have a measurement in your head already of like, okay, if I want to do like a 2-tier design, I want to make sure that I have this much of an inset to the next layer?
Yeah, I do. I have, so if I'm working with a hat, I know for my press, I've got about 5 inches wide of room to work with about 2.5 inches tall. So off of my first base piece of the design, I'm really just insetting an increment of either 0.01 or up to 0.05, just depending on how many layers that I'm having on my design.
Have you found any materials yet that hasn't worked really well with this? I think it's important for people to know. We know strip flock works well. I've seen you do brick. I've seen you do other ones. Is there any materials that you found like, hey, they just don't layer properly for me in this type of setting?
No, not really. All the materials that I've layered before, I mean, I've used Easy Weed, electric, stretch, brick, strip flock, even your glitters. Like, I haven't had a real issue with any of the materials. I would say though, if you're doing brick on brick, you have to really be mindful of how your design is set up, and then you have to know that brick has a coating on top that won't allow many other materials to layer over the top, but you can achieve a brick on brick.
Nice. And you also too, really quick, while you're pressing this out too, I don't want to stop you from each of your presses, but
you good?
While you're pressing this out, talk to us. You might have been recently at a trade show showing some of this stuff too.
Yeah, so I just came back from the GPX show in Charlotte, where I showed all of these types of application techniques and a few others, and people were really pleased. And I mean, tons of questions on terms of, the durability, how I even come up with the concept of this, and then just the application process.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Now, I don't know if you knew this, and I don't know if Johanna told you while you guys were out there, but GPX Charlotte is where we launched the Juliet on launch day while we were launching.
Oh, okay.
At the same time. Yeah. So it's a pretty fun, it's a cool show, and it's a pretty, it's a very much a core memory for me of just that day of being able to launch that a couple years back.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, Charlotte's a really pretty town. I mean, I hadn't been there since 2011-ish, 2012-ish. But no, it's a beautiful town, man.
That's awesome. And actually, that layer is on that angle. You can really see what I was talking about in like the step down or like the inset. So you have your 2 layers that you laid down first, but now we're starting to get a little bit smaller,
right,
with our layers leading up to that final press, which is really going to give you that cool depth and dimension.
Yes.
That's awesome. So tell me, because we have gone around the room with everybody that has been in here so far, but talk about heat, because it's National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day. So obviously it's a big day for us overall. Talk about some of the ways that heat transfer has been able to either change the way that you design or create, or what you're able to kind of think of the spectrum of like creation.
Yeah. So before working here at Caesar, I was a screen printer and freehand artist, graffiti muralist, all that jazz. And for me, vinyl was kind of taboo. Well, one, because I didn't really know much about it, but that was just the word on the block in terms of like screen printers. But working with vinyl has actually shown me and taught me to not be so critical and be so serious about my artwork. And because, I mean, HTV is more forgiving. You have more options. With screen printing, you kind of have a process of how it's done. And that's it. But with HTV, I believe there are multiple ways to achieve a certain application look that you're going for. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about it though. Let's talk about the elephant in the room for a screen print, because there's a lot of probably screen printers in the live right now watching as well.
Mm-hmm.
What is because you've been able to find a new path in heat transfer material, like just utilizing vinyl every day too. So what are some of those stigmas as a screen printer that like you kind of were brought into, and then how you're utilizing screen print and vinyl now as like a great option either way you work.
Yep. So
one more thing before that, can you just recap for the audience, people just chiming in, what materials you're using?
Oh yeah, really quick recap of materials. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm still using strip flock, and I believe I am on my 5th layer. I've got one more layer of strip flock left, and I've got on top of that last layer of strip flock is a piece of electric. But no, the word was, as a screen printer, you wouldn't want to mess with vinyl because you couldn't get your super high detailed half tones, or the materials wouldn't last as long as a screen print. And I've seen
the weight of the design.
that, that as well.
Things I've heard.
Yeah. But no, I mean, working with both screen printing and HTV, I'm actually now able to layer some of my specialty material HTV like glitter, sparkle, brick on top of my screen prints, whereas I wouldn't have that option in screen printing unless I went out and got that type of ink, which is, again, that's also pretty costly. So
yeah. Well, and what's really cool too, which is going to kind of lead us into the next live after, or I mean, the next session after we're done, is Jennifer Sanderson is going to show how you can utilize both heat transfer to create, custom screens. And I know that you've done some testing with that as well. And I think it's a great option for people, whether you're making a permanent screen or you're doing something that's going to be temporary with like an adhesive vinyl. It really, I think, benefits you to have, mastery of both or understanding of both, because I think it really enhances your design, enhances your ability to create. You know what I mean?
Yep. So yeah, and as a screen printer, you can definitely use PSV and HTV as a stencil to kind of replace emulsion. But if you're screen printing with HTV or PSV, I would recommend going the water-based route. Or if you're doing plastisol, I would do maybe up to 2 colors, depending on your substrate color. Because if you're flashing your inks in between, you'll have a problem with your HTV actually shrinking on your screen as you're pressing.
Okay. So
and I've ran into that my first time trying it out, so I know what not to do for next time.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting too, just, because we have the Riley Hopkins system in here. We have a 4-head, which is great. And so big shout out to our friends over at Rhinestone for hooking us up with that. But we really got a chance to break down the screen print process and understand it as a whole company, and being able to do an education day around it. And I just think that it gave us an opportunity to look at both worlds as more of a unity and how they can work together, as opposed to these 2 separate, ways to actually decorate.
Yes, I completely agree.
Yeah.
If you're a screen printer and you have been thinking about HTV and just haven't tried it just because of the stigmas out there behind it, I would definitely give it a try, because you never know where the different application types will take you.
So you're saying it's like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get.
Better than a box of chocolates. It's better. So you get your chocolates and your candies. So
I had to give a Forrest Gump plug in here at one point in time.
So I'm down to my last layer. I've got all 6 layers of strip block on my hat. And now I'm about to do my last layer, which is Easy Weed Electric. And I chose the opal color.
Which is that the same one that's here, right?
Yep. Same type that's on your jersey. Yep.
Cool.
So here I'll do the full press instead of just a 4 or 5 second tack, just to ensure that all of the adhesive on every layer has been bonded to the material below it. Okay.
And then, maybe we can show that, just keeping it up, kind of where you're taking it off the platinum.
I can take it off.
Yeah, and then just show it to the camera that's already on it.
So
go down. There we go. Just a little bit here. Trying to be good. You can get that focused, and there we go. So now you can really see that detail right about there. There we go. That's the detail that we're looking for. So you can see all layers there. You can see that there's multiple layers that are all just duplicated really simply. And then you have some other contours in there that add not only a variety of color, but add a really cool, strong finish, I think, at the end.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So now let me ask you this for anybody out there, because I know somebody's going to ask, well, how do we make this even better?
Oh, so
you like how I try to segue into that?
So you can add textures to your vinyls by taking some mesh, and that can be, any kind of mesh, screen printing mesh, like your screen door, screen window mesh, or even just like a tool mesh, like a fabric that you would use on making any kind of like garment. And I found that the thinner the mesh, the more it works with your thinner materials. The thicker the mesh, the more it will work with your puffs and your bricks. So all I'm doing here with this piece of mesh is just layering it right over the top of my final press. You don't even need a cover sheet. You'll press for about, I found the sweet spot is about 10 seconds. and the time, heat, and pressure is really impressing the texture from that tool or mesh into your top layer of vinyl.
Awesome. What you got, Anna?
Sharon is actually asking, what's the size difference between each of your layers for the inset?
I don't really have. I mean, each layer is inset about 0.02 inches. But I mean, again, that's if I were doing 12 layers, I'd probably knock it back to 0.01 or even in some instances 0.005.
Okay. Nice.
But after your final press with the mesh, peels just off like any other cover sheet. And now it leaves you with a bit of a texture.
We'll do right there. You can get a little bit closer to the camera too, just so we can really see. And right about there. There we go. That's awesome. It's so cool too because it with the size mesh that you use too, it takes on almost like the fabric pattern from the actual hat itself. So it's very trippy to see both of them like together. Yep. That's awesome.
There's another thing, excuse me, you can use besides your mesh is like the face side of your glitter. Once you take your carrier sheet off, you could actually flip that upside down and use the grittiness of the glitter and sandpaper as a bit of a texture to add to your final press.
Okay, so that's a cool one to talk about too. What are some really fun textures that you found? I mean, obviously the mesh is a big one that really works well, but is there any other ones, like you mentioned, glitter or sandpaper or anything that you've tried that has been really fun to work with? Cool?
Really fun, but really kind of tedious and iffy to see in your design would probably be it's papers like pattern paper.
Okay.
It's got you can buy some at I believe Michael's. I don't know about Joann's, but yeah, you can probably get some at Hobby Lobby or Michael's, and the pattern that's in the paper you can really impress into your
that's cool
to your vinyl. Yeah.
Okay, nice. That's awesome. What do we got over there?
Actually got two questions for you here. First one, what if there was a seam going down the center? Could you apply right over it?
Yep. Yeah, you can. For these two hats, I don't know where we're looking here, but
on the overhead, right above your head.
With your thicker materials like strip flock, you can actually layer right over the seam a few times, and after your third layer, you will not even have an issue with your middle seam on these hats. So yeah, you can definitely get around your middle seam becoming an issue.
That's awesome. More questions. Let's ask them away. This is the perfect time to ask these on this technique.
Yeah, one more question. Could you use lace to achieve like a textured effect?
Yes, you can. I've actually had people come up to me in trade shows and ask me the same exact thing. And yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of lace out there that you can use, different colors, different sizes. I'm sure it would give you a different impression in your texture or in your vinyl. Yeah.
Can you repeat for Michelle what is on the platen right now that is white and why you're using it?
Ooh, good question.
So this is just a foam insert. There's actually, I believe there's 2 or 3 sizes that came with this press. You've got your thickest, your thinnest, and then you've got like a middle ground foam. But they're used primarily for your hats that, trying to get a couple here.
I don't know if any of these ones are. These are pretty flat. Maybe that one. That'd be a good one.
They're really used for if your hat is more rounded in the front or if it's more flat. That foam can really help get rid of the gap that you would have if you were to press down on the hat when you go to press with your heat press. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing that I always tell people too, a lot of times with the foam pieces is like you have different styles of hats. You have some that might be a low profile versus a high profile hat versus something more medium profile. So you have different pieces. Usually within any hat press that you get usually comes with a couple different pieces that are inserts that can help you to keep just an even flat pressure. Because remember, when we do t-shirts, it's no different than when we're doing a hat. We want an even flat surface to be able to apply our heat transfer to.
Right.
What's up, Anna?
And then one more. Can you repeat how long you pressed the top Easy Weed electric layer the first time, and then how long you pressed it for with the mesh?
So yeah, the electric I pressed for the full amount of time for about 15 seconds. But again, since it's a hat, you could probably get away with maybe 8 or 9 10 seconds. And then for my mesh, I press for about 10 seconds. The longer you press your mesh or your tool, the better the impression will be in your vinyl. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, I did see one other question too. What is the mesh made out of? That was one that was up earlier. Somebody was asking if it's made out of plastic, but do we know what the actual like fabric is?
I honestly have no clue. I need to figure that out myself.
Okay, well, what we'll do is that just means that we'll shoot a video on this technique. And then what we'll do is we'll make sure we put all that information in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely make some more content around that.
That'd be really cool. And actually, I want to show this one too, because I did wear my jersey because it is one design that Kortez had made for us. Oh, actually, I got two of you. I'm wearing two of yours right now. I didn't realize. Sorry. All right. But this is our trade show jerseys that we wear from time to time at shows, but very much show this technique really, really well on the backside too. So you can see if we can get it on the overhead and really hone in on. Let's go focus it in just a little bit.
If I need to twist something, I can twist it.
Let's see. Right about there. Okay, that should work. And then I think the emblem actually shows really well.
It does.
So you can see on, can't see it super well. Try to twist that just slightly to get us in focus. Oh, actually, hold on. We're good. We're good now. So you can see really that technique, which is also the layered strip flock technique that was used, and then also the mesh to finish it off. It really, I mean, for me, I feel like it really makes it feel like, you know, it's a part of the fabric.
Yeah.
You know, so it's an awesome one to do.
Yeah. Something else, I don't know if anybody's ever thought of or even tried, but you can use your t-shirt or just any kind of fabric as a cover sheet, but the heat and the time and pressure, again, like you would with the mesh, will impress the texture of that garment or t-shirt into your vinyl. So
that's awesome.
Let's say you were pressing on a t-shirt that has really deep ridges in it. If you were to use that same garment or another garment just like that and press down on your last layer of vinyl, you can actually achieve that.
Oh, that's awesome.
That texture that you did on the substrate.
Which I think a lot of people, like when you see this with mesh, it's so much more prominent, but like, I don't think people realize when you're using a Teflon sheet, you're still getting that fibrous imprint sometimes into your material. It's essentially the same exact thing. You're just intentionally adding that texture as opposed to that one's more of like a natural just because kind of thing. So that's awesome. What other questions do we got, Adam?
A couple more here for you. How do all these layers launder?
So like if you're laundering like a t-shirt or a hoodie with the application process, I wouldn't go past 4 or 5 layers, but I would wash your garment on the most delicate setting that you can. And then I wouldn't even put your garment into a dryer. I would let it air dry your first couple of times washing it. And then I believe once you get past those first few air dries, you can start throwing your garment into a dryer.
That's awesome.
And one more for you. Do you remember what font you used for the Vegas hat?
Looks like an athletic of some kind, but I can't tell.
Yes, I want to say it's actually called Basketball.
Okay.
I know that font. Yep. That's
Nice.
one I've been using here quite a bit the last few months. So yeah.
That's
For
awesome.
actually for this hat and this hat, I'm using Collegiate Block and then Basketball.
Cool. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. So we're getting towards the tail end here. So I think what we need to do is 2 things. Number 1, we should probably do a Kortez giveaway.
I have one more question.
Oh, do you got a question?
Okay.
Adam.
You talked about Patrick Mahomes, seeing him with the backwards hat. What else inspires you?
That's a good one.
Um,
Really quick, just for people too, if they couldn't hear that, we talked about Patrick Mahomes early on and the inspiration for that. But Adam asked, what else is things that you've seen that inspired you in creating? That's a good one.
Graffiti, streetwear brands, just kind of the whole just gritty like streetwear style is very inspiring to me. And then music. I can't tell you how much music actually inspires me. I've always told myself that once I get my own house with a good plot of land, I'm going to actually start trying to make and create some music. So
Ooh, nice. It's awesome. I'm just saying I was inquired, just so you know. I'm just throwing it out there in case you need any help. Just throwing it out as a whatever.
Renee chimed in with a question that I know the answer to, but I'd like you to answer it. Should you want to layer brick on a hat, would using Caesar adhesive between the layers help you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it will. I've done this a couple times for a hat, a t-shirt, just a standalone patch. But yes, you can definitely layer brick on brick by using some adhesive.
That's awesome. Any other questions coming in?
Mesh fabric, usually made by polyester, nylon, or spandex.
There we go. Polyester, nylon, or fabric, or spandex. Sorry, it's a fabric. Is usually your mesh fabrics. That's good. Thank you for checking that.
I have one more thing too. Someone asked me this at the show in Charlotte, and they said, you know, are you able to achieve these types of designs with the multi-layered vinyl, but without having to put it all on the hat as you're going? And you can, if you actually press on a piece of parchment paper, lay it down as your base, and then you just do all your pressing, all your layers. Once you're done, the adhesive on the very first layer will have dried. You can take your parchment paper, peel it away. And if you've got a hat press with the bottom platen, or if you're trying to apply it to a t-shirt or garment, you can just flip that garment upside down, or use the bottom platen on your Hottronics hat press, and you'll be able to put your patch on that way.
Which is essentially this right here, right?
Yes.
It's made this way. You can see that on the overhead. Let me bring it in. There we go. So ready to press. Throw a piece of adhesive on the back, and then also that is your perfect reason for the question that we got originally about the actual lower and upper platens being able to heat up. Something like this might be a little bit thick to be able to actually heat apply in one set. You may need that heat to come from the bottom side of your hat, your garment, or whatever it may be to actually get a solid application. Yeah. So.
Well, no, just to chime in on that, I've seen a couple of people do this technique after seeing Kortez do it and pinning it to something like a backpack or a jacket, a lot of jean jackets and things like that.
For sure.
Not to segue away, but kind of. I think we've reached our share minimum.
Oh, we're at 50 right now?
We are.
This actually worked out perfect. So Jan came in here. It feels like hours ago now, but it wasn't that long ago. We've been here we're streaming steady right now. 4.5 hours. We're going strong.
It's impressive.
Yeah. He came in telling me, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of talking and they listen and then we do fun stuff. It's awesome. So anyways, Jan said, if we can get 50 shares before 5, when we go on, that we can give away a Juliet. So we'll call that out as the Kortez / graphics team giveaway. We'll want to include everybody that's obviously helped us to do this stuff because you guys are putting so many cool pieces of artwork inside the software. I think we give away a Juliet to somebody randomly. And then we'll have Kortez. Do you want to throw one of your hats in there, Safonzi?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So not only do you get a Juliet, you also get a hat.
You get the hat I made today?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Yeah. Actually, we put that over there because we're kind of putting all of our stuff that we're giving away from the thing today. So then we have that over in the giveaway. So not only are you going to get the hat that we pressed today or that Kortez pressed today, but we're also going to do a Juliet giveaway as well. What's up, Anna?
Why don't we add in, so one grand prize winner, just to clarify, with the Juliet and the hat and some brick and electric strip block maybe.
And you want to do one grand prize too?
2 additional winners that just get material.
Okay, so just so you guys know, it was we'll give a Juliet away, and then Anna goes rogue. So now you're getting more than just a giveaway. So let's do the 2 runner-up first. But let's do. What do you think we should keyword for them on this one? We got a new system, so we can just give a keyword and then go.
Layer.
Layer. Layer. Layer is your keyword for this giveaway. We're going to give you about 30 seconds. We're going to select one winner over on YouTube, one winner over on Facebook. You'll get a brick and electric. And before you pop out, just grab some colors. I'll let you pick whatever colors you want to add in there. And we'll do one of those giveaways. And then right after that, we'll get another keyword going. And then we'll do a big giveaway with Juliet. Cool? We're going to give them about 30 seconds or so. And while we're doing that, I know you're a shout out kind of guy. So give your shout outs while you're here.
Yep.
To all my Call of Duty friends, to everybody. I'm just kidding. No, you give your shout outs too while we're
actually waiting. I have a siege stack, so
there we go. All right.
If you're watching, shout out to you. But no, big shout out to everybody here at Caesar. Again, you guys have welcomed me with open arms and just welcome all of my ideas and creativity. So again, thank you all for allowing me to be able to create with you guys. Big shout out to my wife, my old lady, my big head, I love you. And shout out to my family back in Missouri, my friends spread out all over the U.S. Can't wait to see you guys in Chicago in a couple weeks.
Nice. Very cool. Very cool. All right. So we got about 30 seconds or so in there. We got a ton of entries right now. All right. Do you think we should pull them? All right. So these are going to be for the 2 runner-up winners. You're going to get a brick plus electric pack. And do we have any mesh left over?
I have some. Yeah.
Can we cut like a couple strips out for each person? We'll also give you a little slice of mesh too, so you can also try this technique out. So we're going this is a whole marathon live right now, so we're figuring it out on the fly. So Adam, do you got all the ones tallied up, or do we need to wait for the thing to spin for 5 minutes? That's how he was like, it's still spinning.
I've got the first one.
All right, first one is.
First winner is Trudy Clay.
Trudy Clay. Congratulations, Trudy. I think Trudy actually just asked the question during this session too, which is cool. Nice. Awesome. All righty. And then for the next one.
All right, it's spinning.
Just keep spinning.
Just keep spinning. Just keep spinning and spinning and spinning.
All right, our second winner is Eveline Ross.
Nice. Eveline. Congratulations to both of you. As we said on the other giveaways that we've done, please reach out to us at social@caesarna.com. That'll be where we get your address. We don't ask you for anything else. We just ask for your home address. It has to be either business or residential. Cannot be a P.O. box. Just so everybody's aware, like the law of the land. All right. So here's what we're going to do for this one. Keyword for the Juliet giveaway is we're going to do Maya, M-A-Y-A. I know Maya's over in the other room listening. She's our fearless leader in marketing. So, you know, we're doing a giveaway inspired by you, Maya. So that'll be for a Juliet. And then you'll also get Kortez's hat that he also decorated today too. So we'll give you guys about 30 seconds or so there. Look at that. There's lots of them already. That's awesome. And remember, guys, if you can get us to 100 shares towards the middle-ish to the end of this, you want to do by 7? Okay, is that my cutoff? So my cutoff, I was just told by the boss, 7 o'clock is my cutoff to get 100 shares over on Facebook. If we can do that, we're going to also do a Romeo giveaway live. But plus, don't forget, you guys can still enter into the giveaway that ends at midnight tonight for the big business in a box package sponsored by Heat Transfer Warehouse and by Caesar North America. So, all righty. Do we got one? Oh, well, we got to let it spin. Hold on. I want to give them time. So they're still coming. They're still rolling in.
Here we go.
All right.
The winner of the Juliet and Kortez's hat is.
Sorry, I watched Drumline. Sorry, I was going rogue. You know what? We'll be right back after the. I'm just kidding.
All right. Winner is Jean Canico.
Jean Canico. Congratulations to you for winning a Juliet during the National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day, plus obviously the hat that Kortez just made on the live. And you know what? Just because you guys, you're going to need something with the Juliet, we'll also give you a brick and a little bit of brick and electric too in that one as well. So congratulations again. Remember, reaching out to us at social@caesarna.com to get us your address, and we'll handle the rest for you. This was awesome, man. Thank you so much, dude.
You, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you taking some time too.
Oh, man, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we got one more. We got another person that I'm about to bring up here, and I'm just making sure I'm watching like the little green room, just making sure she's all set and ready to go as I see her laughing now. And I don't want her to spit out her water, but I'm going to bring up Jennifer Sanderson here next as Kortez is going to head up and grab those colors and let us know what colors he wants for this one. And then we're going to get into a really awesome technique and something that Jennifer's going to show us with screen print and with vinyl.
I'm ready to see this. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, man. I appreciate you so much. So up next is our very own. Let's bring her up. Oh, I got to turn my volume on just a little bit too. There we go. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I know, obviously, as the group knows collectively and here that we got an email last week. We got an email last week from you that was like, oh, Kortez, really quick, Mike too. Sorry. Just make sure you get that one up. We got an email last week later in the week, and you're like, hey, I just saw this Heat Transfer Vinyl Day, and I totally want to be a part of it. And it was so cool to have you come in and also have a quick video. So thank you for the fast turnaround time. I don't think people realize in the audience, like when we start doing these things, it's all hands on deck for everybody that's a part of it and everybody that's contributing to it. So I'm really excited because I know this technique. I've learned this technique from you, so I'm excited for you to be able to teach it. So what's going on over there, though?
Yeah, well, I love screen printing, and any chance I get to share that with people who have vinyl cutters, I mean, I think it's just a process that a lot of people don't realize how easy it is to do from home. If you can cut vinyl, you can screen print, which is crazy that you can create
it's awesome
pro level stuff.
Yeah, and it feels like such a simple concept, but you've really found a way to break it down really, really well and make it into something that I think has been cool for your audience to be able to learn and observe. And now you're to the point, by the way, I know it's been a little bit since you had it out, but congratulations, you now have your own screen print press, your one head press, which is really, really cool development for you as a creator too, of how long you've been doing this for, and now being able to not only have some stuff in retail, but now you also have a unit that people can, find on your website.
Yeah, you can kind of see it behind me a little bit, but that was a great project in collaboration with Rhinestone to get an actual piece of equipment together that I think will help the home user. It was just, we're kind of bridging that gap with vinyl to make screen printing more accessible to people at home and from their craft rooms. And so with that comes, kind of adapting some of the tools of the trade to make them a little bit easier to, store away if you're working from home so it's really exciting to have that out.
That's awesome. So really quickly, before we get into obviously the session, I want you to plug everything Jennifer Sanderson and everything Pigskins for everybody out there really quickly.
Sure. Well, my website is pigskinsandpigtails.com, and you can find me on all of the social medias at Pigskins and Pigtails. I just launched a brand new course where I'm teaching people how to use Adobe Illustrator to make SVGs. So if you are wanting to figure out how to make your own designs for all the things you're seeing today, that's a new course that I just launched this week. So that's exciting. And of course, I have all sorts of screen printing resources, from a course to books to everything you need to get started learning how to do what we're going to talk about today.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So do you want to intro your video first, or do you want to come, because we're going to come back, just so you guys know, when we play the video, we're going to also come back after the fact, because I know with this technique, I know some of you guys are going to have some questions for Jennifer afterwards. So I want her to be able to answer those as well for you live, so that we can kind of have just a quick Q&A. And it also helps for, I think, the collective group. We're breaking up the live. This is kind of like our learn, and then after, everybody can relax and ask questions. So that's what I think was cool. Do you want to set up the video and then we'll roll into it?
Yeah, so there are a couple different ways that I screen print, 2 different types of vinyl that I use to screen print. Normally for a project, I would pick up your PSV vinyl and use that to screen print with. I talk about this in the video a little bit, but that's great for projects where you want to make a shirt, maybe you're making a holiday shirt and you want to make it for your family, and then you're not going to make that design again. So the PSV vinyl just comes right off the screen when you're done. So you can make as many shirts as you want and then wash the screen off and have it for the next project. But what we're talking about today with heat transfer vinyl is being able to make a screen that is permanent. So you're ironing that on the screen, and then you're able to reuse the screen. So you'll find all about how to do that in this video we're about to show. So it's kind of a tutorial step-by-step on how to set up your screen. So hopefully this will give you some ideas as you watch it, and then definitely come back and ask questions after that finishes.
Awesome. All right, well, we'll roll the video, and then I'll see you back here in a couple minutes after it's done, and then we can do a Q&A. How about that?
Sounds great.
All right, sounds good. We'll roll it.
You ever had a project where you weeded the same design over and over? Imagine cutting and weeding your design one time and then being able to use that as a stencil to screen print shirts, bags, signs, and more. And even better, you can wash and save the screen to use again and again. Hi, I'm Jennifer with Pigskins and Pigtails. I've been screen printing with vinyl for years, and I love it so much that I've taught thousands of crafters how easy it is to master this process at home. Now they're creating shirts that feel great and hold up wash after wash. If you haven't tried screen printing with your vinyl cutter, be sure to watch my video comparing a screen printed shirt to one where you use iron-on or HTV directly on the shirt. One of the reasons I love screen printing is for the efficiency of cutting and weeding a design one time, attaching it to a screen, and then using that screen to make lots of shirts. Most of the time you will see me using Caesar PSV, which is an adhesive vinyl. This sticks to the screen and can print one shirt or hundreds. Then I peel the vinyl off, wash my screen, and it's ready for the next project. Sometimes I have a design that I know I'll want to use again and again, like this mascot for a local high school or my logo. For designs like this that I know I'll want to be printing often, I like to use Caesar Easy Weed, which is a heat transfer vinyl. By heat pressing the vinyl on the screen, you can create a permanent screen that can be washed and reused for years. Let me show you how easy it is to make this screen setup. First, I'm going to load my EasyWeed HTV in my Caesar Romeo machine with the shiny side down. You want to cut on the matte side, so you need that to be facing up. I love that I can load my roll of HTV into the Caesar machines without a mat, but if you have a Cricut or Silhouette, you can cut this vinyl by putting it on a mat. Next, we need to set up the design in our cutting machine software. I'm going to be using Caesar's Leonardo Design Studio, but the process will be the same for other machines. You'll need to keep in mind the size of the screen printing frame that you're using. I'm going to use a 10 by 14 screen, but this process works with any size frame. So in the program, you want to scale your design to the size that you want it to print on your shirts. I'm going to go 10 inches tall, which makes the width about 8 inches. This is the max I'd want to go for the size screen that I'm using. With the design sized, click Send Design. On this screen, I like to add a weeding box around my design. You can do this by going to Arrange and Add Weed Box, or use the shortcut on your keyboard, which is the X key. Typically, I would just make this box just larger than my design, but for a permanent screen, I like to make it almost the same size as the frame I'm going to be using. So I'm going to adjust the box to just under 10 by 14. Then center your design inside this box. This is going to make lining it up on our screen much easier. Now here's the important step when using HTV with screen printing. You do not want to mirror the design. You'll see why in the next step. Send this to our cutter and Romeo takes over cutting the vinyl. Next up, we need to weed this, so start by taking off the excess around the weeding box. For screen printing, you're going to want to weed this design opposite of how you would if you were making a design to iron directly on your shirt. Take out the parts of the design where you want ink to go through. For designs like this with small details, I find using HTV so much easier to weed compared to adhesive vinyl. So another great reason to use this method if you have a design with small details. We're ready to apply this vinyl to our screen printing frame. Grab your screen printing frame, and I like to apply all of my vinyl to the back of my screen printing frame. So flip over the screen so you can see the side with the cording. This is the back. Now let's take it to our heat press. I'm using the Caesar press, which is a 9 by 12 press, and it's the perfect size for these 10 by 14 screen printing frames. I place a piece of parchment paper on the press and then put my screen with the back facing up. And again, you can still see the cording, so you know this is the back. Then flip your vinyl over and place it on the screen with the vinyl side touching the screen, and the top is the shiny side. The carrier sheet is going to have a little stickiness to it, so it shouldn't move around, but if it curls up or you can't get it to stick down well, you can use pieces of heat-resistant tape on each corner to hold it down. With my press set to 280 degrees, I'm going to press for 15 seconds at a time. Notice my vinyl design doesn't fit all the way on the press at one time, so I'm going to move the screen around and press for another 15 seconds until I've pressed the entire piece of vinyl to the screen. If your entire design fits under your press, you can just press it one time for 20 seconds. The reason I start at a slightly lower temp than the EasyWeed recommends for shirts is that I don't want the adhesive to get so hot that it melts out and I lose my sharp lines. So I've found that starting lower and pressing a few times gets the HTV to stick without any distortion of the design. Now I can peel off the carrier sheet. If yours doesn't come off as easily as this, you can heat press a little longer. I like to do one more quick press with the piece of parchment paper still under the screen and another one on top. I go for about 5 seconds and move the frame around, making sure the edges are all pressed smoothly. You can also heat press your vinyl using an easy press. Since the screen doesn't lay flat on the other side, I'm heat pressing it on the top of the screen with a piece of parchment paper over both sides of the screen. You can use the same process with an Easy Press Mini or a household iron. But if you have a press that will fit your screen under it, I find it much easier to apply the vinyl using a press. This 15 by 15 heat press works great for my larger size frames. If your heat press doesn't fit your screen, you can remove the mesh from your frame and heat press the vinyl on this way. Then I put the mesh back in the frame. This is something I tried early in my screen printing, and I found that it's much easier to keep the mesh on the screen, but this is an alternative if you don't have an iron or a press that will work with your screen. So as you can see, there are a variety of ways to heat your transfer vinyl onto your screen. Notice how my vinyl goes almost to the edge of my frame, but there is a little gap where you can see through the screen. It's really hard to heat press it much closer to the edge than this, but we can easily cover up this gap with painter's tape so that ink doesn't go through the edges of our screen. You can apply the tape to the front or the back. I'm putting it along the front this time to make cleanup a little easier. Ink won't get into the edges of my frame here, but putting it on the back works just as well. I'm using my Pigskins and Pigtails screen printing press, and I'm going to slide my screen into the clamp. Using a press is going to make lining up the design on my shirt easier. Since we centered the design inside the weeding box, and then we lined that up with the edges of the frame, I can now make sure my frame and shirt are both centered on the press. Apply your ink along the top of the screen. I'm using a water-based screen printing ink, but this process will work with Plastisol as well. I'm using a squeegee to pull that ink all the way over the design. It usually takes 2 to 3 times with the squeegee to get enough ink on the shirt or sweatshirt. Another benefit to using a press like this is that you can lift the screen and check to see how it looks. If I need to add more ink, the screen will lower back down in the exact same spot so I can squeegee over it again. If you're just getting started with screen printing, you can simply put your screen on top of your shirt. Just make sure you've smoothed out any bumps, and I like to put a piece of parchment paper inside the shirt to catch any ink that might go through. Hold the frame down with one hand and squeegee over with the other, and lift your screen to reveal your printed shirt. When you're all done printing, you can wash your screen off. Water-based ink is safe to clean off in the sink, so the cleanup is really easy. If you use Plastisol ink, you wouldn't be able to clean this off in the sink, but instead you would want to use a Plastisol cleaner. Since we used HTV on the screen, the design will stay in place as you wash it. Once it's dry, you can screen print again using a different color ink or save the screen until you need to print this design again. You have a couple of options when it comes to saving your screen. If this is a design I know I will reprint often, I will just dedicate this frame to this design and I will store it away just like this. But you can also take the mesh off of the frame when you're using frames like this with the cording. This doesn't take up as much room to store your designs, and you can buy refill mesh and save a little money by reusing the frame for another project. If you need to use this design again, you can put it back into the frame. This process can take a little practice to re-stretch the mesh. Sometimes your design may look a little distorted if you don't get it back in the mesh just the same as it was the first time, so you might have to take it out and try again. So while this is a doable process, I find it so convenient when I can just grab this frame with my logo on it and print a shirt with very little setup. So I tend to leave most of mine in the frames. You can also apply HTV to metal frames like this one. Just know that you're going to have a permanent design on your screen since you can't change the mesh out on these as easily as you can with the corded frames. I've used these frames for years to print my logo and they have held up great. If I ever notice a part of the HTV lifting up, you can heat press it back down again and it will stick back to the screen. If this is the first time you've watched me screen print using vinyl, be sure to grab my free quick start guide available on my website at pigskinsandpigtails.com and follow me on social media for more screen printing with vinyl tips, tricks, and project ideas.
Alrighty, and then we're gonna add her up there too, and then okay, so I only have one problem with this, Jennifer, as I spent way too much time like actually watching through this whole tutorial, and now I really want to do all of it.
Yes.
Just for anybody out there too, I texted Jennifer like halfway through, and I was like, I really love this tutorial, by the way. Very cool.
Thank you. Well,
yeah, absolutely.
I love this process, so I'm excited to answer any questions people have
Absolutely.
on that. I know we kind of probably just threw a brand new idea at some people that may have not tried this or heard of screen printing. So,
well, and right up front, we got a really good question here. Where's it at here? Oh, I would love to attend a class on this type. Do you have, now where can they go to find this education from you?
Yeah, so if you go to my website, which is pigskinsandpigtails.com, I do have an online class, a beginner's class that teaches, both methods of, we talked earlier about 2 different types of vinyls that I use. You can sign up for my beginner's course, and I do occasionally do some live classes. So while you're there, if you sign up for my email list, you'll hear about any live classes.
Okay, cool. Here's a good question too from Jean. It's how would you do multiple colors?
Yeah, so you can do multiple colors with heat transfer vinyl. You just have to be maybe a little careful when you're pressing them, that you're getting them on there nice and even and not distorted. I talked about that a little bit in the video, so that you can line them up. But I have a few techniques I teach. One of the easiest to explain is probably with registration boxes. You create little boxes around your design, and then each color will be on a different screen, and then you use those boxes to line up the different colors.
Okay, awesome.
So
And we just had obviously, oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you can definitely do multicolor. I wouldn't start with the multicolor design, but you can definitely get there for sure.
And this is also something kind of a callback to Kortez, because Kortez is our in-house screen printer as well. And he was kind of mentioning certain ink sets or ink types when you are using screen print. And somebody actually had a really good question here where they asked, do you use just regular screen printing ink?
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of water-based screen printing ink. The reason for that is I'm working here in my home craft room, and water-based ink, in the video I kind of showed me washing off the screen at the end. Water-based ink, you can scoop up whatever you don't use, put it back in your jar, and then you can just rinse it off in the sink. It comes off really easily. So that's my preferred method. A lot of screen printers use plastisol ink. And there's some definite advantages to that, especially if you're doing, massive numbers of shirts and screen prints. But that cleanup process is a little different. It's one that I end up cleaning up outside. So water-based is my favorite to get started because it's just a little easier.
Yeah, and that kind of answers Barbara Rogers' question. She said, what is the product that you use for screen printing, like paint? And it is a specific ink that you would use that will then be applied obviously to a fabric and can like seal into a fabric, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. You want to definitely use the screen printing ink for this process so that you can cure it to the fabric, which makes it washable. You'll be able to wash your shirts hundreds of times and still look like you just made it. So
yeah. This is a good one too. Where do you get the water-based screen printing ink from, and is the quality the same as a plastisol for one color?
Yeah, I have a supply list page that we'll link here that I can link to all of my favorite places to get inks and squeegees and all the different things. So definitely take a look through that. There's a lot of things I've learned just through trial and error over the years of the types of inks and equipment and setups that I like that I've kind of compiled all that in a list. And yeah, so we'll share that link here.
Very cool. Yeah, I think Anna or our team shared it up top a little bit. Yep. So we got all of that. Now I have a question because I know the answer to it. So you've answered this question for me from a trade show standpoint. Utilizing heat transfer vinyl or pressure sensitive vinyl, let's talk about the quantity that you're able to actually screen print out of it, because I think that's something that people don't realize, that when you do make a permanent screen with, say, like a heat transfer, or even if you're making a temporary screen with like an adhesive vinyl, you still do get quite a few pulls out of that squeegee. You can still produce a lot using those methods.
Yeah. I think that's one of the biggest myths out there, is that if you use the PSV, the adhesive vinyl that you can only print a few. And if you get your technique down, a lot of it is just figuring out how much ink you need to use. I've used one piece of vinyl, adhesive vinyl, on a screen. During a live event, we printed over 250 bags at one event. We did 200 shirts at another event recently, with just one piece of sticky vinyl at the end of the event. I just took it off and washed my screen and went on. Now, if it's the big difference to me in which vinyl I use is, am I going to use that screen again? And so if it's something that I'm going to just print at an event, and it has the date or the name of the event on it, I don't necessarily want a screen like that forever. So I would
You mean
probably
you don't want a
use
screen template from like 2019 laying around?
Hey, that would be a huge stack of screens to save. So one of the things I talked about in the live, or in the video we just watched, is you can take the mesh out of some types of screens, and so you could store them this way. Or if you are doing maybe a really complex design that you don't want to have to weed out of adhesive vinyl, like the one I did in the video, this one. This one is just, there's a lot of little pieces, and so when I use adhesive vinyl, so these little dots and coming off sometimes, so it's nice to be able to weed. And on the HTV, it's really simple just to rip it off, and it sticks. So a design like this might be another reason to make a permanent screen. And then if you were only using it once for an event, at the end you just take the mesh off and replace it with another piece of mesh, which is really inexpensive to
that was actually a really good point that you made in there too, is you can transfer your mesh onto another frame, right? But there's stipulations, right? If it's an aluminum frame, it's typically heavily glued down, and then if it's a wood frame, typically it can kind of fit in like you were to create a screen door, essentially.
You want to look for a screen that has the cording in it, and exactly just like a screen door, you would put the cording in that holds the mesh. So, and I also mentioned that process takes a little bit of figuring out how to get. I mean, if you've ever put mesh in a screen door, it doesn't just go in the first time just right. So, it's same thing with the screen. It takes a little practice. Once you figure it out, it's not a big deal. But if it's something that I'm going to reuse all the time, it is so nice to just, if I needed to make one shirt right now with this logo on it, I could grab my ink, print it, wash it off, and it would take less than 5 minutes to make a shirt. And that's awesome. The time of probably washing the screen off, so it takes the most time. So
very cool. All right, so we got a question here that I thought was good. As I watch your videos, how do we avoid any bleeding if that's something that we're experiencing?
Yeah, so I actually have a whole nother YouTube video on this, because there could be a few different reasons that I've found that it will happen. Most of the time I see it happening because your screen is not even on your surface. So screen printing works best on a very flat surface where your squeegee and ink are making even contact with the shirt. So if you have like a seam or a zipper that makes your screen not sit flush, a lot of times that's where you'll get bleeding, because it's kind of seeping under those areas that aren't making solid contact with the shirt. So that's probably the biggest one. The other one is just learning how much ink you need to actually use. If you can imagine, if you're squeegeeing ink through the screen, if you just keep going and going, it's eventually not going to have anywhere else to go except for out. So that's where the press comes in really handy. Like, as you saw with the press, you can kind of lift and peek and then put it back down, and it helps in that trial and error of how much ink do I actually need.
Nice. And a good segue into this next question for the people: how do you cure the inks when you're done?
Yeah, so it's also going to depend on what brand of ink you use, but just as an example, the water-based ink that I use, you can just let it air dry if you're not in a rush. Just leave your shirts spread out all over the floor, and then as soon as they have air dried, then you'll heat press them. So heat press them at 320 for 40 seconds per shirt, and they're cured. Nice. You can speed up that process. If you want to dry it faster with a heat gun or something, you can make it go a little quicker.
Okay, nice. And then we said, okay, somebody said that I might have missed it, but can we remove HTV or HYV, but HTV, we know what it means, and reuse the screen?
So I've tried to actually get the HTV off of a screen, and sometimes if you use the solution that gets off HTV, sometimes it will come off. If it's one that I've had on the screen for a long time and I use that, it still leaves enough residue on the screen that it would block the screen and not make it usable again. But again, I took this off of the screen. So if you're using a wood frame with the cording, you can just take the whole piece of mesh off and then put a new piece in, and it would be like a brand new screen again.
Awesome. All right. Do we got any other questions for Jennifer while she's here with us? And I know she's hanging out in the event as well, so you guys can always ask away, even if it's not right this moment.
Yeah. I saw someone earlier asked if that video was going to be on my channel. And yes, that is on my YouTube channel now if you want to rewatch it. I know that was probably a lot of information to absorb at once. So watch it again. And then always you can ask me questions in the comments or on my website. I love helping people figure this process out. So I'm happy to answer your questions.
Awesome.
How can someone avoid bleeding?
Oh, that was the one that she was just answering, as far as like how much ink you're laying in, like how many times you squeegee will pool, and then it can cause some of that bleeding. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What other ones do we have? Oh, there's a good one. How does it hold up in the wash?
It holds up great. So as long as your curing process that we talked about is on, you don't try to, you forget to heat press it or something, then that would obviously affect the results. But screen printing ink is going to soak into the shirt, and so it will outlast the shirt. It's one of those processes that is just going to make it a permanent design on your shirt. It's great if you're going to sell your shirts because you don't have to worry about any special washing instructions. I mean, you just wash it regular loads of wash, just like you would a t-shirt you bought at the store. You're doing the same process as what the stores are doing. So it's going to hold up just as well as your favorite graphic tees.
That's awesome. And then this one, I know we briefly answered it, but this is good comparison of, do you heat press after, or do you need a screen printing oven for this process?
You can get started so simply. You could use an iron to cure the ink. So if you just have a household iron, that would work. If you have a heat press because you're doing other crafts, that works even better because it's just a bigger surface. You can press the whole thing at one time. And there are even processes that you could let it air dry. So this is really good for beginners because there's really no limitations on having to start with a certain level of equipment.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, it's really important, get yourself, one of the kits that Jennifer makes that's very informative. And one thing that I had mentioned when I did an unboxing here at Caesar, so it's over on our YouTube channel, Jennifer was nice enough to send me over one of her speedball kits that she had at the time. And there's a lot of really great things that are there. And I know she has them over on her website too, like ink recipes. Like I thought it was the smartest thing to have like ink recipes to show you what two colors make what color. Because I think a lot of times when you're using vinyl, it's very much, I have blue, I got this blue, and that's available. But in the world of screen printing, you can kind of, create custom colors on your own and stuff like that. So your guide was a really good starting point, I think, for starting to create your own custom colors with screen print and those kind of things as well.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a great, I mean, with inks, and you're not limited on colors, especially if you're trying to like match a brand color or match a team color. That's another great reason to be able to screen print, is so that you can get that exact color match that you might not be able to get with vinyl.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much. I want you to plug all of your platforms one more time, plug the website and everything, so that people obviously know where to find you.
Yeah, thanks so much. My website is pigskinsandpigtails.com. And from there, you can get links to everything, but I'm on all the social medias sharing all types of project ideas and tips and tutorials so that you can get started doing this process at home. So love for you to follow along, and I'm happy to help. Like I said, I'll answer any questions, and if you get stuck, I'll help you through the process, because this is a really rewarding one once you figure it out.
For sure. And I love the process of it. And like I said, when we had gotten the Riley Hopkins system, we did a whole education day around screen printing and really understanding that process, which allowed us to kind of bleed into your process of utilizing reusable screens and stuff like that. And so it's something that we're able to kind of do pretty regularly, which is great. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks again for having me. It's great. Great to be a part of the Caesar team. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we'll see you very, very soon, hopefully. And I'm going to call you because I actually have some ideas that I want to talk to you about coming up pretty soon.
Awesome.
So awesome.
Great.
Awesome. Well, thank you
I'll
so
hang
much.
out in the chat. So if anybody has any other questions, I'll hang around in the chat and answer those.
Very cool. All right. Well, thank you so much. Well, that was awesome. That was, I mean, so far we are almost 5 hours. In the next 2 minutes, we will be at the 5-hour mark in this absolute marathon live that we have going today. And this is really fun for me and for our entire team and Heat Transfer Warehouse and everybody that's been involved so far in this whole event, just because of the fact that this is a great way for us to give you education, what you've been looking for, and in a very long format. So you guys can always go back and see what you know what I mean? You guys can always go back and see other sessions and things like that. But I think we have somebody sitting in the waiting room right now, which I'm really excited about bringing her up. So you guys know her from our team. She helps on the reseller and distributor side of doing really incredible classes, an educator that is working on her certification course. I mean, there's just so much that she's got going on, and it's always fun to really just get a chance to sit down. So I'm going to pop in really quick this way. Oh, this way. Sorry, Stephanie. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, you have a whole team there helping you. I'm like trying to figure out my cameras today.
I saw it first. That's why I was going, I'm going to talk a little long because I know you and I are in sync. We know when we need a couple seconds extra.
Yep.
So very, very cool. Well, hello, hello. It's nice to see you.
It's so good to be here. I'm seeing names already popping in, so I'm glad to see everybody hasn't disappeared because, oh my goodness, I thought that being later in the day was going to give me more time to prep.
Yeah.
But I've got some hard acts to follow tonight. It has been amazing.
Well, listen, it's always fun to have you, especially talking about the world of embroidery, how it matches with heat transfer, how these worlds, collide essentially. So what I want to do is I want to shut up because they've been listening to me for too long now. It's your turn and you have the floor. And then right after you're done, we're actually going to hop right into Maggi from Heat Transfer Warehouse is going to be showing us some fake layering and also layering techniques too. So without further ado, take it away, Steph.
Thanks. Hey everybody, it's Stephanie here. And as Pat said, I love bringing those worlds together. I love that embroidery. I love my vinyl. And of course, I love putting the two of them together. So you can see in the background that I have a sweater that I did several years ago. It's one of my favorites because we just came off of October for breast cancer awareness. But I love showing how even a different stitch can make things look different. So I'm even going to take this one off just to show you a little bit closer. So this is the same color thread and the same color vinyl, but it kind of looks like that ribbon is a different color, right? It's not. It's just a different stitch. So around the ribbon is a satin stitch and all the others is a candle wicking stitch. So different stitches can make things look different also. So this is one of my favorites to start with because it really gets us into that spirit of doing applique, using vinyl, and all the fun things about it. But I'm even going to do something with you live. So I have my heat press right here, and I have a piece of scrap. So this is just some rainbow white. It does not have to be white to be sublimated on. It was just the piece that I had that was sitting here. I really love doing lemon sugar. It's one of my favorite colors to sublimate. So right here, I'm going to take that carrier sheet off. And so many are used to me saying, once you take that carrier sheet off, now this is just like fabric. And it kind of is. So I have my heat press, but I'm going to do something slightly different for you today. So this is a non-stick cover sheet. I just have a little piece of one because I use it a lot of times just for small projects. So I have non-stick and then I have my glitter. And this is something that I sublimated. I took 2 or 3 designs and just cut them. So you're going to see. So I'm going to have like a little sandwich here. Non-stick, then my glitter, and then my sub, and then I'll cover it with a sheet of paper. So, and then I have my heat press at 400 degrees, and I've got it for 60 seconds. Cover that up, press that down, and that way it will do its magic while we're talking. So some of you know I have been on the Caesar team for almost officially 3 years, but I did things with Caesar prior to being an employee. I worked for a reseller and a distributor, and this was something that we embroidered 8 years ago, almost 9. I can't believe it's been that long. So this sample we sent, and so a lot of their sales team had this sample. So 8 years ago, almost, this technique was shown, and I'm so excited to still get to be talking about it. So this one was an Anita Good design, and it was 3 different ornaments. And it was funny because one of the sales reps kept telling everybody that it was hot air balloons. So guess what? It could be hot air balloons or it could be ornaments. It depends on the time of the year, right? So I have popped that off. The first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to take that piece of paper, throw that in the trash. I'm going to take that sublimation right off. And so now this is still stuck onto that non-stick. It's really hot. So what am I going to do? I'm going to let it cool down. While it's hot, it's kind of flimsy. As it gets cool, it'll harden up. I'm going to tilt that just out of the way. And then I'm going to show you the wonders of this as it cools. And I do it on that non-stick. And look, now I can peel it right off. And I have a design that I can embroider with. So with sublimation onto the glitter, I just made a custom fabric just like that. How long did it take me? 60 seconds under the press, right? So in under 2 minutes, I could print, press, and have fabric ready to embroider. So with the magic of, television, I have embroidered that same design, and I'm going to show you how easy it is. So I'm just ripping it away. So some of you are embroiderers, and you're used to, you have that first stitch, and it's called what? That placement stitch. Then we lay our fabric down. In this case, we're laying our sublimated glitter down. Then it does that tack down, and then we have to take scissors, and then we cut it, and then it comes back and does that cover stitch. But I don't have to do any of that. I can just lay it down, let it stitch, and you can see that satin stitch, and then rip away. So you saw me on camera, right? I just pulled that away. I might sometimes have one little piece that I need to use my little tweezers, but that looks pretty spiffy. So for this case, it's great to have, I have my contacts, throw that contact solution in there, throw my glasses, throw my wipes, and then I have a cute little bag that's custom because we love custom, right? And I love getting to share with you my very, very favorite things to do. And we know I love my vinyl and I love embroidery. Many of you see me at shows and I have on my jacket. So this one I'll put on, but I'm going to show you that there's several different pieces on this one. So here and here, I have DTV. So that's Easy Color DTV. Love, love inkjet printer. Let it do its thing. I just cut it out with scissors. I didn't even use a cutter. And then I have holographic and glitter for my glasses. I made a patch out of glitter. Again, I have printable. And this is diamond dust. And then I did a clear shower curtain over it to give it that glass bottle look. So, be careful if I'm visiting your house. You never know what I might take to embroider. And then I love St. Patrick's and I love Ireland. So this was, again, sublimation to get that beautiful pattern and then to embroider with it. So this is one of my favorite jackets. You'll see me wearing it quite often. I have a lot, and we're going to talk about some of them. First, I do want to talk just a moment with the DTV because I feel like it's a product that is so phenomenal. Again, you can make that custom fabric with an inkjet printer. So I had my phone and I airdropped to my printer a picture from vacation, and that was that picture. So I sewed the bag, and then I did this embroidered palm tree to kind of match my shadow right there. So I'm showing you, you can even sew and embroider with that Easy Color DTV. You can't get any better because no one else is going to have that. No one else also is going to have these. So this is a pair of loafers that have been worn and worn, and you can see that it has a pattern. So what I did on this one, it's so simple. It seems like it would be hard, but it really, really isn't. I promise. I took some press and seal, which is that clear kind of wax paper that clings. I put it over the shoe, and then with the Sharpie, I just drew that outline, and I took that and put it on a printed sheet of my DTV, used a pair of scissors, cut it out, laid it down. The trickier part was put on an oven mitt, and I shoved a towel in my shoe, held it, and then I used that little mini iron. Please, please, please remember to either use, cover your arm, but having something protective, because if it is to slide, you really don't want to burn your hand. I'm telling you that from experience. So don't. So then I just use that little mini iron. So a great way to be able to sew and to create and make your own custom out of DTV. So I've got one more thing to show with DTV because it's one of my brainstorms. I was shopping and I saw this right here. So it's a poster with different flowers, right? So all of our printers are also copiers. So I came in, I picked up the lid, I put the poster down and just sit there and got all the different flowers and printed it on that DTV from this poster. Then some of you will know, what was I watching? Probably watching Criminal Minds, and sit there and cut those flowers out by hand because I wanted to show you, I love jackets, right? Some of you. So look. So from a poster and some Easy Color DTV and a copier, copy, and some scissors, this was created. So this is one of my favorite pieces. I have a little dress that I typically wear under it, and it has one flower and then the leaves are falling down the dress. So then, but wait, there's more, right? There always is a little bit more. I used a little awl and punched so that I could put spaces, and then I put some rhinestones in. So from poster to jacket, I find there's so many ways to be able to sew and to create. And really, I do feel like I'm creating my own custom fabric. And I'm using Easy Color DTV. I'm using my glitters. I'm using my strip flocks just so you can see how wonderful it is. I'm reaching over. This was another project. This is Easy Color. And this is Easy Color to make this little gnome. So lots of different ideas with that Easy Color to be able to sew with. And this was an embroidery pattern. And that's how I got this stitch, because it was in the hoop pattern there. So I am so excited to show some other projects. I can't wait to see what you're saying. I see some nice things. Thank you so much as the comments go by. And this was the jacket that Lily and I did together as one of my first lives. So this one will stay with me forever and ever. And we have the small version on the front. And then on the back, this is strip flock. If you've never felt strip flock, it feels like a faux velvet, kind of like a suede. It's really luxurious feeling, and it just embroiders so beautifully. And it does rip away also. And then, of course, this is glitter. Look, I could go to a fabric store and spend forever, and I would never find something that makes me this happy. And I'm saying that. And then it says, "Stay wild, sunchild." I love that it gives it movement, that it really brings it to life more than fabric. And trust me, I love fabric, but nothing touches to me how gorgeous this is. So, moving right along. Again, another sewing project. So this was a zipper project, and I did snowman. And the scarf was a pattern. And the scarf, what I did to give it a little plushness, and it's kind of squishy, I pressed it to upholstery vinyl. Another name for that is marine vinyl or embroidery vinyl. It's thicker. It comes on a big bolt. You can get it at fabric stores. And then I stitched with it. So again, another way. I mean, look how happy he looks by being so sparkly and shiny. If he was fabric, he would look cute, but he looks amazing because he has that sparkle and shine to it. And another project to kind of show. So this is, just a cute little stitch out, a little bag, and then I just have different colors to show that nail polish. And again, yes, I could have fabric, but fabric would never look like glitter nail polish. So I love sharing those. This was a pattern that I had, and then I took it into software and kind of changed it around to where I could make it an applique that I love doing. Well, some of you know the whole team that you've got to watch today, when you're talking to Patrick and Anna and Adam and everyone, they're all up in Michigan, and I am in Tennessee. So I'm lucky enough that I work remote, and then I fly and visit our resellers and teach classes and get to really represent Caesar. So of course, with me being here in Tennessee, I'm a Dolly Parton fan. So this is, again, that easy color. This is Aurora with aqua reflective. So when I wear this to Dollywood at night, trust me, you can see it. And then I have embroidered with Aurora and pink glitter and black glitter. And then, of course, I just threw on, a Dolly Parton. We have to have our butterfly, her signature. You got to have a little fringe. And then we have some embroidery that says, "Just a girl who loves country music." And then the cowboy boots. That is sublimation onto glitter to get that shimmer and shine. So another way that you can incorporate bringing that embroidery in, bringing in vinyl. You can see here it says 9 to 5, and that's in a metal, just to really make that light pick it up. And then, throw a little fringe to it. So again, yes, I have worn this to Dollywood. I now can, really say that I love mixing those different elements together, and I can't wait to see what you do. So you'll all have to let me know how you use these, because I want to know. So this one is a little bit different. It was an embroidery design that I tore apart and made part of it an SVG and part of it I kept as an embroidery file. So she is in gold metal. The skirt is all embroidery stitches. When I stitched her with thread, she was pretty. It's a beautiful design. I'm not going to lie. But when I did her with metal, you really feel like she has movement to her. So I absolutely love this because it's mixing those two. It has that delicate of metal to go with that skirt to where you really can feel like she's moving around. Anna, so I did see Anna make a comment, and she's telling me she wants to see the busted canvas. And if Anna asks, I will just definitely. So this is a busted canvas. So some of you may not know what a busted canvas is. It's been very trendy. This and the bows have been trendy. So a busted canvas is when you have an image and then you have a canvas and it busts through. So this is a busted canvas. So I taught this as a class, and when I taught it, I was like, oh, I need a busted denim jacket. And I was just come back from New York. So I took some easy color and created my subway. And you'll notice a lot of my projects have sunglasses because I usually have sunglasses on my head. So this is sunglasses with a sublimation New York scene in it. And then we have the Statue of Liberty with New York, and that is Aurora with glitter on top to really make that pop. And then we busted it. So this is a busted canvas, and you'll see here I have little cam snaps to where when I wear and wash it, if I need to, I can undo it, and then these will snap right back down so that I can make it back. And then I have an embroidered taxi, and I made a little road for the taxi to drive on. And we have a disco ball because we know the ball always drops for New Year's Eve. And I have Aurora with New York up at the top. So this is a way, you can take a trend such as a busted canvas and turn it into something else. So this is, again, it's easy color. So I found an image and I printed it. And then I printed another piece. I painted the green onto the jacket with some fabric. And that way you can see how easy it is to have that busted. And Anna, I'm showing a little bit different technique along with this project tomorrow. And I will be on Dimes Live, and we've got the link on our page, and I can throw it in the comments when I get finished. But I'll be showing some techniques there tomorrow. Designs and machine embroidery, just between friends is where I'll be. So thanks for that. And I can't wait to see. And Kathy, I'm going to answer because I saw it. Yes, you could use the Caesar Easy Weed adhesive to attach the fringe, but it depends on how much pull it's going to get. I have attached several things and it's lasted, but if it was something that would get a lot of movement, I would probably, even if you don't sew, use that to hold it down and then just use a needle and thread and tack it a couple places to help out. So everybody, you can kind of see that I have a theme, right? I really like denim jackets. I like that you can get them at a thrift store. I like somebody else breaking them in for me. And then I really love to upcycle. And I feel like Caesar, we have such a community of upcycling, and really we are trying to save our planet, one piece of vinyl at a time. And as we've said earlier, those carrier sheets are recyclable. And now we have pure HT. So lots of ways that we could upcycle something using vinyl and use thrift clothes. So this was a denim shirt that was one of my kids and they didn't like it. So I took it over, and you can see I did logo. But then on the back, this is a red strip block. I love I did a triple run stitch on this one to really show that even though something can seem kind of heavy, that you, just by changing the type of thread, the type of stitch that you use, if it had a satin stitch, for me, it was easy to change that and tell it to do a run stitch or any other type. But you can make something look so much different just by that thread. I love strip flock. Love it, love it. It's one of my favorites to play with and to be able to stitch with. And I love seeing all the comments. So earlier y'all saw Kortez doing his designs. I love using lace, and this is a new piece that I've just been experimenting with. So you may see something coming with that soon. Hint, hint, maybe, maybe. And thank you for throwing that up there. So we know I love using Aurora, but Aurora is one vinyl that you cannot rip away. So you do have to do that tack down, and then you have to use scissors. It has more of a twill fiber to it, but it's worth the effort because it's beautiful. You also could do glitter. You could do strip flock. You can do diamond dust. And I have been experimenting. I've done puff, but I haven't done enough work to tell you how the longevity of it, but I have used puff with it. So then I have my final jacket that was one of the originals. So this one has on the front in a very pale pink, it says, I believe in pink, I believe in laughter. So some of you may recognize that from Audrey Hepburn. So she is my queen. And you can see here's Miss Audrey. And again, what kind of vinyl is this, everybody? It's Easy Color, DTV. I took an image, printed it, used scissors, and this is pressed onto bridal netting. And then I just, sewed some earrings and added some things. And of course, what else did I add? Of course you need some fur. That's just, perfect all the way around. So hopefully you got to see, that I love denim jackets. They get a little heavy carrying them around. My suitcase is always 49.7 pounds because I have it down to an art now of what I can and can't put in there. But I hope that you saw some new techniques. You can sublimate onto your glitter, use that as fabric. You can use your inkjet printer on our Easy Color and then use that for projects that have custom fabrics. And I can't wait to see what everybody does. And thanks for letting me be here with y'all tonight because it's been so much fun. And I hope Pat jumps back in with me to let me know how the day has been for him.
Listen.
And, I love it. And look, I stayed on time.
Well, and too, we've done so many of these together at this point that I know you sit and watch me on camera the same way I watch you. I'm like, all right, does she need help? Does she need anything? Do you want me to jump in? Do you want me to help with something? So it's fun. But we actually really quickly, just before we get into, because I want to see if there's more questions and answers, just because we have a little bit of time here. But I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Adam. I want to thank everybody that's starting to head out of the office right now on our side, just for sticking around, for being there. Thank you, everybody that's been in the comments from our side for this event too, and from Heat Transfer Warehouse and everywhere. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. This has been, we are coming up right now, Stephanie, on 5.5 hours of a continuous live. And we have had a ton of people in here the entire time, which has been really awesome. And just so you guys remember, Adam maybe can do a quick check for us. We are given the green light that if we get to 100 shares by 7 p.m., that means after Maggie's session coming up, if we get to 100 shares by then, I'm giving away one of these Romeos, which is perfect because in my session, we're actually going to go over the Romeo and we're going to do a bigger scale project. So,
well, I've been doing my share of sharing. And we have Ireland watching because I've shared to them. So we have Ireland watching with a little bit of a time difference.
Yep.
I know that we have some Australia. So Megan was on and she had shared. So we're global and I'm trying my best. I don't get to win a Romeo, but I've been sharing because I want somebody else to win. I want to get to 100.
So why don't we make you a winner? And why don't we do, because you talked about a lot of different materials, why don't we do picking 3 of your favorite, whether it's, you know, like a glitter for tearaway, DTV, or whatever it may be. And we'll do 3 sheets of each. And then if it's like DTV, we'll do like the little, you know, we have the pre-packaged or the sample packs. We'll send one of those. So why don't we do a giveaway on Facebook and YouTube? We'll call it the So Stephanie Says giveaway. And then you can be a winner as well.
Hey, I'm a winner because I'm here, right? I am so excited for somebody to get to win because we know I love my glitter, I love my strip flock, and I love my DTV.
Appreciate it. Oh, and also the only reason that these giveaways are able to happen, I will give a shout out to Stephanie on this one. We are using our streaming software because Stephanie told me for way too long that we need to be using this, and it's been stable for 5.5 hours. So I'm sold. I'm sold on it.
I use it every Tuesday night. You know, I've been using it. I love it. Only time there's ever a problem, it's never StreamYard. It's always Facebook. It's not StreamYard's fault.
Yep.
So I won't blame them. And I'm going to say thanks to everybody that watched and all the nice comments. I appreciate it. I will go back and read. They were flying, and if anybody has any questions, you know, you can reach out. I'll be glad to explain anything that I talked about.
That's awesome. And also, really quick, either Anna or Adam, just somebody put in the chat. We don't do this enough, and I think we really should start doing this more. Stephanie, plug your page where people can also follow you, see some of these techniques as well. And then towards the end, I'll plug my profiles as well, because I always feel like we don't do that enough, where we have people come in and also like joining the support group. So anybody that's out there right now, you can go over to Caesar North America support group on Facebook, and you can join our support group, which is people like myself, Stephanie, Adam, Anna, and the entire team here at Caesar. We're monitoring that group all the time. It's a great, I always say it simple enough. It is a awesome community of like-minded creatives helping each other out and just, you know, doing fun stuff together. So definitely make sure that you go over to Caesar North America support over on Facebook, join our support group. But Stephanie, plug your pages too.
So Stephanie Says, it's just like I said, So Stephanie Says, because I say a lot all the time. And guess what, Patrick?
Yeah.
I just launched my YouTube channel. So I have 4 videos posted.
That's awesome. Very cool. Well, that's awesome to see. That's awesome to hear too. So, all right, let's get into the giveaway really quick. So we need, Stephanie, you know how the StreamYard, the giveaway works. So we need a keyword, and we'll keep it kind of shorter for people just so it's easy to spell.
SSS.
3 S's in the giveaway. Let us set up the giveaway before we start chiming in. We're going to give everybody about 30 seconds. Also want to be able to give Maggie some more time. I know she's getting set up as well. So I want to give her some more time to get set up and settled in. And then we'll start here in the next couple of minutes. So we got a lot coming in. Holy smoly. Holy schmoly macaroni.
I told you I've been plugging hard today.
Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool. And then Anna, just so you know, when you're up there, I didn't know if you heard me. We're going to do a quick giveaway for Stephanie. We're going to do 3 materials. So whether she's doing DTV, a couple of tearaways for embroidery, and then we'll just do 3 sheets of each. And then if it's DTV, we'll do a sample pack of that with the giveaway. Sorry, Anna was running upstairs really quick to grab something. So I just want to make sure. All right, Adam, how we looking?
We got lots.
Just can you hear me?
Talk again.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you. Good.
Cool.
You're good.
All right, we got 128 entries. Should
128
I
entries
draw it now
in like 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's great. All right. So let's pull for, well, whatever platform pops up first. I don't know if you can designate it.
I can't.
Okay. So one over on
see.
YouTube. We'll get one on Facebook.
All right, we have our first winner from YouTube.
Ooh.
It is Monique Johnson.
Monique Johnson,
Way to go.
congratulations.
Congrats to Monique.
Awesome. All righty, and then we got to wait. You know how the spinner wheel works. I'm learning the spinner wheel today of the StreamYard giveaway tool. So I'm like pressuring Adam to give me a name, and he's like, hey, it's not done picking yet.
It has to do with.
Sorry, I can't skip the animation. I got to let it do its thing.
We got time. Remember too, as I just plugged again, remember we got to get to 100 shares over on Facebook by 7 so that I can give one of these Romeos away. Okay. So, and I'm even going to throw in, because Johan left. Everybody left.
What
did
can
you
we
say?
throw in without everybody here now?
Yeah. So here's what we're doing. Because he's not listening, I'm going to throw in 30 days of Leonardo Pro for free with it too.
That's what I threw in, Pat. That was my gift.
Okay, perfect. Yep, that's a Stephanie gift for that one. Perfect. Joint gift. I like it. All right, we got somebody on Facebook.
I have the power. I can give that away.
All right, here we go.
It is Linda Goff Palmer.
Nice. Congratulations to both of our winners over on YouTube and over on Facebook. All you guys got to do, like we're saying for every one of these giveaways throughout the day, is you just got to send us an email to social@caesarna.com. So social@SISERNA.com with either a home address or a business address. Cannot be a P.O. box. And then our team will get it set up. But we're going to wait for Stephanie to pick what her favorite colors are and what her giveaway is. And then we'll make sure we send that out to you. Cool.
Got it. We're
awesome.
running
Well,
over.
thank you so much. Yeah.
Have a great one.
Yep. We'll see you soon. All righty. Just like that, we are coming close to the end of this. And I'm just going to double check. I'm looking at the backstage. Maggie, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, cool. She's ready to go. So I'm going to actually add her in. But we have, I would say, the queen bee of layering with us right now. Or at least that's how Kirk was like. He was really going in earlier today. He's like, this is the one. So I'm excited about this. Hi, Maggie.
Hi. I can't
How are you?
Good.
Good. I appreciate you taking some time to teach one of these things throughout the day. This has been a really fun day so far. So It's going to be fun to kind of hear from you and watch your session.
Yeah, I've been hearing awesome things. So yeah, I have a little bit of a transition. So she used flock in that last video. I actually am going to use flock in it today. So for anyone joining, we're doing layering and also inlaying. So like when you layer, when don't you layer, what can. So yeah, it's kind of what I got.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'm gonna let you to it, and I will be back here at 7 o'clock to sign you out and then get into my next session. All righty.
Thanks, Patrick.
All right. Okay, we'll see you soon. Bye.
All right. G, are you hopping up already? All right. We're gonna get some mobile here. G's gonna get you guys an aerial shot of what we got going on here.
Sorry if it's a little shaky, guys.
This is the behind the scenes magic. We'll eventually get fancy like Patrick and have like 2 where he can use his cameras.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll get there, guys. This whole yard stream stuff's pretty fun. Okay, so like I mentioned, got some layering today. We're going to be doing flock and glitter. So if anyone is familiar, Caesar has actually a lot of products that layer, or that can layer, I should say. But glitter is going to be one that you don't really want to. Or you can't. You could do it like where you have like a base of like regular easy weed. You could put glitter on top of that, but glitter on glitter is just not going to work because of its texture and everything like that. So we're going to do what's called inlay. So it's kind of almost like a puzzle piece. Let me know, G, if you can or can't see my hands. So yeah, it's like a little bit of a puzzle piece fit together here. So I'm going to do my flock first, and I have quite a few layers for that one. So in one thing, I'm going to move my stuff to the side here. When it comes to layering, depending on your design, you're going to want to be careful of your order. So if I kind of stare at it a little bit, that's why. So I have my shirt here, and I'll grab all my pieces. So I have a fun little snowman vibe that I'll show you guys. Oh, I need a scissors. Is there one in this drawer? Let's see. Gotta cut. Oh, yeah. Oh, perfect. Thank you, G. I didn't cut my little snowman face away. So yeah, I have white flock, black flock, orange, red, royal blue, and gray. So I have tons of different ones here. So you guys see, and I'm debating on, so if anyone's ever seen a live, I like options. So I'm debating on, I might, if I'm gonna like double up some of them so you really can kind of see the dimension, because flock is a little bit thicker of a product. If you guys haven't worked with it before. Like Stephanie, I believe was her name, mentioned, it's like a suede, like a velvet. So I think it looks really, really cool on. So it's just a fun product, and I think it works well with my little theme I have here. So I did some Christmas stuff. My other one is Christmassy as well because it is coming on that season. G, holler if there's anything coming in. Okay, so I'm more likely going to start with my black here. That's kind of my big base, but I do have this blue that will go around it. So I'm gonna make sure I'm low enough on my garment. And I gotta start moving all my stuff to the side. Okay, so we'll go a little bit lower. I just don't want to flip it. I have a little bit of lifting here, so I don't want to lose a letter. Okay, so I think that should be good, right? I got my gray. All right. So layering, if you guys haven't done it, it can be a little intimidating just because, like I said, you got to pay attention to what you're doing and when. But it also can just be super convenient because, like, I'll show you guys when we do my glitter one of doing the puzzle piece does take a little bit more like finesse and like brain power. This, you're just slapping stuff on top. You don't really have to worry about lining things up as much. So I'm pressing 310 for like a couple seconds because I'm doing so many layers. I'm not going to do the full time quite yet. So then we'll throw it off here. Beautiful. And you'll notice because we're just doing little tacks, if stuff comes up, don't worry about it right now because, like I said, we're going to be pressing so many times. It didn't go for the full time, so that could be why. I'll maybe throw it up there. Can you kind of see like the texture in it a little bit? It's super soft, which is fun. Okay, so now this is where my brain power is coming in. Got to think of what I want to do next because I'm going to do so many of these fun layers. I don't want stuff to get left behind, if that makes sense, because I'm going to be putting all this fun stuff on. So I think I'll do that. I might cut my hat out of there. Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Someone said they have not used flock before.
Really? Okay. See? I think it's a great one to try, especially like I said, when you have, there's a decent amount of colors in it. It's pretty easy to work with. It is a little bit thicker, so you're just going to have to change your cut settings a little bit, but it's honestly it's super cool. I kind of feel like a little underrated of a product. I'm going to trim some of this more. So I talk about it. I know I shouldn't talk about it because we need to refilm it. I made a really, really cool one. She doesn't. I made a super cool one of flock, and I'm not going to get the right word right. When it's like the water depth of like a map, I did it for a lake here, and our footage went bye-bye, but it was super, super cool, and it's a very cool concept, and I layered it, and I did it in like a picture frame. So I put it on like a canvas, so it was super cool that way too. All right, I think that's going to be good for my next one here. So like I said, like you guys can see, lining it up is going to be pretty easy here. I'll probably have to reline it up on my shirt just to give it a one more zhuzh. Okay. I know also people have been really loving using flock and layering on hats to create like almost like patches because you don't have to worry about like that seam. The flock is a little bit thicker, so you're not having to see that seam as much because I know that can be kind of a pain. That blue just pops so much more when it's pressed. Awesome. Shout out to Zach. I'm going to give him a shout out because he helped me make this design. And I didn't give him a shout out last time, so making sure. He goes, did you tell people I made it? I was like, no. Didn't know I needed to. Okay. More brain power here. So now it's really coming together. You guys can see the white here. Yeah, that's probably all I'll do on this one.
Is flock a warm peel?
Yes. Or more cold if you want. I know you'd think it would be a product that would be on the colder side. But no. So super simple. Once again, keep going on my train of just a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there.
Someone said, I use registration marks when I layer HTV. Just like with printing, it keeps the design easy to align easily.
Yes, that is such a good idea. I can't remember what. Oh, I did something similar. I didn't do registration marks, but I remember when I had it in the computer, I worked in Illustrator, so I had layers. I actually cut a number, like in the bottom tiny
Oh.
corner of like, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, like
Nice.
to keep it that way. It also is helpful if you have the picture like on your computer screen of like, okay, that's, because you know, sometimes when you start seeing stuff like this, you're like, what in the world am I doing? You know, this one's pretty easy. Obviously, it's a stone, but it can be a little crazy when you have all these little bits and pieces everywhere.
Callie said, never used flock before. Will this design feel stiff or bulky once finished with so many layers?
It can. I will tell you it can. But this would be probably better on like a sweatshirt. You're not going to know as much because sweatshirts are stiffer. But yes, so that's where also if you guys didn't want to do layering, that's where the inlay comes in. So that's a great kind of like segue to our next one is when you inlay instead of layer, you're reducing that bulk because basically they all fit together in one versus on top of each other. Which is like kind of what I mentioned that people like doing them on hats and stuff. That can be, oh, I have to trim. I'm basically trying to get as much on here as I can right now, and that's where just trimming these so I'm not pressing it so many times.
Someone said flock versus brick 600. I always get these two confused in my mind.
Oh, okay. Well, both are thick, so those that I can see why that would happen. But when you come, flock is going to be a straight, like a fuzzy texture. The brick is just like thick. I wouldn't necessarily say rubber, but it is a little bit of that kind of feel. It's a really cool product as well. I know Patrick, we did a live with Patrick and he did a keychain that was so cool, like a standalone keychain out of brick HTV. It was so cool. I didn't even think that that would be possible, but because it's 600 microns, that's what the 600 stands for. It's 600 microns. It has that ability to stand up kind of on its own, which is super cool. So I hope that helped. Okay, let's see. Should I do my blue? Get my letters.
Someone said, great layering tips just in time for the holiday shirts I'll be making for my family.
Oh, love that. What are they going to be?
That's such a good idea too, because I feel like a lot of families do like Christmas pajamas, and this is your way to stand out.
Yep, I was just gonna say, yeah, you can all have the matching, you know, flannel like pants, but then yeah, you can all do something fun on your shirts. I know my sister-in-law really, that's her dream is to try and convince all of us to do matching. Oh, my good friend, they do something similar to this, but they have a competition of who has the best pajamas.
Nice.
And one year I think they did put like each other's face on stuff, like each couple does their own, and they did like somebody's face on some of them, and it was great because they have stuff like this to do, so they can be creative like that.
That is really cute. Someone says, does it shrink each time you press it?
With flock, I have not noticed that, no.
Someone else is asking, does Maggie have her own page?
Her own page?
Yeah, like if you craft. She doesn't, but she's our main like live person.
Yeah, we do. We'll have to throw it in the comments. We'll see if maybe Kirk's listening or if he finds it. We've been working on like a projects page on the website. So we'll have to make sure you remind me and we can link it in here. So basically what we've been doing is like after all of the lives, I've been working with our web team on like kind of saying, this is how much product I use. This is an estimated time. And then kind of, I think we talked about difficulty level as well. Mm-hmm. So this one I'd say is that like for layering, I'm doing quite a bit, but you wouldn't necessarily need to do this many. You could very easily simplify it. When colors, I just thought it was fun with all the colors we had. Okay, so now.
Cute.
I know. I can't decide if I want to like make his scarf a little higher and do like a straight up double up on him or just leave it. What do we think?
Ooh, I think double.
I think so too. Why not? We're already here.
Kimberly said, where can we find the snowman? And so we can make it so cute.
Oh, we'll have to talk to Patrick about how we can get all of the files that anybody's done today out and about to everybody. Maybe in like an email or something.
Yeah.
Because I know that's something we've talked about too is, how do we get everybody to be able to try the things we're doing too?
Dog Mom is asking, can you put HTV on fleece?
You can't. So it's one of those answers where the answer is yes. However, there's kind of that little thing with it. I don't know that you'll love it because what happens is pressing on the fleece, you have press marks. So it's kind of unfortunate because you want it to be that fun, fuzzy, comfy stuff with decorating. But more so you'd want to do either embroidery, or you could do like our peel and stick patches, or it's our headwear patches, because basically you're just applying pressure. So you could just literally do it with your hands. So you wouldn't have those press marks. So that's what I would say for fleece. Okay. I think this is my last one.
Nice.
Oh, actually, like you said, since we're here, we'll do another snowman one. I'm okay. This glitter one will be a breeze.
Donna said, although I get a little nervous doing a layered look, once done, I love it.
Yep. Like I said, it is one of those things. It's a learning curve a little bit, but it can be very worth it. All right, last one. So this one we're going to do our full time here. Double check my scarf.
I feel like this one is even looking more Christmassy just because it is flock. It just gives it like a warmish feel.
That's such a good point too. Yeah, this would be cool to do. Flock would be really cool on any like Christmas stuff of like ugly sweater.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so we'll do full time, and then that's all she wrote on that one. And then we'll hop into our glitter. Clean up my mess a little here as that goes.
Oh yeah. Yep. It almost looks 3D.
Yes, that's what's so cool about it. All right. Do you want me to?
Yeah, lift it up a little.
Is it in there at all?
Yeah.
Oh, here. Maybe that might be better so I'm not blocking the light that's staring up.
Right there.
Okay.
Really nice.
Cool. All right, so one done. Layering with flock.
Dorothy said, I noticed you did not use a pressing cloth or parchment. So is it not needed?
Oh, it's because of this lovely thing right here. It's our Teflon cover. So we have bottoms and top covers for a 15 by 15 and a 16 by 20. I love using them because I think it saves time. And also if you ever thread garments, if you ever watch Brittany's video, she's a big advocate for a bottom one, because if you're sliding things in and out of, what do I call it, threading, it's so nice. But yes, so we didn't have to do that because we had a cover. If you didn't have a cover, absolutely you'd be wanting to cover your exposed HTV with something. Great question. Okay, grab my other shirt here. All right. So last one is gonna be glitter. And I decided to do 4 colors for this just because I'm extra. Okay, so kind of like what we talked about, the other one was layering. This one is inlay, so kind of the opposite. So it's going to give that layered look, but without actually layering. And like I said, I call it like puzzle pieces. Sorry, this is going to be loud. They're stuck together. So you'll see I have tons of different little pieces that you'll see all come together. So I think I'll probably press my red first. Oh, I gotta turn it up just a tiny bit, just for the sake of it. Perfect. Okay. So I'm gonna do my red first, and we will go from there. Again, like we did with the flock, just a couple seconds, so it's not so much time under pressure temp, all that jazz. All right, and like we kind of talked before, you don't have to, if you have something that's a layerable product, because flock is layerable, standard easy weaves, I believe even electrics, like there's so many Caesar products that are layerable. You don't have to. It's up to you. That's going to be up to you on your project, your being comfortable with layering, or if you, like I said, the feel of it, if you want it to be all flat, one layer. Different purposes for each. Just a couple.
Everyone loves your snowman design.
Thanks. I'll make sure to tell them.
They all want to make it.
Yes, and I think the colors are perfect. They're so good. Oh, yeah. I'm a sucker for glitter though too. I don't use it all the time, but when I do, it is one of those things that's satisfying. You know? What should I do? We'll do.
That was satisfying when you
line it up?
layered it up. Yeah.
fits right in there. I'll do it. I know. I don't know why I do it here and then I pick it up and transfer because I have to adjust it anyway. But I guess for the camera, do it for the shot. You know.
Someone said glitter makes me smile.
Right. See. So one thing I do too, and it's a little harder to show here because we're far away and we're not on a computer screen, but one thing when I do inlay projects is I do actually create some space between some of the pieces, because there is sometimes that shrinking or stuff moves and shifts a little bit, so you do want to give yourself a little bit of leeway sometimes too on that, so when stuff's not on top of each other. Alright, so
Sandy said, so I've noticed that you did not preheat or pre-press the shirt before pressing. Do you already pre-press the moisture out beforehand?
That is a great question. It depends on the day, honestly. It's not something that I like ritualistically do or don't do and don't have a reason behind it. I say there's nothing wrong with doing it. So if that's part of your process, absolutely do it. Most of the time I'm doing it for wrinkles more than moisture. But I haven't had moisture effect. If it would probably be a thicker garment, I probably would do a lot more pre-pressing, just because they do hold a little bit more. And this is when you get all sticky. It sticks to when you try and line it up. Boom. Okay. And one more after this. So I used red glitter, green glitter or grass, rainbow white, and black.
Someone asked, what HTV is not layerable?
Glitter would be one.
Puff.
Puff. I want to say reflective might not be. There's luckily not too many. Like I said, kind of mentioned in the beginning, Caesar's really good about having tons of products that are. Because I want to say, I don't want to say something, I don't want to get it wrong, but I want to say one of their products wasn't, and then they would like redone it, and it became layerable. So I was like, oh, that was nice. I'm going to say it was almost swap. Okay, last one, my black glitter here.
Michelle asked, are these designs available?
They not yet, but we sure can make them be. All right. Oh, last one doing the full time. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. And then all done. 'Tis the season for Little Debbie's.
Nice.
So you can kind of see that rainbow glitter on there.
Someone, we have a lot of comments about not needing a protective sheet.
Yes.
But Maggie did mention earlier that we have.
Yes, we have Teflon covers for the top and bottom. Different purposes. This one's going to replace like you using a sheet every time. And then the bottom one I think is just really beneficial for if you're threading. Here, I'll do a little demo of if you're threading stuff in there. It's just so smooth of sliding it on there versus the rubber pad, like the rubber pad on there kind of gets caught on garments if you notice that. The only thing to note though is if you have a Teflon cover, it might change the finish of some of your vinyl, so that is where you might want to do keep the parchment or the craft paper handy. But for most projects, it's great. All right. I think that's it for me, guys. We'll pass it back to Patrick, and thank you so much for joining me.
Hey, what's going on? By the way, it's a really good call. Oh, hey, Anna, can you go over to the switchboard and then where my mic is? Give me 1 second, Maggie.
No worries.
Someone said, I want Teflon covers.
Get them 16 by 20 and 15 by 15. Teflon cover.
All right, we're just trying to get audio. How's the audio sound on your guys' side now?
A little low, a little muffled.
Pump it up just a little bit. Okay, how about now?
Yeah, you sound fine now.
Perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure, just because I was switching over and I switched production, so we're good. Okay, well, hey, I wanted to say really quick, that was a great pro tip on the flattened cover. I don't think a lot of people realize that those are available. Now, certain presses like the Walla press and stuff like that, they have those that are already fit to it. But for whatever press you have at home, you can also kind of like makeshift create one of those over your upper flatten by just taking some magnets and a Teflon sheet and being able to stick it down to it. But that was an awesome just segue into that, because I feel like every time I press without a cover sheet or Teflon, everybody asks that question. You know?
Yeah, I think it honestly is one of our most popular questions.
Yeah, for sure. So we had something really incredible happen while you were going live. So I'm going to say a big thank you. What's up, Anna? Hold on. High pitched whine on the mic. Hold on one second. All right, give me one quick second. I'm just going to fix this. Maggie, stall for me.
What? Oh gosh. I don't know.
Flock.
Flock, yeah.
And layering is a
Flock
must.
And glitter. So flock layer, glitter inlaid. 2 different ways to do it.
Yeah, and we'll get you guys those designs.
Yeah,
we'll figure out a
see,
way.
put them, and even anybody that created stuff today needs to help gather it all and maybe email it out to you guys kind of as a thank you for showing up and being a part of this. It's so cool. Let's keep it a annual thing now.
Yeah, seriously. Have you guys bought any HTV yet? It is 13% off, so that is pretty nice.
And that is, once again, perfect for the holiday season for anything that you guys need to make, create, gift. Great gifts people if they bought any of this stuff. Because how many times do you like talk to people? They're like, "Oh yeah, I have that. It's in the box." What?
They want to see the snowman.
Oh, I was like, what are we going to do?
Nice. Let me get a little bit closer.
Sure. So you can kind of see the side of it. Is it given the flockiness that it needs to give?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see that thickness, but it is pretty thick.
This would be cool. I don't know why. I always love the idea of like, I love decorative pillows. So stuff like this would be cool to like give for decorative pillows that you can change out, you know?
Exactly.
I don't know if that's the millennial in me that loves like a decorative throw pillow.
No, throw pillows are great. Switching them out.
Well, because then who wants 20 of them? What do you do with them? I don't have storage for that. So I thought it'd be cool to like just change the cover.
Yep.
On like the same pillow.
My mom does that all the time.
Smart. See what else? So yeah, 13% off. Couple hours left here today too.
Someone said flock on pillows would be so cuddly.
Yeah, see? Yeah, the glitter might be a little scratchy, so that's definitely decorative versus laying on it.
All right, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I figured out what it was. I plugged in the wrong microphone to the headphones. No big deal.
Oh, easy peasy.
So, all right, cool. Sorry about that. So what I was saying, something that very cool happened while you were going live, and I'm excited because I'm going to get, hopefully we'll bring up the view counts even more towards the end of the live, but we hit 100 shares over on Facebook, which means that we're doing a Romeo giveaway at the end of the next session.
Perfect.
So I think people were so pumped about the snowman that they started sharing a bunch. I'm just throwing it out there.
That makes me so happy.
And I'm glad you showed the strip flock too, because actually in the next project that I'm going to be doing, I'm doing strip flock as well and a little bit of mixed media with it.
Heck yeah, it's a fan favorite over here. I like it.
Awesome. All right. Well, hey, thank you so much for that. Actually, really quickly, I do want to do just a quick Q&A because we got a couple minutes. But I want to do a quick Q&A. Does anybody have any extra question, any additional questions for Maggie and the team while you have her here, especially when it comes to layering materials and things like that? I mean, she did an awesome job covering everything, but anybody that might be a little bit late comer into this part of the live or anything like that, is there any other questions that we have? Let's see. I'm going to give them a couple minutes, but I think just because you did this and you use strip flock, we should probably do like a Maggie strip flock giveaway.
Ooh, yeah.
You want to do that?
Heck yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna let Maggie pick the keyword for this one, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna do 5 sheets. Oh well, actually, give me your whole supply list one more time.
Of the snowman?
Yeah.
Okay, I did
gray flock, royal blue, red, orange, black and white. 6 or 6?
6.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So 6 colors of 6 flock, 1 sheet, 6 colors of strip flock. And then we're going to do 1 giveaway. Sorry. We'll do 1 giveaway over on Facebook, 1 giveaway over on YouTube. Sound cool?
Yep.
All right, cool. And then also I had a really quick thought, just because we have the audience with us here on the live too. I know there was a question about sharing the artwork that we're using in the live. Do you think there's any way that we could put something on the website that would allow people to like download those?
I feel like we should be able to. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have to check with the web peeps on how that
Yeah.
works. I feel like we would be able
I just
to.
think if we can keep it all in one place, it might make it easier for everybody. That's all.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool.
You know,
All right. So with that, Maggie, you pick or you decide on what you want that keyword to be. We're trying to keep it kind of simple, just so it's easy to spell and all that stuff too.
do we think it should be snowman
Snowman. That's it. I like it.
or just snow? Which one?
Let's do. You want to? And Adam, what did you type in? Already snowman to start it. Okay. Let's do snow maybe. You think snow will work?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we'll do snow, and we're gonna give everybody like 30 seconds or so.
Okay.
And then while you're doing that, Anna, can you just underneath that mic where the on button is, just hit the down arrow a couple times. I think I'm peeking a little bit. Check, check. Cool. I think now we're good. Getting any static? We're good. I'm hearing me clear at least. Cool. All right. Sorry, technical difficulties all over the place, Maggie.
Hey, honestly, this is insane how smooth I think it's ran. So
Thank you.
you know, it's a big undertaking.
For sure, for sure. So, okay. So we got a ton of people going in snow. We got a ton of these. Let's give them a couple more minutes. And then actually your Santa, or I mean, not the Santa design, the snowman design will go perfect with my next one because it's going to be a Santa sack. I'm going to show people how to make a Christmas sack.
There you go.
It'll be fun. All right. Huh? It did? Okay. That's fine. Sorry, we're just waiting for these to come in. All right. We'll end it now. Good, Adam? Okay, it takes a second. I'm learning the new giveaway tool we're using. It takes a second for it to load up. Okay. I'm just going to go battery pack and see if that works. Maybe it's the mics that we're having the issue with. Cool. All right, Adam, you ready? Oh, that's on the, I'm sorry, is that the Rode or is that the other one? Did you turn it on? Make sure you pop that on. Listen, you guys do wind down Wednesday. We're winding down right now. we're having so many random like little things going on here and there. All right.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Awesome. All right. I got our 2 winners here. So for Facebook, we have Renee Poole Ferris.
Nice. Renee Poole Ferris. Congratulations. Congratulations. And then over on YouTube's.
Yes, on YouTube, we have Jennifer Lude.
Jennifer Lude?
Lude.
With a Lude with a D?
With a
okay,
D,
cool. Jennifer Lude. Congratulations to both of you for, just getting, we're going to call it the super awesome snowy Maggie giveaway. That's what we're calling it.
There we go.
Adam, you're out of a job. I'm the new grammatical gatekeeper around here. I'm the captain now. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that session. That was really cool. It was really nice to learn that.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, of course. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to hop into one more session. We're going to let Maggie finally go home for the night and let everybody relax. And we'll have actually Heat Transfer Warehouse here at the very end with Brittany, who will be just showing us bag placement and some other miscellaneous applications. So thank you so much, Maggie.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Bye. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
All righty. So with that, we're going to get into a really, really fun project. Now, part of this, I'm also going to adjust the camera up top while we're cutting just because it's a little blurry, but We are at 100 shares over on Facebook. So what I need you guys to do right now is I have 288 people viewing this live right now. We have stayed, a big congratulations to everybody watching. We have stayed well over 200 and we'll say 60 this entire time. And we are at hour number 6 of this live event. So I'm really excited to go over this next technique with you, as well as decorate and do my next project, because I haven't been able to do a project for you for a little while in the day. And we've had so many awesome presenters and so many awesome people that have been doing this. So we're just going to hop directly into it. And are you getting a lot of feedback? You good? Okay, cool. And then I'm actually going to ask Anna to pop over to production desk, because she's just going to hit a couple camera angles for me once we get into this. So to get us started here, I'm going to actually take my earbuds out, just because it'll be a little bit easier for me to concentrate on working with you guys here. So I have a really fun thing. We've done all of these awesome projects today, but we all know that we are getting close to the Christmas holiday, which means, especially for somebody like me that has kids and folks that are at home that have kids as well, this is a really fun project that I thought would be really cool to show you guys. Basically created up a really quick rendering of a Christmas Express Santa sack. So we're actually going to be decorating a pretty large canvas bag together. And I want to say, if I wasn't mistaken, I think this is like 22 by 28 or something like that. So this is a pretty big bag that we're going to be working with, but I want to show you the power of the Romeo. And that's the thing. We haven't been able to show you a lot of like live cutting. So that's what we're going to get into today. And Anna's dropping stuff all over the office. So with that, what I got is my design that I actually already pre-made. Now, all of these pieces of this design, I actually use Leonardo Basic for. So if you are a Leonardo Basic user, you can create this type of design in, full color array and all of that stuff pretty simply inside Leonardo. Now, regardless of what software you have, obviously with Leonardo Design Studio and the Romeo and Juliet, we love talking about it, but you can utilize any software, any cutting system that you currently have, at home to utilize. So with that said, have my design already ready to go. I'm just going to simply select my entire design, and then I'm going to go to the Send Design menu. Now, what this will do is it'll break up each individual color for me, and I'm going to be using a couple different products. So number one, we're going to be using Strip Flock Pro, and then we're also going to be using that Pure HT that we talked about earlier in the live. So I have all of those as well. And then we're going to be using Brick 600. Now, if you guys don't know what Brick 600 is, this is actually a dimensional product that's about 600 microns thick. So I was already able to do the Santa Claus signature. So I'm going to delete that one. And I'm just going to bring over what I need to cut. What's up? Yeah, you can bring it. Yeah, sorry. Go over into Leonardo. Sorry, I didn't realize we weren't there yet. So I'll show them the full design. So this is actually the design that we're going to be creating here and making total. So I'm going to go ahead, send design. And then from there, I already have my mirror option on, and I already have my auto weed box option on. And I'm just going to head down because I have my Brick 600 already preloaded into my cutter. Like I said, I've already cut out one part of this design earlier. So I'm just going to simply bring everything down to what's called the origin point. So in Leonardo Design Studio, when you're on the Send Design page, you can simply hit the hotkey O, as in O like Oscar, and it will bring everything into the origin. So it's O like origin, easy to remember. And what this will do is this basically will start your cut where your blade lays down, and it'll allow you to cut this out. Now, we talked about with Chonita earlier in the event, we talked about the area test and the power of that. And I really want to show you on this camera, you guys can see head on, when I click this area test option and we go to that head on camera, once I select yes, what it's basically doing is running the perimeter of my cut, which will allow me an opportunity to see where is that blade going to travel when it is cutting, and what are some things that I might need to look out for, whether I need to shift my blade over to make sure that it's not going to fall off the material, what have you. So I'm going to simply highlight my design. I'm going to, now that I've done an area test and I know it works, I'm just going to simply hit send to cutter. Now, I did a quick test cut earlier. I have my cut settings already preloaded, and we're just going to simply hit cut. Okay, so with that, Anna, hop over to the overhead really quick. I just want to be able to see this camera, so I can adjust that focus. Oop. There we go. That'll work for us, and then it'll pop back up here in a second. Ooh, and I already see Courtney's way ahead of me. She's already sitting in the green room right now, so excited to show you guys stuff, and she's looking at me like she was on camera already. I got you, Courtney. I'm not going to bring you on too soon. Alrighty, so with that, we're cutting out our red layer of our material. We're just cutting out a circle of stars here. While this is cutting out, I'm just going to start preparing the rest of my design. So I'm going to grab over, first we're going to do our strip flock, because there's a little bit to cut there. And with the Romeo high definition cutter, or as I like to call it, the professional cutting system, the benefit of it is a larger platform than what you're used to seeing in a craft cutter. As you can see, it's 24 inches, or as what we always coined it as, is it can cut 25 inches from edge to edge. But this cutter is a really awesome utility in your craft room, whether you are a hobbyist or you are a professional user, because it's fast, it's quiet. There is the ability to connect the Wi-Fi versus a Bluetooth connection. So you have an opportunity, and I think it's a great opportunity, to be able to network multiple cutters to run multiple cuts at the same time. So our first red layer is getting done right now. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is just bring this out from the back, give myself a little cut that piece off. And the one big cool, or the, not one big, because there's so many awesome things with Romeo, but the big benefit of Romeo too is that every Romeo inside the box actually comes with a roll holder. So this makes it really, really easy right when you get your machine to be able to start getting into larger scale and larger rolls as you go. So I'm going to go ahead and load up my strip flock layer here. And I'm just going to feed that in. Now with the Romeo and the Juliet, because it is more of a floating platform, it's something that you get to kind of customize the environment you're working in. You actually will bring your material into the machine, and then you can either use one of two things. There's a fancy little schmancy guide strip that's on the far left side, or as I like to do when I actually am aligning my material, is I pull my material from the center straight out, which gives me a little bit of a straight, or at least how I like to look at it, is it gives me a straight pull through. So then I can bring the actual pinch wheels down, lock those into place, and then also from the back of the machine, I always want to pull a little bit of slack from my roll, just to let it hang over just a little bit, make my life a little bit easier. And then I always personally like to advance my material just slightly, as I'm knocking a roll off now. Sorry. I like to advance it just ever so slightly out, and then I also like to bring the material back in. It gives me an opportunity to make sure that our material is aligned the entire time that we're working with, you know, a particular design in general. So let's go ahead, give it a little bit of advance. All right, there we go. Cool. All right, so I'm going to do a quick test cut on this material as well, just to make sure that my cut settings are spot on. And with the Strip Flock Pro and the Brick 600 that I just cut out, they're pretty similar in the cut setting because they are similar in thickness, but also the rigidity a little bit of the Strip Flock allows you to have a little more flexibility in the material. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and simply line my blade up to where I want it to be, just above that cut setting, or I mean that test cut that we did. Now that we have a positive test cut, I'm going to actually utilize for this one inside software, I'm going to use Adam and Anna really quick. I think I'm going to be fine, but I want you guys to check my, just check my area test for me. So I'm going to do a quick area test on the cutter. Am I off on the other side? Are we good? Let's just cut it. You know, I'm going to say it. We're this far into live. Screw it. Let's do it. Let's see what we can do here. So, and one other thing that I can do to help me to shift my, if I am bleeding over to one side of a material or the other, one thing I can do is always remove that auto weed box, which will allow me to bring that design a little bit closer to the edge than it typically would allow me. So I'm just going to go there, go a little bit down, and now we should be cutting pretty easily. So let me just make sure my blade is in place, and we are ready to go. Now, one of the cool parts inside Leonardo, as you guys can see on the page that I'm at now, is when you actually send your cut to be, or like send your design to be cut, we've added a new tool in this section that you can actually advance to the end of your cut instead of it coming all the way back and retracting all the way back to its origin point, which just makes, I feel like, production a lot easier, because then you can go to copy your next layer or duplicate your next layer quickly, or repeat your layers, if you will, when you're cutting. So right now we're working with a really heavy material too. So this is actually kind of cool that you guys get to see this kind of in real time, is that with a heavier material, the actual roll holder itself rolls really, really well. I love the way that it functions on the cutter. So what I'm going to do is while this is going, I'm going to actually start grabbing my next material and getting that ready. Now, the next material that I'm going to be using is the pure HT. All right. And this one we're using my fave, russet brown or russet brown, depending on who you are in the room. And we're going to be cutting out our little reindeer out of this layer. Now, the cool thing is too with Leonardo is when I am on the design page or the Sun Design screen, I don't have to wait for a cut to finish to go on to the next thing. I can start already preloading the next job or the next thing that I want to add into my design. And it just makes my life a lot easier. While that's cutting over top, I'm just going to do a quick weed on the brick because usually brick is pretty fast when you are weeding it through. Now, it is a static carrier versus what we typically would consider a sticky carrier like your Easy Weed would be. So the only thing that you do have to look out for with Brick 600 is you just have to double check or you just have to be a little bit careful at how hard you're pulling, because I have had times where I've like pulled the actual carrier itself off with my material. So just be a little bit careful as you're going around your design, but usually it weeds out pretty well, quick and easy. Do we have any questions coming in at all? No? Good. Good deal. Good deal. That means we're explaining stuff. Oh. Yes, you can. That's actually a really great question. Who asked that one? April, really great question that you asked there. Yes, you can cut from both. I mean, not test cut from both. You can run an area test or you can run a test cut inside Leonardo as well. So I do that sometimes from time to time because my cutter sits a little bit further away from like my, where my computer is usually in my house. So I like to be able to just run that test cut right from the software. I feel like it makes my life easier. Ooh, okay. So a lot of people ask me this. I started out as a crafter through and through. So for me, the Juliet, in my opinion, she came first. That's how I feel about it. So the Juliet came first. She was the brainchild that kind of started all of this off, and the Romeo complements very well. In a production setting, obviously I love the Romeo, but because they're both the same speed, it just makes life a lot easier to have either or. But yeah, I will say, I will openly admit Juliet is definitely the one. All right, so I'm just weeding this out. And with brick, it gets a little bit, it sometimes sticks a little bit, so you do have to work it around. And that's okay, because once we get to the end results, we usually have a pretty good design. All right. That's actually a really good question, and I'm going to show you that in the Send Design menu, and I'll show it to you on this next part of the design. It is a very common thing that a lot of people, when they select the weed box, their image isn't moving into the origin to have the weed box. So I'm going to show you a really quick, easy way to fix that in software. So good question. All right. All righty. Going around, just weeding this piece out. Yep. Here, Adam, you want to do me a favor? I'm just getting these done. I just want to make sure that we can get all this done so we can get Courtney on, because I know she's getting excited about her session as well. So I'm going to go ahead and cut off my strip flock here. With that, this should be a pretty simple weed. And then let me actually set up my next part of my design while I'm weeding this one out. Here's the benefit too. If you guys have a production shop, or even if you have an at-home, Adam is an awesome person on lives when I need stuff weeded out quickly, but a lot of us have kids, guys. Cheap labor. Sometimes I have my kids help me weed stuff out from time to time too. So thank you, Adam, for doing that for me. Alrighty, I'm going to load up my pure HT because we have a couple little cut setting changes that we need to make. And then I want to get to, you said it was Sharon's question? Okay, cool. And I want to get to that one to show you how to navigate this inside Leonardo Design Studio. So loading my material up, just making sure that I'm not running over under my pinch wheels at all. Alrighty, again, I'm pulling from the middle, just straight so that the back of the material is a little bit taut. And then now I can kind of run that material back and forth just to make sure that I'm going to have a positive connection when I am cutting, and I make sure that my material is tracking appropriately. Next step is I'm just going to do a quick test cut. We'll bring our material setting down. Oh, outside of the material. Yes, that's the other big benefit too. The test cut. I mean, whether the test cut or cutting regularly, you can cut inside and outside of the pinch wheels. Cool. That's a good cut. I'll take that one. All righty. I'm just going to go ahead, set up my material for my next cut. Now, Sharon, to answer your question, when you are inside Leonardo Design Studio, sometimes you'll have a design on the Send Design page, just like I have with this, deer here. If I hit auto weed box, a lot of times I might not get that auto weed box that pops up. So what I can do, if I have this selected and my design still doesn't have it around it, just highlight your design, hit the hotkey O, and that'll actually reset your design into the origin, the appropriate origin place, which will then give you your auto weed box. Okay. Just a quick little tip there. All right. I'm going to do a quick area test on this because it shouldn't be very big. Cool. And then we're going to go ahead and cut away on this one. And again, we're just going to advance to the end. Thanks, Adam. All righty. So we're going to go ahead and weed out this part of the design. And you guys see in real time, let's take away the design time, right? Because we all know that we spend a lot of time on designs. But as far as cutting and weeding out this design, because of the speed of the Romeo and the Juliet, because of the fact that I have my design set up and ready to cut, all of this can go very, very, very quickly. And we can actually produce something quickly, you know, when we need to. So let's go ahead and finish weeding this part out. What's up? Yes, you can. That's a really great question. Let me finish weeding this part out. So the question was, can you add individual weed boxes around multiple pieces of a design? So let's say I have, 3 or 4 items that I'm going to cut out in black. They might be for 3 different designs, and I want to add individual weed boxes around them. Let me actually finish weeding this last piece out. As you guys see, I'm just cruising through my weeding on this bigger design. We're going to go ahead and remove this piece. All righty. And then we're going to go ahead and remove the middle piece. And then, Adam, can I have you pick out cavities for me for a second? I'm sorry, dude. I just want to be able to answer these questions, too, while we're doing this. So if I do have a design, let me go with, let's do this. Let me bring this to the origin, and I'm going to actually duplicate this design. So we're going to go Control-C-V, bring that one up. All right. What I'm going to do is eliminate my weed box. So if I have 2 elements that I want individual weed boxes around, I'm going to select only the element I want and then hit the hotkey X, which will give me a weed box around that individual piece. And then I'll do the exact same for the next element that I want. So now I have 2 individual weed boxes around these designs or this portion of the design in my design software. Okay. So hopefully that answered the question. Cool. Alrighty, so let me go ahead and delete that one. We don't really need much on there. And then I'm going to go ahead and retract this back. And let's cut that off. And let's cut this off here. And then we can use this piece. And then I just have one more piece that I'll cut while we're actually applying most of this design, because that should be just a quick little square. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to make this customizable. And that was the cool part about this design is, like, at first I started out with a Santa sack and this little design that I had kind of made up and inspired by something that I saw. And then I was like, okay, well, how do I now take this design and enhance it? How do I enhance just the overall look? Well, I thought about it. How, especially for somebody that has multiple kids and wants to have holiday fun and, creating a Santa sack for the holidays and all of those kind of things. Maybe for the house, is I wanted it customizable. So I'm going to actually use a material you guys don't really hear much about, is called blackboard. And blackboard is a really cool material because if you have chalk, you can actually just write a message on it and then you can erase it and reuse it. So this will actually have a name spot on it that we can add a kid's name or we can add a family member's name or whatever it may be for that special event. Let's go ahead now. And I got my deer, or my reindeer, should I say. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I think it was just cavities of the letters. Coolio. Alrighty. And then my very, very last layer of this design, which would be layer number 4, is going to be the blackboard. Let's go ahead and load that up onto my Romeo. Adjust my physical roll holder itself too. It's been a long day, guys, so I'm forgetting terms of stuff. As everybody in the room is laughing at me because they all know. Just X. Just the hotkey X is all you need for that one. Okay. Then let's go ahead, just do a quick test cut on here. Ooh, this is a good one. And actually from the front angle, can you see this bubble here? Okay, so here's a really easy way. I'm going to show you guys the craziest thing that it's going to blow your mind. If I have any puckering or bubbling in my material, all I'm going to do is put my hand on the material, hold it in place, push the back pinch wheels up, and then put them right down, and I'm done. And I was able to rectify that situation and solve the problem for myself. So I'm going to do a quick test cut just to make sure that this material is cutting the same as a pure. And as you guys know, if I can hand peel it, typically, I say that it's pretty good. And that one I can hand peel. Sweet. All righty. Let's go ahead and cut our very last piece here, and then we can start applying this because I know she's jamming right now. She's getting ready to go. So, all right. So now that we have our design all done, all of our pieces cut, all of our pieces weeded, other than one little spot that I'll get here in a second, we can now start to apply this design to our Santa bag, our Santa sack. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we'll do a quick pre-press on the Santa sack. And just like all the methods you guys have been hearing and seeing throughout this live, I'm going to utilize those and show you how quickly you can make a really fun, large-scale project. Now, a lot of my parts of my design are actually, some of them might be slightly bigger than the platen. That's okay. I'll show you how to do like a 2-press on those. But for the most part, I think everything should fit pretty solid. All right. What's up, Adam?
I just wanted to say we're getting a lot of requests for the Leonardo hotkeys list. So I think we need to get on that.
I think it's time. I think it's time. Anna, do you have anything to say about that?
I think there's one that does exist, no?
There is one that does exist. Yes. The only thing is, though, I will say off the top of my head, I don't know where it exists, but we're going to get that info for you, and we'll make sure that we post it out tomorrow or so you guys have it. Actually, make sure, here's what I'm going to recommend to everybody. Everybody watching right now, open up a separate tab on your computer, go to Facebook, Caesar North America support group, join the support group and say that you were watching the National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day. We'll make sure that we post that out in the support group tomorrow, okay, for you, so then everybody's on the same page. So I'm going to come over to the heat press now. I think the heat press cam should be still up, right? Or do I need to reset it? Okay, cool. So all I'm going to do for this, because it's a little bit bigger bag, I'm going to go ahead and actually press this in a couple different spots just to make sure everything is pretty even. And it'll also allow me an opportunity to kind of adjust my pressure too at the same exact time while I'm kind of ironing this out. All righty. Also, while this pre-press is going on, I just want to give a quick shout out to our VP of Marketing, Keith. This is my Keith fit or my Keith look for this portion of the event. So I just want to let you know. Got you, man. It is. It's the short sleeve button downs. Those are my favorite. All righty. Let's go ahead and pre-press that part out. And then we are good to go. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab that first piece, which I'm going to use the strip flock layer. Ooh, first, thank you so much, Adam, for weeding all this out for me. So the first layer I'm going to utilize is the strip flock. And the reason why I'm doing this is for 2 reasons. Number one, this is going to help me to kind of align the reindeer and also help me to align the actual brick layer. But the cool thing is with strip flock, because it's a little bit more of a pliable and it'll flatten out a little bit, it makes it really, really easy for me to heat apply it and then heat apply a material that might be thinner, you know, on the strip flock itself. So go ahead and press there. And then I'm just going to flip this around because I have what's called an anchor point now in my press where everything here and up is all done. I just got to make sure to get the bottom part. And Courtney, I promise I'm going as fast as I can. All righty. And then we got this part. So I'm going to start peeling this off. Being careful, though, because with bigger designs, sometimes pressure can be uneven. And so we just got to be a little bit careful. But I think everything's peeling off just fine. Beautiful. Oop, see, there we go. I lost one little tiny piece. But we'll put that back down right now. So right here, I lost one little dot. But all I have to do is pick it off, put it right back down. And that's the benefit of heat transfer material. You know, I think we don't talk about this enough, but when you do use techniques like a DTF, once you press it, if something happens, you can't come back and fix it. With heat transfer vinyl, a lot of times it's a very, very fixable option, especially in the moment of decoration, if that makes sense. So now that I have exposed material, I definitely want to cover up this layer, and I'm going to be pressing these down multiple times throughout this application, but I just want to make sure that the foundation of everything is set because that's going to help me align each of my other layers. So go ahead there. Awesome, awesome. And then now my next layer that I'm going to add in is going to be my reindeer, which is my pure HT layer. Just like that. Go ahead and give that a quick press. Alrighty. Do you have any questions coming in right now? Cool.
If we have a rhinestone tool.
Oh, that's a really great question. I will tell you, yes, we have shown it a couple times today. So make sure that you hashtag replay if you haven't already. But yes, we do have a really, really awesome rhinestone tool in software. I just don't want to run over Courtney's time too much. That's all. But yeah, it is in Leonardo Design Studio Pro. It is a pro feature, just so everybody knows too. All right, there's that press. Just make sure all of my layers are down appropriately. We're good there. We're good there. Whoop. We're losing part of our antlers here. Here's a really good hiccup. So I had a couple spots. The inside of the belly didn't press, and now you see this antler that's pulling up. Here's how I'm going to fix it. I'm going to go very, very slow because we're using the heat to release that pure HT from the actual carrier. And then what I can do is I can go ahead, lay that piece down, lay down a piece of parchment paper, Teflon, or whatever it may be, and then I can give it a quick press, and now we know that it's solidifying into the material itself. All righty. You just got to go slow. You got to take your time, and that's the point sometimes, is it's taking a little bit of time to work through problems as they come up. I think it always makes it a little bit easier to manage. So at the very bottom, I also want to add this nameplate so that we can customize this name if we so want to. Again, give it a quick press, make a little bit more pressure on here. And because this is partially an Easy Weed product, I can go ahead and I can press this for a short time, and I shouldn't have any issues being able to peel that on off. And then last step in this design, which is one of my favorite, I'm actually going to cut out the nose because I think I didn't align it all the way. All righty. Go ahead and cut the piece out for the nose. Now with brick, the only thing that I will say with brick is typically a cold or cool peel product. So when you do apply it, you do have to let it cool off just a little bit before you actually remove the carrier itself. All righty. Why don't we do this? Because I'm running a little bit over on time, I'll turn the volume down a tad. And then I'm gonna go over and let's actually, Courtney, give me a thumbs up if you're down to come into the live. Okay, I'm just adding you in at this point, girl. That's all. I'm running over on your time right now, so I'm gonna press kind of while I'm introing you, and then we'll go on to your session if you're down for that.
Imagine that, Patrick taking some of my time.
Huh? I always try to. Yeah, I'm just trying to, it's no big deal. Just trying to steal everybody's time today. That's all.
It's all good. Your bag looks really good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm having a fun time pressing this part out. So I think what I'm going to let you do is go to your session, finish pressing this piece out. And then when we get back from your session, do you want to do, oh my God, I sorry, my camera angle was on the press and I just was absorbing the camera. But once we get back from your session, if everybody is still sticking around, because we got to that 100 shares on Facebook, do you want to do the Romeo giveaway with me?
Yes, I do.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish pressing my side. I'm going to let you get into your session. Make sure though, before you even get started, let everybody know who you are, plug everything up front, because I want to make sure people can see it as soon as they get into your session. All right.
All righty.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Sweet. Hello, everyone. Welcome to National HTV Day. I am so excited to be one of the people that gets to be here today. I cannot believe They've been going for over 6 hours and almost 40 minutes. That's insane. But I am so excited to share with you guys today. If you don't know me, I'm Courtney. I'm with the Crafty Brick. I'm the CB behind the Crafty Brick. I am on all of the social channels. You can see me at the Crafty Brick. No spaces, hyphens, anything. Just the Crafty Brick. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. I am always sharing something crafty. Usually, we've got some hot messes going on. So I want y'all to give me some grace today because, I mean, I'm live. And if you guys have hung out with me live, you know it does not always go so smoothly. But I'm going to try my best today. I even did some test cuts beforehand so I can make sure that I don't throw you guys astray with what to do with these settings and materials. So I'm not going to put it in, but I'm hoping that somebody in the backstage can put the link that I sent you guys in the comments. There's a link with all of the supplies that I'm using today and a link to just events that I do. I do a weekly crafty adventure. We make something, and usually it's something I have not made before. So, I mean, you already know how that's going to go. It's something I've never made, and I'm doing it live. I don't know why I do it, but I keep coming back. I've been doing it for 2 years. I come on every week, and it's the Hot Mess Express, but it's always really fun, and a lot of times we learn what not to do, but it's all good. And then I've got the Crafty Challenge, and it's next week. So if you guys have never seen the Crafty Challenge, it's a crafty challenge between two crafters. They make the same thing. I send them all the materials, and then we see who finishes fastest. It's been crazy fun. It's actually next week on the 20th. We've got Jen from Pigskins and Pigtails, actually, who presented earlier. She's going to be competing against Karina, Crafty Carrie. So check that out. Get the link. If they haven't put that in the description, I will post it later and share it with you guys. But on to what we're making today. I am doing some stocking tags. So basically, I got 3 things from the Dollar Tree. So these are super simple, cost-effective stocking tags. So I got an ornament here, just an ornament from the Dollar Tree. Another regular ornament. I haven't seen this one at all the Dollar Trees, but I put the link for some that I have seen that you could use. And then metal. Yo, we're doing metal, we're doing wood, and we're doing fabric, okay? And the materials that we're using today, I'm just going all out. We're using Caesar glitter. We're using Brick 600. And then we got some Easy Weed. I thought just keep it basic with a couple of them. So we're going to be layering a little Easy Weed. So that's the plan today. I'm excited that you are going to watch me do this. And I don't know if you guys in the studio are able to add my other camera. If you can't, that's okay. But I have another camera angle. Look at y'all. Y'all are amazing. Ask and you shall receive. So then y'all can see what's going on here that I'm working with. So I've already done my cut settings. Oh, I got some people who love the Crafty Challenge. Thank you. I'm so excited. Joyce, and I think you actually might have a package. The mystery package went out. I've been having not the best time with my mystery boxes this month being shipped out on time. I don't know what is going on with UPS. Hi, Connie and Dorothy and Michelle and Elevate Artistry. Welcome, you guys. I'm so excited that you're here with me to make these things today. Thank you. Patrice from Craftable Things designed this shirt for me. Love it. And it's even got my little Instagram and YouTube. I love bling. So if you're not following me, I love all things sparkle. I have sparkled out my whole office with Lazy Girl Bling from Heat Transfer Warehouse. So if you guys haven't seen that, check that out. Oh, Joyce, I thought you were waiting for your box. It should be there soon. It's been not very fun this month with UPS and the post office, but I'm working my hardest to get it done. All right, so first of all, let's go ahead and cut our names that we're going to be putting on here. So for this metal one, I'm going to do a layered design, and I have a few tips and tricks to show y'all today because I just think y'all need to know them. If you don't have Romeo and Juliet, can you do this with your machine? Can you just throw this little piece of scrap vinyl in there? I'm pretty sure you cannot, but that's what I'm going to do right now. I have this teeny little piece of scrap vinyl, and I'm going to make sure that it's underneath all of the rollers here. Move that over so you can see it. It's under the rollers. And then I am going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to bring it back a little bit. Bring it back, bring it back. Oops, a little bit too much. Okay, and then let me actually change my settings to easy weed here. All right, we're cutting without a mat, and this thing is like 5 inches wide. So that's amazing. Let me get this one. I've got it mirrored, and we are going to cut this. Now I have cut a couple backup things because I am live, and you just never know how things are going to go live, but I hope Juliet is going to do what she normally does. Normally she's good to me. So I'm hoping she's going to be good to me today and not give me any problems. We're going to see. Let's see. All right, perfect cut. And then we are going to cut our glitter. And I have a little trick for you with glitter that you might know, you might not. But just in case you don't, I want to show you. Because sometimes glitter can be a little tricky to see the cut lines. So I have something that you can do to help you see the cut lines so that you don't go cutting what you just, cut and mess it up, because I've done that before. And I'm sure y'all have too. I'm not the only one that makes mistakes around here. All right, so let's see. That one, it's mirrored. I already did my cut settings in here, so I don't have to do the test cuts because I did that earlier, okay? But you've seen earlier today through the other sessions that you can do, your cut settings to make sure that it's going to cut properly. Let me get I should have gotten my glasses just because it's a little dark. All right, I think we're good there. Okay, and then let me show you this. So it's just hard to see sometimes where it is. So I don't want to go and cut right here and then accidentally cut one of my letters. So what you do a little rolling. Let me show you. You just roll it a little bit. And can you guys see it? I think you can see. You can see your cut lines there. It just makes it so much easier. I've seen people sprinkle a little powder on there. That helps also to see the cut lines. But if you don't have powder, just rolling it really does make a big difference. So I think what I'm going to do is cut everything first, and then we will press them all on. So I'll show you the different pressing. They're all going to be the same pressing method, but we're just going to press on different mediums because, you might not have known that you could use HTV on metal, but you can. You can. I've tried it. I have definitely tried it. Let's switch this setting to easy weed. Load that on up. And then I am going to get this other name that I have. So I've got three stocking tags that we're going to be making today. And I've got my little handy dandy mini press. And you guys may have seen that I have a slight obsession with red and making things red and white. This is the Heat Transfer Warehouse mini press. I put it on that link that has all the information of everything that I'm using today. But when you go to the website, you're not going to see this because this is actually blue. So I spray painted it. And then add a little vinyl down here so that, it looks like I bent a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. I added the vinyl and the white to make it red and white instead of blue because I just don't have any blue in my office. All right, and then I'm going to cut those and then we'll weed. I have one more thing that we're going to cut, and it's our brick. So Patrick was just using this brick with his project. I am using it for my project as well. I made some of these stocking tags last year. It was really, really, really fun. I found some little tags from the dollar section at Target, but I didn't really like exactly the way they looked. So I flipped them over. The other side was blank, and then I just added the Caesar brick to it with the names, and it turned out really, really cute. All right, our last setting, and then I'll get back. Sorry, I can't see the comments when I've got the other things up. So then I'll go back to the comments and see if you guys have any questions. I'm sorry, I'm missing questions. All right, so all those things are cut. Let me head on back over here to the R&J can use mats even if not made for them. Yes, this one can use mats. If you want to use mats, you can. And you do not have to have Caesar mats either. You can use any mats you want. And you could also use any material you want. So I'm using Caesar material, but I mean, you can use any material that you want because Juliet can cut all of them. Let's see. Roll is what you do? Yes, cut lines are hard. The pro cut without a mat. All right, so let's weed these on out. I got my heat press on. So that is in the wings, ready. You're scared of brick? Kelly, brick is not scary. It's actually super, super fun. And I love the dimension of it. So it's going to be actually, I'm using it on this one. It's going to be so cute on here. And this is actually a small design. I don't love brick with really small, intricate designs, but this one has some intricate details and it worked just fine. What's not working just fine is my eyes to see where that line is. There we go. Okay, so we've got my mica here. It weeded so nicely. And then we're going to weed our red. The mini press, making jewelry with fine faux leather and sublimation. I love the mini press. To be honest, I thought that I wouldn't really use the mini press, but it's actually one that I use pretty frequently. It really comes in handy with lots of little projects. So this one, I think, is only $29 if you need it. I used to have a red mini press, but it broke because it had a lot of use. Let's see. I would love the blades and the housing already set. Oh, set to cut Caesar materials. That is a good idea. All right, we got our white. So I am going to layer this glitter, the black glitter, with the white Easy Weed. I'm going to put the white Easy Weed on the bottom, and then I'm going to add the glitter to the top, just to have a little extra dimension behind the white, because it's going to be going on this silver one. So I thought it might be nice. Like, I really cannot see these. Luckily, Easy Weed weeds easily, so I don't have to have any issues with it not working. All right, and then I got one more little cut there. All right, and then this middle. Perfect. So I got my little Kaya. That's her offset. And then we got the glitter here. Love all the bling. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Who is that? Belinda. I'm so excited that you guys have been hanging out all day. This is so much fun. Did this cut right? Okay, it did cut right. I'm like, wait a second. Is it cutting? Just big props to Caesar, the whole team at Caesar. You guys are amazing. Being here all day long and having like something new all day, it's been really, really fun. I keep popping in. I had to go get Kaya from school and I had a few things I had to do today, but I have been popping in and out and I've loved everything that I've seen. I'm gonna have to go back and watch all of them. Okay, my friends, so here's what we've got. We're going to start with this one because the brick does need to cool a little bit. So let's go ahead and place this one on here. I'm going to use my mini press it on just a little section at a time because it's rounded. So it's a little bit more challenging to work with than some of the other ones. Oh, thank you, Caesar. I love you too. Oh my gosh. My love affair with Caesar started a couple years ago. when I entered a competition to go to Italy, and they had a competition. They were launching Juliet, and they said that they were going to invite you and a guest. Well, I meant to put that on a little pressing pill, just so I'm not heating up my table. You and a guest to go to the launch of Juliet. Love affair with I kind of have a love affair with Caesar. I kind of do, guys. Sorry. And I won, so I got to go to Italy and went to Venice and Verona. Hung out with all the Italy team, saw the headquarters. It was amazing. So I kind of think it is a little love affair. So I'm gonna put on this white first. So know that with this metal, it's gonna be hot. So I'm going to use my little heat glove here to make sure that I don't burn my hand. Let's see. And it comes off so nicely. And then I'm gonna put on the Caesar glitter. Oh, thank you, Johan. I got to meet Johan in Italy. It was amazing. My husband and I were talking about it last night. He was like, is Caesar coming out with anything else new that they need to go to Italy for to launch? I'm like, I know, right? That would be nice. That'd be so nice. Okay, so I'm layering this on here. I've got some white, some black glitter, red easy weed. Yo, look at these. They're so cute. These are so inexpensive. It worked perfect on the wood. And then here's what I want to do with this. I just want to put a little string on here. Because I brought the stockings. I brought them out. I dug around in my Christmas decorations because I do not have Christmas decorations out yet. But I dug around in them to find my stockings so that I could give y'all the full effect. I mean, I'm making it. I want y'all to see exactly what it's going to look like. Okay, so I'm just going to tie this little string on here. And y'all, look at this. It's so cute. It's so simple. It's so simple. All right, look at this one. So this is Isaiah's. And I'm just going to put it on right there. And then you hang it on your, what do you call it? On your fireplace, wherever you hang your stockings. So that's Isaiah's. What fonts are you using for these ornaments? I am using, to be honest, I don't remember which one I chose. I'm going to go back and see which one I chose. Let me see. What did I choose? Crinkles. Crinkles. I think that one was like from Defont. It was a long time ago I got that one. All right, let's see if this one was on long enough. And did I put enough pressure on it to peel it off? Now don't go acting like we don't know how to work this, Brick. We've done this before. Oh, you want to act brand new. He doesn't want to peel off. That's all right. We can make it work. The font is nice. You can find some really good stuff on there. Define and Creative Fabrica. Now that I have the Creative Fabrica membership, I feel like I don't use the font that much because I get a million fonts from Creative Fabrica. And look, this one's peeling off totally easily. Yo, look at that. So I thought that this one would be cute with a little burlap string. You can, I mean, there's so many options with making these and customizing them however you see fit. It's just a very simple project. Use a little HTV. And, you know, it's just easy. So here's Kaya's. Super cute. So we got wood, we got metal, and then we're going to try this fabric again. And let's, oh, are you working? Are you working? Okay. I'm like, come on, Brick. Get with the program. I am going to do one more final press after it. It was hard to get like the right pressure on it, doing it on this curved surface. But y'all, look at that. It's so cute. And then I got a little piece of Teflon. I'm just going to go over it one more time to make sure that it's nice. Right? HTV on metal is something different. I had to let y'all know you can do that. HTV is very versatile. Very, very versatile. Okay, and this one already has the string. So we'll put this on Micah's stocking right here. Yo, look, 3 stockings. And it was like under 30 minutes. So cute. I got these stockings from Target last year. I'm obsessed with them. They're so cute. But like I said, I have an obsession with red. So it works for my Christmas decor. I wish I could just have Christmas up all year because I love red. So there you have it, guys. So cute. Yeah, Crinkle. Oh, Crinkles is not on the. It starts with a K. It's not a C. Let me see where it is. It was for personal use, and it's K. Oh, that's because it's not Crinkles. I told y'all the wrong name. It's called Crinkies. Krinkes. I thought it was Crinkles. So Crinkies. Krinkes. Okay, got it.
Listen, that project is really cool, by the way.
Thank you.
And now I kind of need to make them for the house, I think.
You kind of need to, Patrick. Everybody needs a custom stocking tag.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I want to open it up too really quickly because we have a few minutes here. I want to open it up to any more questions that anybody has, obviously about the projects themselves, but also any questions for Courtney. I mean, you got to remember Courtney's also she's doing this full time. So like, it's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot to dive in. So anybody out there even curious about what does it take to be a brand partner or kind of do your own content and education, it's also a great opportunity to pick Courtney's brain on that topic too. But Courtney, I got to show you really quick the Santa sack that I made too, because it complements. I think the stockings. It complements your stockings like perfectly. So check this out.
I mean that red brick. I love that. That is super cute. Okay, so where the black part is, are you going to add the name with like white HTV?
I'm sorry. The what part?
Where the black part is, like the box.
Like the circle part.
No, the box at the bottom. Isn't that where you add the name?
Yeah. So that's just the blackboard. So I can take a regular piece of chalk and I can just write into it. I think.
Oh.
That was the one thing I forgot. I didn't grab any chalk. I didn't grab a piece of chalk to write it. I don't think we have any in there, Anna. Adam,
I've never used Blackboard before. That's really cool.
Yep. So it's just Blackboard. So the way that this one was is I was using strip flock for the. Can you hit the overhead really quick, Anna? Just hit the overhead for me. So for this one, I was using for the reindeer express and the big circle. This is all strip flock, and then the red stars, and then the nose, obviously, for a little Rudolph here, a red brick. Then I did the russet brown, is what I'm calling it. Russet brown, pure HD, and then the blackboard so that we could write the name in, and then obviously it's got to be signed by the one and only Dr. Sprinkle.
That is really, really cute. I love it.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to just get that press because I didn't want to run over your time too much.
Well, thank you. I didn't know. I mean, I think I did okay with time. So yeah.
Oh, I think you did perfect. You did perfect. I was trying not to mess up your time.
We're good.
So all right. So do you want to help me? Oh yeah, go ahead.
I want to add the link to the information for the.
Yes, please. I was actually just asking. I think our link is missing like a slash or something, so it was broken on our side.
Oh,
so okay. Actually ask you. And then can you just really quickly, because we have people in, we just go over your supply list one more time?
Yes, I use Caesar glitter.
Okay.
Caesar brick 600, Caesar easy weed, and then you just need the little tags. So I got tags from the Dollar Tree. These are all from Dollar Tree, but you can find wooden tags in at Target, anywhere. The wooden, metal, or the fabric ornaments. So
okay, cool. So brick, easy weed. We're gonna do then for those two. We're gonna add that in as the Courtney giveaway, as part of the Romeo giveaway. So we'll add that material into the package. Will that be cool?
Sweet.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, brick and then easy weed. What do you mean? We're adding we'll do the giveaway for the Romeo. We'll just add those as like a material to send with it, is what I mean. Yeah. But I want to send a little bit larger sheets. Because with the Romeo, we need a larger platform too. So I think it'll be cool. All righty. So here's what I'm going to let you do for this one is I'm going to let you pick the keyword that they have to go to or they have to put in.
I already got it.
Okay, what is it?
The keyword's crafty.
Crafty.
We're going
I
with
love
crafty.
it. All right, perfect. Crafty is the keyword for this giveaway. Adam has it set right now, so we're going to let that go for a minute. Perfect. People are already starting to get, EJ, you can reach out to me at any time and we can talk about that. You don't have to, she's trying to win right now. That's so funny. All right, so Crafty, we're going to give everybody about 30 seconds or so just to chime in Crafty. So what this is for is because we hit 100 shares over on Facebook, Johan, the man, the myth, the legend himself, gave me permission now, or gave us permission in this room to give away a Romeo. And then I'm going rogue and adding some material in for Courtney just because.
I love it.
Oh, yeah. And thank you, Anna. I did say, too, also 30 days of Leo Pro. So this giveaway will be a little bit different. So just whoever wins it, just be on the lookout, okay, for the details. All right, Adam, we're ready? Ready to rock and roll? All righty. So Adam is getting the giveaway going right now. We're spinning the wheel.
Oh, my gosh, there's so many comments. They're like everywhere. That's awesome. I am so excited for somebody to win Romeo. Romeo is amazing.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Romeo
and either one is amazing.
It's been a cool journey the last couple of years with Romeo and Juliet. I mean, what we've been able to create and what we've been able to do, and part of the closing stuff, I'll make some closing statements at the end, but it's been a really cool journey to see this thing, and you know firsthand that this is something we've built with the audience for the audience. So it means a lot to us to have the two cutting machines or these two platforms in which people can start to create and beautify the world around them. So we're really excited about that.
I just love that you guys set it up from the beginning with people in mind and creators in mind. Like, we can make stuff and share it outside of the program. Because, like, not all the companies allow you to share outside of the program. So I really love that.
We just don't like to chirp too much. That's why we can do it. And other companies can't. We don't chirp for ours. Alrighty. So, Adam, we ready to go?
We are ready to go.
Let's see it.
All right. We had over 190 entries, but there can only be one. So the winner is Sharon Maldonado.
Sharon Maldonado. Congratulations. Is that over on YouTube or on Facebook?
That's Facebook.
Over on Facebook. Well, congratulations on getting a Romeo high definition cutter, this big behemoth of a machine, which we love.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. Getting a Romeo high definition cutter, also part of the giveaway. I'm going to give you on your account 30 days of Leonardo Design Studio Pro for free, but then we're also going to throw in Courtney's couple of materials. I'm going to have her pick a couple colors of each materials. We'll make sure that that's bundled up with the Romeo as well for you. So just make sure that you send your email to social@caesarna.com. So social@SISERNA.com. Let us know either physical home address or business address, cannot be a P.O. box, and we'll get that Romeo shipped out to you ASAP. Well, I ship the ASAP because we also have a team that has to put these together. So we're going to try at the very latest. We're going to try by Monday, but if we can get it by Friday, that's cool too. You got a question, Anna?
I think Sharon's been with us for most of the day.
Oh, she's been hanging out for most. That's awesome. Well, thank you.
Really?
You know what? You've been hanging out most of the day. You deserve it. I'm going to give you 60 days of Leonardo Pro. Sorry, Johan. I'm up a little bit. 60 days for that one. You've been hanging out with us all day. We've been live, Courtney, for 7 hours now. So you deserve it, kid.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Courtney. Plug all of your platforms, anything again, everywhere that you educate, everywhere you teach, let everybody know about it so that they can obviously come find you.
Yes, you can catch me at The Crafty Brick, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, all the places. I'm doing the Crafty Challenge. It's actually next week, so tune in to that. Two crafters go head to head. It's been amazing, super fun. And yeah, I go live every week and make something crazy. We have a crafty adventure. So you can always catch me. You can catch me in my DMs. I love to answer questions, love to chat with you guys. So just reach out. Love hanging out with you guys.
And to clarify, I'm 1-1 right now on the Crafty Challenge. So I think I need to figure out if I can actually get over the hump and win this thing indefinitely. So pretty soon we're going to have to do one.
Well, we're doing one in January in Long Beach.
Oh, well, that one, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm going to call you on Long Beach because I got some other details for you, which is going to be fun.
Okay. Sweet. That sounds
Some
great.
other opportunities. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Courtney, for coming on and hanging out.
Thanks, guys. I
Yeah.
will see you later. Until then, stay crafty, my friends. Goodbye.
Bye. Alrighty, awesome. We have had an incredible event so far, and this has been all due to our friends over at Heat Transfer Warehouse for holding this event, coming up with this brainchild. So I think it's only right that we bring up, I mean, I'm going to call her the woman of the event right now, but we're going to bring up Brittany from Heat Transfer Warehouse. Let me bring up their screen really quick. And Kirk is hanging out too. And we're going to get into some other decoration methods. What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's happening?
We're doing.
What is up? What is up? This event, how's this event been for you guys? You guys are seeing, you know, getting some comments coming in and all of that kind of stuff too. What do you got in those cups?
Well, it is a special edition of Wind Down Wednesday on National HTV Day. So
Wind Down Wednesday.
Wind Down Wednesday
Yeah.
is our monthly live.
I didn't know that there was a Wind Down Wednesday. You guys are over here doing fun stuff, and I didn't even realize there was a Wind Down Wednesday, but I'm going to participate too. I guess I have to. So, hey, first of all, I want to let you guys get into your session first, and then we'll do all the gushy thank yous and all of that stuff. But you guys know how much, obviously, I appreciate you guys. Us here at Caesar appreciate you, and everybody that's watching and everybody that participated in this, from production to setup to doing these sessions to everything. Thank you guys so much. And thank you guys for even, you know, making this a brainchild. And then now we've brought it to fruition. So it's been really fun all day today.
It's been a blast. I'm excited. Obviously, Brittany, the expert here, she's going to teach us some new stuff.
It's really
awesome. Awesome. All right, Brittany, well, I'm going to get out of here and you take it away, and I'll be back when you're done. And then we'll close this thing up.
Sounds good.
All righty. See you soon, guys.
All right, so you call me the expert, but this is the guy. Like, this is literally the guy. I just work here. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using some different types of materials to press HTV on, because we know that we can use HTV on apparel and a lot of the softer substrates. But what about some of the other things that we can decorate with it?
So what about the other things we can decorate?
Well, there's so many things we can decorate with it. So, you know, for example, I think I'm going to start off with this cookbook. So we got this cookbook at a White Elephant a few years ago. It's a pretty awesome cookbook, actually. But what if we wanted to gift it to somebody? Wouldn't it be kind of fun if we could, like, instead of just writing in it, if we could just like decorate the inside of it?
I don't know. I like the idea though.
All right.
What kind of cookbook is it though?
So it is From Crook to Cook. It's the Snoop Dogg cookbook. Has anybody ever heard of this one? I saw it for sale and I'm like, I had to buy it because it was just like, it made the perfect, and then I ended up with it actually, which is fine.
Maybe I'm hoping I kind of get it maybe at the next White Elephant party.
You very well might. I think at work here at Heat Transfer Warehouse, we have a White Elephant party every year around Christmas time, and it's just the whole team, and the most silly gifts are things. Like, there's just silly gifts.
Can't even say something.
Gee, you can feel me.
Yeah.
She got my gift the first year.
You can't repeat them either. I mean, it is White Elephant.
What happens at White Elephant stays at White Elephant.
Yeah. So, well, how are we gonna do it?
So I think for this one, I'm going to try to use this Caesar holographic. All of my designs tonight are I love HTV, and it's a heart.
Very appropriate.
Very appropriate, because I just figure we're just using HTV, and there's so many different varieties. I always go way overboard. If you guys could see how much material I cut, just because I wanted to see all the different colors, as always. That's also not a surprise.
I saw the mess out there.
Yeah, so that did
It was a little over the top, but I'm excited about what we're gonna happen here.
Yeah, and I'm going to use my the mini Craft Express, or the Craft Express press. I always call it a Craft what do I always call it? I don't know. I have a name for it. I use it all the time during my.
Courtney was just using hers. So
I know. I love it. It's one of my favorite things, and I don't know. It's just affordable. It's fun. It's so cute. It's a cute little book. What are you going to work on?
Well, I am, going to be using this cap and tag press.
Nice,
and so
nice.
I like the tag part of it because it's like a little 4x4.
Okay.
You don't have to, it's very easy to put ideas on. So I have a hat, which I am going to be using Caesar Pier. And then,
I love that blue color so much.
I have this bag.
Oh, you're talking about all your projects right away.
Oh, I'm not supposed to go right now.
No
Okay,
surprises,
okay.
no
No
surprises.
surprises. Hold on. That's
Alright.
what's next. Okay.
Okay.
So, you go with it.
Yeah, I'm just going to give this a shot.
Are you gonna do it in the cover, or you think it should be right there?
Well, I
as
was
it, as
thinking
it
it's
open, I think maybe if they saw it.
Right there, like,
Yeah.
like maybe right in the middle.
Maybe.
See, I think this will work because, one of the
three key pillars of, using heat transfer vinyl is pressure, even pressure, which we have because it's a book, right?
Yes.
So why wouldn't we give it a go?
Okay.
So interesting. I don't think I've ever seen anyone press a book, but it's a cute little detail to add.
Yeah.
So we're pressing a book. The cool part is, as long as it sticks and tacks, you're probably all right with it not necessarily being at the right time and temp as much because you're not going to wash it.
This is very true.
The
That is a
book
very
is
excellent point.
so. Obviously, I know if this book shows up with this inside of it, we know where it came from.
I'm gonna pretend like I just bought it naturally.
Yeah. So
Why not?
So holographic peel.
Yeah, it's going to be a cold peel, so I'm just going to
Okay.
let it set for a bit. So if you want to give your
Okay.
hat a try, I mean, this is a little challenging. The hat this has a texture on it, so
Yes, and we're gonna use Caesar Pier, and I like the Caesar Pier is partly because it is a little bit of stretch, a little bit of give. It can go into low temp, so if I have something that you're worried about temperature on, Caesar Pier is the way to go for it. And also,
Yeah.
it's completely, earth friendly, everything else, and so I got a lot here.
I absolutely just love the colors of it so much. They're just so like earth toned. I don't know, they look so different. And then
So I'm gonna press like multiple times because obviously I have to get it all the way across the,
Love that. Everyone's
Let's see.
asking, what kind of HTV are you guys using?
So I'm using the Caesar holographic, and this is gold crystal is the color. I don't know if it's super shiny on the camera, if you can actually see how beautiful it is. It just,
Yeah, I think you should bring it up here, Brittany, because you can't really see the.
Absolutely.
I love HTV.
Am I standing in the right spot?
And maybe you can show us a recipe or two.
Can you guys see that? Yeah, that looks great.
I
It's
just wanna-
doesn't that look a little bit more fun? Like you put a little bit more extra thought into your gift giving, with some of the.
And you're using
Caesar
our existing
holographic.
materials you already have probably in your craft cupboard or
100%.
at
So you could
home.
easily have made that out of a scrap, but just adds like a little extra thank you and I love you over just writing with a marker.
I like it. Maybe there's a Thanksgiving recipe in there and you can use that for, coming up in a couple
Maybe, but
weeks.
fun fact, I actually don't do the cooking at home, so.
I guess you don't need a cookbook.
It's a good coffee table book. You have those books that you kind of just like use more for decorative purposes. So
It's a very good coffee
You
book.
maybe never opened it before. Like this book looks brand new if you notice.
Yeah. So. So I think I'm ready to start the hat.
Yeah.
And it's obviously longer than my press, but cool part about Caesar vinyl and all that, I can do multiple presses and just kind of press along.
Yeah.
The whole graphic.
I
So
think you should give it a go.
and
Joy is asking, what type of HTV is on the hat?
This is go ahead.
this Caesar Pier HT, and you are going to see that is one of their newest vinyls because obviously it's eco-friendly, totally biodegradable.
I think it was just launched. What was it, guys? Like a little over a month ago, maybe 6 weeks, something like that. Was
End of August, beginning of September.
Has time gone that fast?
Oh wow!
It is.
It feels like it was literally just yesterday. Yeah, right. It was the end of September. It was like somewhere in the 20s.
We should. It is time flies fast, and when you get close to the holidays, it's like to blink. Okay, now we're in January. So, okay, so I have it all pressed on there, and I can peel warmer on. I'm just gonna kind of gently peel it, just in case it didn't really quite attach.
You can always boop it back down.
I can always go back down and see like my E is a little bit not so good. Maybe I missed the gap, and so I'm just gonna go back.
You can use the.
I can go back with
roller
that,
press
or
if you want to.
I can go like this.
That works too. I also like that. Guess what I'm gonna do next?
You're already hitting the seasons already.
I know. So this is a little headband. I like to make my dogs wear it. It's, it just kind of reminds me of what is that? The Grinch. The Grinch that stole Christmas, the timeless thing, and then the dog that has, the Grinch puts like little antlers on and pretends like it's a reindeer when he decides to have a heart. Everybody knows.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Clearly, I'm not up to speed on it, but I'm gonna show my hat as far as this is kind of. You think I should put it on?
Yeah.
With it, I love, and just kind of fold it down a little bit.
There you go.
So what do you think?
I think it's great. It kind of reminds me of those beach hats I've seen like when I've traveled, and they kind of have like some little mantra on them about like beach and sand, or I love to travel, or like I've seen bride and bride.
So maybe I could make a vacation hat. I could have made a vacation.
You could have made a vacation.
It's gonna look really weird walking around on vacation going, I love,
I don't think so. If they know who you are, I think that's very fitting.
Yeah.
I love that.
So I think it turned out good. And nice part about Pier is I had good stretch to it, and with this multi-layer surface, it just bonded right down.
It looks great.
Yeah.
I love this color so much too. It's so beautiful.
So we're gonna do some reindeer ears.
We're gonna do
And this is for the dog?
This is for the dog, yes.
Do we get to see the dog later, maybe?
Most
Is there a
likely,
chance?
yes. There is a very good chance that she's going to wake up and you're going to get to see her. So I'm just
Okay.
going to trim this up just a tiny, tiny bit so that it fits on my antlers a little better.
So there's a little bit of fuzz on there and everything else, but we're just going to go
We're
for
going
it.
to go for it because this is
Sometimes
something-
you just got to try.
Yeah, we just got to try, and this is live, so I guess everybody else will
It's
know.
live, it's never happened, and then if we fail, we fail.
That's okay though. That's the kind of the fun part about vinyl and crafting and just the spirit of it,
It's
right?
true.
So
Rhonda said, amazing. Wouldn't have thought to try HTV on a straw hat. And then someone asked, what temperature did you press the hat at?
The pure HTV actually is very low temp, so you could attempt at 275 for about 15 seconds. So a lot of heat sensitive fabrics you could easily put and use pure on. So if you think about like leather or full leather or stuff like that, another great application where you'd want to use pure. So
We have Renee saying, one thing I don't have that you all have convinced me I needed in my arsenal is the mini press.
yes, this is like
Yes.
literally my favorite thing. It saved me so many times, especially like I press a lot of hats, right? And we all know that the Richardsons, the ones with the seams in the front, can be a little bit difficult, a little bit tricky, even with the proper platens and the pillows and all that stuff. But I think this really just gets that pressure on there.
I think it's great, especially for hard applications. Like if you're trying to do like a backpack or something like that, perfect for it. So, and for $29.95, you're basically just adding a whole other arsenal to
Exactly.
to what you can do.
It's cute.
Okay, I like it.
I could have
It looks
chose-
good.
I picked the,
Maybe
actually,
maybe you should wear those.
oh my goodness. Okay, I totally deserve that. I will give it a shot. I'm not sure that my face will fit.
Oh, it has a band on there.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is. It's for this
Saved,
dog.
should I say saved by the band?
Saved by the band. I think you may have.
Yes.
Okay.
Nope.
Oh, maybe.
You
Nope,
can pretend.
do not. Okay. All right, good enough. We'll let it go by. So, but maybe I'll get the dye in here so then they can
Yeah,
wear it.
I was actually like a little concerned about the gold on there, but I think the gold's really fitting actually.
Nice.
I think it actually
I
looks
like
really
it.
nice. Yeah.
We have a question.
Sure.
April said, so if we wanted to remove the vinyl, can you?
So it kind of depends a little bit on what you're pressing it on, and then also kind of like what the dyes are in it, because vinyl can be removed, but I would say it's like an art, like a fine art in a way. I work with a guy you guys got to meet earlier. His name's Lee. He can literally take vinyl off of anything and make it look brand new again. I, on the other hand, can completely destroy a shirt trying to use vinyl remover. So I would say yes. We actually have a vinyl remover that we use here all the time. I definitely stay away from like deep red shades, because the dye in the fabric tends to bleed a little bit more. And I also stay away from like the performance materials. So, but that's just my personal experience. Not to say you wouldn't succeed, but you know, everybody's.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it on the book either.
No, I would not use
Right.
it on the book for sure.
The dyes would come out of there for sure.
Yeah. Yep.
So, but yeah, it's totally possible. So
Well, what do you-
sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. Other materials are work a little better. So
What do you got next?
I am gonna try some brick. I got fluorescent yellow, and we are going to press it on this bag here.
It's a cork tote bag. That's really
Yeah.
nice.
And so we're gonna try this out, and again, I'm gonna use the tag press.
Okay.
So and then put it on. So
Kelly is asking, what hat press do you recommend?
Ooh, you want
Ooh.
to take that one?
Well, the hat press, this is a cap and tag press. So this is perfect because it segues into all I can say is this actually could be a cap or a tag press, meaning you can do both. You can change out the platens in the top and be able to use this one. Does the majority of the heat pressing there. I know Lee actually uses this one quite a bit. And then obviously we have the other one, which is a teal hat press. That's a little bit more versatile as far as it has more of a rounded curve for some of those harder hats. But I'll honestly say Lee do 90% of the hats is done with this thing.
And the other thing we could do with the cap and tag press is, even though maybe it doesn't have as curved of a platen, we could always use pillows.
Yes.
So we do that a lot of the times too, just to kind of make it a little bit more versatile.
So if you're looking at affordability, those two are the best ones. And like this one's going for $2.99 right now.
Oh, that's great. Is it on that other sale?
It's on the other sale, but
Okay.
also we'll list it. We can list it on the page too later.
Yep,
But,
that's great.
So
Joy's asking, what material is on your wine tumblers?
This is actually sublimation. So these are our wine tumblers because we do this live monthly. So it's called Wine Down Wednesday. So we have special wine tumblers for it. But quite honestly, we probably could have done either one of these out of maybe a pressure sensitive vinyl. So I don't know if I'd want to use a heat transfer vinyl on it, but I also think that there's a chance that could work just fine too.
Yep. Or you can use the Caesar Starling PSV.
Yep.
Works great. So I'm gonna press, and this thing is obviously I gotta go for 20 seconds, so I gotta adjust my time.
Brittany, they said they couldn't see the reindeer press. Can you bring it up here?
Absolutely. Can you see it?
Yes.
Isn't it cute?
Cute.
It's like I love HTV. Like it's like Santa's little elf. So cute.
All right. So I'm gonna press the brick, 20 seconds. We're gonna go down, and like I said, this one is different. It's peel cold.
I'm excited to see the brick. I love it.
Yeah.
I just like it because it has a texture. That's one thing I love so much about heat transfer vinyl is the different textures and like the sparkle, like the dimension that you don't get with other things sometimes. So I love sublimation too. It's great, but we're not going to get like the glitter texture from it or like the actual 3-dimensional feel.
Someone said, or Teresa said, all the projects today have been cool to watch. There's been a lot, and they've all been great.
There has been so many honestly things going on, like and there's so many projects that it's impressive. So I'm gonna use the table to cool off my brick so we can get down to room temperature or cold.
Okay.
So, and you got something else going on?
Yeah,
here?
I do. So I thought
this
was really fitting because it's National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day. So I've got this tie that's American flag. So I thought that was kind of fun.
Well, very appropriate. It was Veterans, this week. So I think it's very appropriate. And
I'm going to use red. I'm going to use the red twinkle. It's kind of very similar to glitter, but it has a lot more like dimension to it.
I think we're gonna have to like maybe if it turns out maybe have to save it and have to wear it for next year.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Also, we're doing the second annual.
We have a question from Terry. They're asking, do all of your heat presses require a dedicated circuit?
Circuit.
Oh,
And so here's what I'm gonna tell you about heat presses. It's kind of like plugging in a microwave. They pull a lot of juice initially when you start them. And so I always recommend you should, especially if you want to run multiple heat presses, you're going to need some dedicated circuits. And I know ideally 20 amp is the best, just because they can pull some power. And especially when they first start up and they heat up, that's when they pull the most power. But I always recommend 15 amp dedicated. Ideally, if you have a few lights in there, plugged in there, it's usually fine. But 20 amp is the best. So.
Kelly's asking, what heat press are you using again?
This is our cap and tag press, the Walla cap and tag press. So right now I just have the tag part in there. So
beautiful.
So we're ready. I got it down to room temp. Peel, and we're gonna see what happens here. And when it's cold, it feels weird when you're peeling it. I feel like I'm just gonna rip it off.
I know.
And then it's like that. And so
nice.
Cute.
I love that.
And I like it, and it's nice.
That color.
The color's great, but the texture, the fact you got that just the higher piece like that, very nice.
Beautiful.
Turned out good.
It turned out
and that's
great.
on a cork bag. So
Okay.
So another thing we can use HTV on.
Yeah, I like.
So now you're gonna do your tie.
I'm gonna do the tie. I'm gonna use twinkle red. So why not? 'Cause,
Yeah, I like it.
All right. So just making sure my mini's still going.
So twinkle, you press for how long?
15 seconds or
Approximately
so.
15
Yeah.
seconds.
And so I go with that, and then we'll see. It's gonna be a warm peel, so I'm gonna give it just a quick second to cool down.
We have people saying the bag looks great.
This is fun.
You can't really even see the color because it's just so bright.
Yeah, I know.
Good. Let's turn this off.
There
Let's
we
see.
go.
Yeah, now you guys can see it a little bit better, but it is still bright.
Yeah, I love it. So now we got twinkle. I will say that honestly, twinkle is like one of my more favorite glitters.
Yes.
I wish it would have kind of taken off because I feel like it's almost like reflective.
Yeah.
I think it's like
I would say that that's an accurate.
It's almost like a safety.
It's like somebody put glitter into a blender and then like ground it up with like sand, but not like the feeling of sand, just like the look of it. You know what I mean?
And then
And it just
and
like
a little bit of glass in it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's just so pretty.
Maybe it should be marketed as like safety glitter. Because I think the silver and all that is just like reflects light and everything else very well. All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually.
I'm liking it.
Cute.
Yeah, it's very. It has like a different feel to it too, because it's a smooth texture outside of like the regular glitter that's got like the gritty.
That's what I like about it. It's very smooth. It's it does have some reflective properties to it too. So maybe we guys call it a safety glitter.
That would be an interesting.
There you go, Patrick. We gotta rename it. Rebrand it tonight.
Safety glitter.
We just rebranded it. So
We have a question from Renee. They said, for my cold peel materials, I was gifted a scrap piece of marble from a home improvement project. It works amazingly well. So it wasn't a question, sorry, statement.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool the vinyl down. And it
Yeah.
looks kind of pretty too. I like those.
yeah. So yeah, if you want to really cool it fast, I always say like get a piece of stone or marble, something like that. That helps you too. So
Sandy is asking if you can sublimate on Twinkle.
I don't know the answer to that, because I'm not sure what the top coat is. So, but you know what, Sandy, I'm gonna go try that.
I was gonna say I want
morning.
to try too, kind of, because that would be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be. We're gonna try it tomorrow morning, Sandy, and we're gonna have an answer for that.
It definitely feels different than
'Cause
regular glitter or like your clear vinyls, but I would be curious to see if it didn't work. But I don't know. That's just what I think.
I'm really open to it because I like to try stuff, and
Yeah.
maybe we screw it up, but at least I had a lot of fun with
Then
it. So.
then we know, right?
Yeah. So Sandy, check back because we're gonna do it. We're gonna try it out tomorrow morning. Got that, G? Wrote it down.
Yep.
Okay. So anything else? I mean, what else?
So we have
so much fun pressing.
I know.
Um,
I've got one other thing down here. Does everybody love these as much as I do? I love storage containers. I have so many storage containers
yes, they're great for like the front entryway, like in the bedroom, everything else.
everywhere.
But
Actually,
the only problem with it is like they're not labeled.
they're not exactly. So that's
So how
why
do you label?
heat transfer vinyl. How else
Duh.
would you label them?
Duh.
So this one is one that we actually use here in the marketing room. I think it currently holds sweatpants or kids' clothes. I'm not sure which one.
We'll get that tie out there.
Yeah, we're gonna get the tie out of there, and I think we could probably use either press for this. But I think that we should use the mini.
We're gonna use the mini.
Yeah,
I like it.
I like it
What are we
too.
gonna put on there?
We
What
are gonna
vinyl we
put
got?
electric.
Maybe we can do a couple.
Easy Weed electric and teal.
You were very color coordinated with everything today. I noticed that.
I
You're
did.
just pulling out the color.
Well, I mean, I literally had, I don't know, about 30 different types of materials and colors that we cut so that we could make those decisions. I have this overstimulation thing. I just love seeing all the colors of vinyls. I know.
I kept on tripping over it. Actually, I think your dog got rolled up into it.
Oh, stop it. No, she didn't.
So she's actually stuck. She's like, can't even move. Okay.
So we're going to pre-press for just a couple
Just get
seconds.
it a little
on
bit
this
warm
one.
because it is fabric.
Yep.
So it's gonna work. And we're gonna do electric.
We're going to do electric. Yeah.
We have a question from Iris. They're asking, could you add HTV to sublimation coaster?
Yeah.
I think you could, yes. So the good part about it is obviously I would recommend Pure because it goes at around 275. Anything a little bit more than I would say around 325 degrees can activate that sublimation again. So that's my recommendation for that. It's just press real low temp. So
Yeah. And actually, that's a good idea, don't you think? Because if you had a little bit of vinyl on the coaster, it would actually make it a little bit more slip resistant. Because some of the sublimation goods are very, very
yes, they are
slippery. You know, like they're.
Yeah, the drink might just go right off of it.
I mean, I don't know about that, but if the coaster was wet.
If the coaster is wet,
Yeah.
But what I recommend is obviously if you go to a lower temp, just press for a little bit longer. So.
Monique said, I use Caesar HTV to personalize casket panels. I also use my mini press. It's a versatile product.
Yeah,
It's very
much
interesting.
is.
Yep.
Okay, so how did we do? I think we peeled it maybe.
I think it did say, the label says hot or cold, and I got excited, so it peeled pretty good for the most part, but I think I definitely should have left it for a sec.
Maybe you put the liner back down, press a little bit
Yeah,
more,
give it a
and
shot.
then let's cool off.
Yeah, I guess I could do that.
I mean, I know you're excited.
Patience is a
You're
virtue, they
excited.
say. I
You're
know,
excited.
I get so excited.
So.
Belinda said, oh my goodness, I can't believe I missed so much today. So glad I saw that this was still going on a few hours ago. Love this.
Oh, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. We're happy you're joining, and obviously it'll be available after this, so you can definitely review some of that stuff and definitely get registered for the grand prize. Because I think Patrick's going to be coming on.
Ooh, okay.
I think he's going to join us here any minute, and kind of going to have the closing ceremony.
Sorry, I just wanted you to sweat for 1 second. That was all.
Yeah.
Listen, I will say, just for the general group, I needed to go to the bathroom since 11 a.m. this morning, so I ran into there really quick.
Patrick, you know that's not healthy.
I know it's not. But we had an event to run, and this has been a fun day. And you guys, I love all of these projects. And the tie, by the way, I didn't text you the other day, Kirk. I do apologize, but happy Veterans Day.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the tie, and I want a matching one now for next year.
You know
for
what?
you, me, and Brittany, can we all wear matching ties next year?
You know what? I'm gonna send this tie to you.
Stop. For real?
I'm gonna send this tie to you because I think you get the inaugural tie.
Okay.
And the second annual National HTV Day is you wear this.
I think that's a fantastic idea. And I saw somebody was commenting in one of the last couple lives about how you have been able to like kind of do a wardrobe change for all the videos, which is so awesome. So here is wardrobe change number 1.
Yeah. Well, that one, I promise you, that'll stay on the entire event next time. I'll just wardrobe change around it.
I like it. So
I
speaking
love
of
it.
wardrobe changes, I think, I got to do a little quick change.
Quick change.
So how I started the day.
Yeah, we're back to where we started. I like that. Oh, hold on.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
That's awesome.
We got to end the day.
I like that. Very cool. Well, this was an awesome project, you guys, and thank you so much for letting me join you on Wind Down Wednesday as well, especially towards the end of the day. But I think we're getting to the close of this thing. Do you guys want to really quickly go over any deals that are available? Obviously, we're doing a giveaway. The big giveaway ends tonight, so maybe you guys can go through what's in that giveaway. I know we're doing Romeo, some material, and some other stuff too.
It's ends tonight. It's on the National HTV page. Sign up. Obviously, we have a heat press in there. It's the ultimate business bundle. You're gonna
$200 in store credit.
$200.
That's awesome.
What? Okay, they just told me about that. So.
Thank you, Brittany.
Yeah, so many cool things in there. It's the ultimate business bundle. I mean, you're going to be set up to do everything. And just, I want to say, Patrick, is thank you, your team over there. They really helped bring this to life. You've done a lot of the heavy lifting, and again, you guys, it's heartfelt, totally. You guys are awesome. So
hey, we do it because we love you guys, and we really appreciate this even being an idea in the first place, and including us in this as well has been really, really awesome, I think, for us and for our team. So this has been nothing but incredible this entire day. And guys, we successfully have made history today of the longest consecutive live in any craft space in our industry right now. So this has been a pretty monumental day for us, for you guys, for the collective, and I'm just very excited that we've been able to share all of these things with the audience. So thank you guys so much for including us and thinking of us of this, as you were kind of brainstorming this idea and coming up with this thought of what National Heat Transfer Vinyl Day could actually be. And I think that the whole team from production on our side, G and your team as well, has been incredible throughout this entire event. So thank you guys as well for this.
Yeah, Patrick, it's been great. I learned a lot today and dropping in all these lives. I want to say it's perfect. It's almost like a half hour. I'm like, the subject changed. Now I gotta watch this one. Now I gotta watch this one. It was a perfect tempo. And there's one last thing.
Yeah.
Brittany wants to share.
Okay.
Wouldn't be complete, and so she wants to show her baby.
Every Wind Down Wednesday.
Let's see it.
Okay, just pick her up.
Is she laying on the ground over there?
Yeah, she's
just getting all chill. There we go.
There we go.
That is awesome.
We didn't have a dog on the set, but we actually bring our dog. A few of us get to bring our dogs to work, and she just had her 1-year-old birthday last week. So
congratulations.
Yeah. So
that's awesome.
But again, this is great. I am happy, and it was so fun, and it's hard to believe it's already done.
Yeah.
Today I was like, that was gonna be a long day, and now I'm like, that was quick.
It went really, really, really quick.
Yeah.
And while we're talking really quick, I just want to throw up the giveaway onto the main page so everybody can kind of see it right now, what's in that Romeo bundle as well. But this is something that you can still enter, and I'm pretty sure last I heard you guys had quite a few entries, right, Kirk?
Yeah, there was a lot of entries. I'm impressed. So definitely get in there, and I think, you know, maybe we can convince Johan that maybe he wants to give away more stuff. Maybe have like a second place prize.
I mean, I think it's only right that we do maybe something like that. What do you guys want to do?
You know, I think, you know, if we're giving away a Romeo bundle, should there be like a Juliet bundle?
Let's do it. Juliet bundle it is then. So what we'll do is actually maybe that one can be an after the event, or do you want to do it live right now?
Let's do it after the event.
Okay.
Because I think we're gonna, you know, we gotta think of like what else we're gonna put in it. But I tell you what, it's gonna be
okay, cool. So we'll do a follow up with everybody in the next like week or so, and then we'll make sure that it's posted out, collaborative post out there as well, and we'll do one more giveaway to commemorate this monumentous event today.
Yes, it's been awesome. I'm excited about it, and I look forward to, you know, National HTV number 2, second annual, and doing this again. So
I'll call you guys on Monday so we can start planning it for next year.
That sounds great. The time was way too fast.
Way too fast. Yeah. And, it's impressive how we put this together, the timeline we had. So it's definitely going to be really fun for next year, and you know, a lot of fun things we can do. So
that's awesome. So if anybody wants to get into the giveaway, like I said, that registration you still have until I believe midnight was when our cutoff was, right, Kirk?
Correct. Midnight.
Okay, cool. You have until midnight to get into that Romeo giveaway. Next week, we're definitely going to post out something collaborative of a secondary Juliet for a runner-up for this event. And it'll be a great opportunity for us to post out the event again. I'm going to also go over on YouTube, and we'll set up all the chapters so that you can actually scan through the entire event and you can get back to all of the education that you want to see specifically. And then other than that, let's just plug all of the social platforms, make sure people know where to find all of us one more time. And then we're wrapping this up.
Yeah. Obviously we're on all the social medias, so YouTube, Instagram, even LinkedIn. We'll throw that in there today. Facebook, you know, our Facebook group, which is also there. Just, you know, come check us out. Make sure you like us, register, and everything else. And the sale, 13% off sale is going on. We're going to let that roll for a couple days and celebrate the National HTV Day. And you know, I think that's it. That's it. So,
Awesome. And you guys know throughout the day we've been plugging our platforms as well. So Caesar North America on all social platforms. Please, if you're in this group right now or you're in this live, please head over to Facebook. The Caesar North America support is a great resource to, again, learn from like-minded people in the community, learn from each other, help each other, you know, and all of those kind of things. So there's definitely plenty of places to find not only Caesar, but also Heat Transfer Warehouse. And for everybody that hung out with us for this entire time, it's crazy to say that 7 hours and 40 minutes in, we still have 226 people hanging out in this live with us. So thank you guys for hanging out with the Day of Education. And we'll all, I think, to kick it off or end it, we'll give you all a toast to leave it out here. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Until next time.
Bye.